Chapter 1. I have transcended into the world of immortal cultivation. University student Lu Hao found himself transported to a realm of immortal cultivation, only to discover that he was unable to practice any form of cultivation. After enduring relentless ridicule, he awakened the most formidable breakthrough system. Within the confines of this system, no cultivation bottleneck exists in this world. Assisting others in breaking through would yield a 10,000-fold return in cultivation. With a thunderous sound, a figure was sent flying by a truck, landing far away on the ground, motionless. Atop Lingtian Peak, a young man sat at the summit. Clad in a flowing white robe, he appeared exceptionally handsome, yet his eyes bore a heavy gloom. The gentle breeze stirred his garments, yet it could not disperse the faint sorrow that lingered in his gaze. Alas, 5 years have passed, and I have yet to attain a shred of cultivation. Master, where are you? I fear I can no longer endure this. The young man murmured these words, slowly making his way toward the precipice. This individual was named Lu Hao. Once a first-year university student, his greatest passion was reading, particularly mindless and exhilarating novels filled with tropes like starting with an innate system and infinite response. Indulging in the fantasies of a naive youth. One day, while engrossed in a book and walking, he was suddenly struck by a large truck, sending him flying. He lost consciousness midair. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an exceedingly desolate, dilapidated temple. His attire was unfamiliar, utterly alien to him. As dusk descended, he was surrounded by an endless expanse of wasteland. The wind blew, causing the tall, wild grass to bend in unison, reminiscent of rolling waves. Lu Hao surveyed this scene, his heart brimming with confusion and fear. He endured a night of hunger and exposure to the wind within the ruinous temple. Fortunately, the weather was not cold. He had no inkling of his whereabouts or what to do next. Just as despair began to take hold, an elder approached Lu Hao, seemingly flying through the air. In an instant, Lu Hao jumped in astonishment. What on earth? Someone is truly flying. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the figure had reached him. The elder, clad in white robes, had white hair and beard, with a kindly demeanor. With one hand behind his back, he chuckled softly and inquired, "Young friend, why do you linger here alone?" Suppressing his astonishment, Lu Hao straightened his clothing and replied, I do not know. I only remember being struck by a truck, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself in this wasteland. Beyond that, I know nothing. A truck? What is that? The elder remarked, I have lived for over 200 years, and this is the first time I have encountered such a term. Lu Hao's heart was once again shaken. A venerable elder who had lived for 2 centuries. In the modern world, living beyond 100 is considered a remarkable feat. Initially uncertain of the realm to which he had transcended, he now felt a profound certainty. He had indeed entered a world of immortal cultivation. Could it be possible to extend one's lifespan by numerous years? Observing that Lu Hao remained unresponsive, the elder continued, Young friend, I am the head of the Lingtian sect, Lord Lingtian. Not long ago, I divined a prophecy, foretelling that my sole disciple would appear in this very place. After a brief pause, the elder stroked his beard and continued, Upon seeing you, I felt an inexplicable familiarity. It must be fate. Might you be inclined to accept me as your master? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao hastily bowed, exclaiming, Master, please allow me to pay my respects. How could he hesitate? He had just arrived, had not eaten for an entire day, and feared starvation in a couple of days. With the opportunity to take on a mentor before him, hesitation was out of the question. Haha, good disciple. Let us return to my abode. By the way, what is your name? Responding to Master. The disciple's name is Lu Hao. Excellent. Hold on tightly to me. We shall set off now. Master, wait. With Lu Hao's startled cries echoing, the elder leaped into the sky. Thus, Lu Hao exuberantly followed his master back to the sect. Upon arriving at the entrance, the elder proclaimed, I, Lingtian, have today accepted Lu Hao as my first disciple, as well as my close disciple. I trust all will take note. Lingtian's voice, empowered by vital energy, resonated far and wide, swiftly spreading throughout the sect. Before long, the entire sect was abuzz with the news of the Lingtian sect's lord taking on a disciple. Upon hearing this announcement, countless disciples were left astounded, as the news had come as a complete surprise. Who among them was unaware that Lord Lingtian, the head of the Lingtian sect, was the most enigmatic figure after the sect leader himself? He had devoted his life to cultivation, had no offspring, and had never taken a disciple. To this day, no one knew the exact extent of his abilities, except for the sect leader. When he first became the head, the other 6 lords had engaged him in a series of discussions and sparring sessions. That day, all 6 lords had gathered at Lingtian House for a full day and night of debates and exchanges. Yet, the following day, no one spoke of the event, as if it had never occurred. However, according to whispers in the shadows, that day, Lord Ling single-handedly battled the 6 lords, achieving 5 victories and suffering only 1 defeat. Thus, the sect's disciples gradually came to regard Lord Ling as the foremost expert in the Qingxian sect, second only to the sect leader. However, his peculiar nature, his aversion to seeking a partner, and his lack of a successor left many perplexed. Were he to announce his intention to take on disciples, countless talents would undoubtedly flock to him. Yet, since becoming the head over a century ago, no news of his acceptance of disciples had surfaced. Even when the sect leader personally visited to persuade him, he merely smiled and replied, "The time has not yet come. There is no need for further discussion." It is easy to imagine the ripples that today's announcement by Lingtian would cause. Unbeknownst to Lu Hao, as he was led back to his residence, Lingtian sat in his chair, gazing at Lu Hao with a smile. "From this day forth, you shall be my only disciple. When it comes to taking on students, I place the utmost importance on fate and character. I beseech you to remain true to your heart, for your actions must be guided by it, and one must never act against one's own nature. The disciple shall heed the master's teachings," Lu Hao said with a clasped fist. This is the supreme quality qi refining technique of the Qingxian sect, the Yishui Ju, along with a high-grade yellow-tier magical artifact, the Qingfeng robe, and a low-tier storage pouch. Take these and diligently cultivate. When you reach the 3rd level of qi refinement, return to me, and your daily needs will be attended to. "Thank you, master," Lu Hao replied. As soon as Lu Hao stepped outside, he spotted a clever and agile disciple, not appearing to be of great age. The young man raised his hand and said, "Senior brother, my name is Songjun. The sect leader has instructed me to escort you to your residence." Following Songjun, Lu Hao arrived at a courtyard. "Senior brother, this is the residence prepared for you by the sect leader. All necessary amenities for your living quarters have been arranged," said Songjun. Lu Hao clasped his fist in gratitude and engaged in casual conversation with Songjun about the specifics of the Qingxian sect before entering the room. The chamber was modest and unadorned, containing a bed, a table, several chairs, and a meditation mat. Beyond these, there was no other furniture. Upon entering, Lu Hao consumed a light meal and joyfully commenced his cultivation. However, by the following morning, he realized that he had been unable to absorb even a trace of the heavenly and earthly essence. Unwilling to accept this fate, Lu Hao, in a frenzy, dedicated himself to cultivation day and night, only pausing for meals and sleep. After an exhausting half-month, he finally succumbed to despair. He had become a rare failure in this world. Meanwhile, the entire Qingxian sect had been abuzz with discussions about the sect's senior brother. He was destined to inherit the Lingtian legacy. Lu Hao had unwittingly become the focal point of gossip throughout the Qingxian sect. Rumors spread like wildfire, with most believing Lu Hao to be a prodigious talent in cultivation. Yet, jealousy also brewed among many disciples, and a faction of practitioners from other sects was eager to challenge Lu Hao, particularly those from the Jingguang sect. Chapter 2. 5 Years of Humiliation. The strongest breakthrough system. Gong Yongqi, a disciple under the Jingguang sect leader, publicly declared his intention to challenge Lu Hao. However, regardless of the external clamor, Lu Hao remained within his abode, not daring to step outside, solely out of timidity. What a jest! Lu Hao had yet to absorb a single trace of the heavenly and earthly essence. Many challengers were already at the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement, with some even at the 10th. How could he possibly venture out? Nevertheless, as the senior brother of the Qingxian sect, no one dared to intrude upon his residence, for such actions would incur the sect's regulations. Otherwise, the fact that Lu Hao was unable to cultivate would have surely been exposed. Within the Qingxian sect, Lingtian concluded his current phase of cultivation, rose, brushed off the accumulated dust, and made his way directly to Lu Hao's quarters. Half a month has passed, and it is time to check on the progress of Heir's cultivation. He should have reached the 2nd layer of qi refining by now. Upon hearing his master's voice, Lu Hao hurriedly rose to greet him. Disciple pays respects to master. No need for such formality. Lingtian, the master of a prestigious estate, possessed an astute gaze. With a mere glance, he discerned that Lu Hao's body bore not a trace of vital energy. What could be the reason for this? Lingtian furrowed his brow deeply and, with 2 fingers poised, directly pressed them against Lu Hao's acupoint. A wave of cultivation power flowed from Lingtian into Lu Hao's body. Gradually, Lingtian examined Lu Hao's physique, and his frown deepened with each passing moment. Reluctantly, he continued his probing time and again. After half an hour, Lingtian finally ceased his examination. Alas, Heir, it seems you may possess the absolute spirit body. Master, what is the absolute spirit body? It means your body cannot absorb external vital energy, signifying that you are incapable of cultivation. Lu Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although he had long harbored suspicions of this nature, hearing it confirmed by his master left him profoundly disheartened. he had still clung to a glimmer of hope that perhaps his cultivation methods were flawed. Lingtian patted Lu Hao's shoulder and comforted him. "Heir, do not despair. There have been instances in the past where the absolute spirit body was altered. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I shall never abandon you. I will set up a formation for you. Remain at ease in this courtyard and await my return. Regardless of the cost, I will seek a solution for you." With that, Lingtian turned and departed from Lu Hao's courtyard, leaving Lu Hao in uncertainty about his master's whereabouts. He could only wait in silence. This waiting lasted for 5 years. Since that day his master had left, Lu Hao had been anticipating his return. He was well aware that his master was the head of a peak, and countless cultivators yearned to become his disciples. On one hand, this was due to the opportunity for guidance from a formidable master. On the other, it was the coveted position of heir to the Qingxian estate. Hence, Lu Hao was filled with trepidation. He feared the revelation of his absolute spirit body and the potential embarrassment it would bring to his master. He understood all too well what it meant to be unable to cultivate in the world of immortals. Thus, he seldom ventured outside, spending his days tending to the garden to sustain himself. Nevertheless, he could not remain confined forever. He had to procure basic necessities, such as seeds. Thus, in 5 years, Lu Hao had ventured out only 3 times. Each time was in the dead of night, donning a black hood. However, during his 3rd outing, he was spotted by keen-eyed individuals. In no time, the news of Lu Hao being a cultivation waste spread like wildfire throughout the sect. What? The lord of the Ling estate has taken a waste as his closed-door disciple? This is impossible. Indeed, what manner of individual is the master of the Ling residence? That he would take a wastrel as his disciple? It appears your mind has been befuddled, believing such absurdities. I suspect that some individuals are simply consumed by jealousy, fabricating these rumors. Initially, nearly everyone dismissed this news as preposterous. Yet gradually, skepticism began to take root. The reason being, Lu Hao exhibited an utter lack of reaction, which is decidedly illogical. A person of sound mind would instinctively refute such claims upon hearing them. It was not until later that Gong Yongqi, a disciple of the Golden Light Manor, publicly denounced Lu Hao as a worthless failure, even going so far as to surround Lu Hao's courtyard with companions. "Lu Hao, you coward. If you possess any courage, come out. Worthless. You are unworthy of succeeding the master of the Ling residence. Were I in your position, I would have long since taken a fatal leap." Initially, Gong Yongqi merely summoned a few disciples from the Golden Light Manor to mock Lu Hao vocally. But his words grew increasingly brazen and offensive, escalating to outright insults. Lu Hao remained silently ensconced within his abode, reluctant to respond. The disciples within the sect were perplexed. Could it be that Lu Hao truly is a failure? After all, no one could endure such humiliation without a fight. Nevertheless, the majority refrained from deriding Lu Hao. Speculation remains mere conjecture. They had not witnessed Lu Hao firsthand. Much like Song Zhan, the first disciple Lu Hao encountered upon joining the sect, who steadfastly believed that Lu Hao was simply engrossed in secluded cultivation, unaware of the happenings outside, and would readily counter others' claims. After all, during their first meeting, senior brother Lu had confidently proclaimed his intent to restore the Qingxian manor to its former glory. Moreover, they were apprehensive that upon Lingtian's return, he would seek retribution. Given that Lu Hao was the master's cherished disciple, they had no desire to provoke ire. They merely indulged in gossip for amusement. Only the individuals from the Golden Light Manor, emboldened by their master's backing, brazenly clamored outside Lu Hao's courtyard each day. The master of the Golden Light Manor and Lingtian harbored a profound enmity, the specifics of which remained obscure to all. Yet, any opportunity to undermine Lingtian would not be overlooked by the master of the Golden Light Manor, Yu Zhua. At this juncture, Lu Hao became the perfect pawn for tarnishing Lingtian's reputation. For 5 relentless years, Lu Hao endured this torment within his courtyard. He could only manage a bitter smile, feeling as though he were nearing the brink of despair. He was but a university student, striving to persist, simply yearning for one last glimpse of his master. The amiable elder who had taken him as a disciple upon their first meeting, and who had tirelessly sought to resolve his unique circumstances for 5 arduous years. To this end, he bore the weight of 5 long years. He had contemplated retaliation, but how could an ordinary mortal contend with cultivators? Today, overwhelmed by ennui, Lu Hao stealthily made his way to his master's residence. The residences of the various sect leaders are strictly off-limits to disciples, which is why Lu Hao occasionally comes here to seek solace. He slowly approaches the edge of the cliff, the gentle breeze lifting his white robe, yet failing to disperse the faint sorrow lingering in his eyes. Lu Hao stands at the precipice before gradually sitting down. Gazing downwards, he beholds the majestic, 1,000-foot drop, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Initially, he felt a tinge of fear, but soon grew accustomed to it. "Lu Hao," a voice echoed from afar. Lu Hao's heart jolted. Master? He hastily rose to his feet. At that moment, overwhelmed with excitement, his foot suddenly slipped, and he plummeted downwards. Lu Hao. The elderly man in the distance witnessed this scene, his heart shattering in an instant. He immediately surged forward at his utmost speed. As Lu Hao descended, he struggled to open his eyes and caught sight of the old man, the one who had rescued him from the dilapidated temple and tirelessly cared for him. For the first time in 5 years, he smiled genuinely. At that moment, even the abyss seemed no longer terrifying. Ding! Detecting that the bond between the host and the master has reached the required level, the ultimate breakthrough system is now binding. Chapter 3, Fury Ignited. What? Lu Hao was taken aback. His body trembled, nearly bringing him to tears. Wah! Dear system brother, why did you take so long to arrive? I have waited in anguish for you. Do you know how I have endured these past 5 years? Wah! Greetings, host. This system has been unlocked, and henceforth, you shall no longer endure grievances. Upon hearing these words, Lu Hao breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had traversed dimensions with a system, albeit one that had remained dormant until now. This system is known as the ultimate breakthrough system. Before this system, any bottleneck is rendered insignificant. So the host will not encounter any obstacles during cultivation. Once the requisite cultivation is attained, breakthroughs will occur automatically. Since you are bound to this system, the host cannot cultivate independently to gain cultivation levels. There are 2 ways for the host to acquire cultivation. First, the host must assist others in achieving breakthroughs to gain cultivation levels. The host can help others through the system, and upon their breakthrough, will receive a 10,000-fold return of cultivation levels. Second, the host can complete tasks issued by the system to receive cultivation rewards. Lu Hao was utterly astonished. A 10,000-fold return. And what are these tasks? Indeed, the host can receive a 10,000-fold return of cultivation levels by assisting beloved friends and family in their breakthroughs. For others, only a 1-fold return is granted after their breakthroughs. Beloved friends and family in this world refer to partners, masters, disciples, and dear friends. Tasks will only be issued by the system under specific circumstances. Please be patient, host. Lu Hao gazed at the system interface. Host. Lu Hao cultivation level, none. Beloved friends and kin, bound companions. 1. Bound disciples. 2. Bound masters. 1. Master Lingtian meets the binding qualifications. Bound close friends. 1. Cultivation technique. None. Magic treasures. None. Special physique. None. Points. 0. Daily breakthrough attempts. 100. System level. 0. Tasks. None. Upon seeing the words in parentheses, Master Lingtian meets the binding qualifications, Lu Hao was instantly filled with joy. The possibility of binding his master meant that if he assisted Master in achieving a breakthrough, he could acquire the immense cultivation benefits of his Master's breakthrough. Would he not then ascend to unparalleled heights, becoming invincible within the modest Qingxin sect? Nay, it seemed he would have no rivals even in all of Nance's city. Just as Lu Hao intended to inquire further about the system, such as points and physique, he was abruptly seized by his master, who yanked him back to his dwelling as if he were a drenched dog. Once inside, Lingtian forcefully tossed Lu Hao to the ground, rebuking him with fury. You little rascal. Do you dare to contemplate self-harm? To resolve your plight, I traversed the entirety of the Northern Wasteland without a hint of weariness. Is this behavior worthy of my efforts? Speak. Lu Hao, somewhat dazed by the scolding, stammered. Master, I merely ascended to clear my mind. It was an accident. Lingtian, clearly unconvinced by Lu Hao's explanation, extended his consciousness to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered several disciples of the Golden Light sect fleeing in the vicinity of Lu Hao's courtyard. A sense of unease washed over Lingtian. He promptly inquired of Lu Hao, However, during my absence these past years, has someone been bullying you? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's nose tinged with emotion, and he hesitated to respond. Lingtian, observing Lu Hao's demeanor, immediately grasped the situation. With a cold snort, he soared towards the Golden Light sect. However, wait here. I shall return shortly. Ah, master, at least wait until I assist you with your breakthrough before you go. Lu Hao silently pleaded. Yet, Lingtian's figure had already vanished, his voice lingering in Lu Hao's ears. In the blink of an eye, Lingtian apprehended a disciple of the Golden Light sect, his expression icy as he demanded, Speak. Who sent you? What is your purpose? The disciple, gripping with fear, trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Just then, Songjun happened to pass by and, witnessing the scene, promptly informed Lingtian of everything. Yuzhua, you old scoundrel. How dare you bully my disciple? Lingtian, upon hearing Songjun's account, erupted with rage. With a wave of his hand, he dealt each of the Golden Light sect disciples a slap, then stormed towards the sect with righteous indignation. As one of the 7 sect leaders, Lingtian did not stoop to confront these petty disciples. If no one were to instigate from behind, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to bully Lu Hao so brazenly. If one seeks a culprit, let it be the true mastermind, the lord of Jingguang Mansion, Yu Zhuo. Driven by an overwhelming fury, Lingtian charged directly towards Jingguang Mansion. Before he could halt, his furious roar echoed throughout the entire estate. Yu Zhuo, you wretched creature! How dare our grievances entangle my disciple? You seek death. Yu Zhuo, who had been instructing his disciples, changed countenance upon hearing this and swiftly ascended into the air. Seeing Ling Tian's silhouette, he burst into laughter. Ling, you foolish old man, while it matters little that you take in a waste, it tarnishes the reputation of my Qing Xian 7 mansions. I never anticipated such folly from you. In my view, it would be best for me to cleanse your ranks, lest your lifetime of honor be sullied by that good-for-nothing. Upon hearing Yu Zhuo's words, Ling Tian's fury reached its zenith. You, a defeated foe, dare to speak of my disciple. Previously, I spared you out of kinship, but since you have chosen this path, today we shall not part alive. With that, Ling Tian ceased his words and launched himself towards Yu Zhuo. Thus began their frenzied clash. Terrifying energies erupted above Qing Xian sect, and disciples on the ground felt the tremors, emerging to witness the battle. What a terrifying aura! Are these two mansion lords truly clashing? Wasn't he the lord of Qing Xian Mansion said to be formidable? Why does it seem like he cannot quickly subdue the other? Fools! Do you truly believe all mansion lords are equal? The disparities between them are vast. Even if one were to triumph, it would likely require a protracted struggle. After battling for a while, Ling Tian secretly marveled. This accursed old man had indeed broken through to the pinnacle of the core formation stage. While he had spent the last 5 years seeking rare medicines and frequently found himself in peril, he bore numerous internal injuries. Now, Yu Zhuo's cultivation had become equal to his own. It seemed unlikely he would gain much from this confrontation. Had Ling Tian been wise, he would have retreated to recuperate and sought vengeance later. However, the memory of Lu Hao enduring humiliation over the past 5 years ignited a blaze of wrath within him. The thought of his disciple being confined for half a decade in the name of reputation stoked his fury, rendering him unwilling to act rationally. The two clashed with earth-shattering force, rousing the entire Qing Xian sect. Ling Tian unleashed a powerful palm strike, forcing Yu Zhuo back. Drawing back, he prepared to invoke a secret technique, determined to slay his opponent today, even at the cost of grievous injury. At this moment, a voice resonated through the air. Enough! Lord Ling, do you truly wish to determine a life or death outcome today? A figure clad in a plain azure robe appeared at the entrance of Jingguang Mansion. Upon seeing the newcomer, both men immediately saluted. We pay our respects to the sect leader. The visitor was none other than Bai Dao Ren, the esteemed leader of Qing Xian sect. Upon witnessing the commotion within the sect, he had long been aware of it. Initially, he thought that Ling Tian was merely venting his frustrations, but to his surprise, he had ignited true fury. If he did not intervene soon, it could indeed lead to grave consequences. The white-clad figure cast a glance at Yu Zhuo, and with a swift motion of his hand, Yu Zhuo's body was abruptly struck as if by lightning, propelling him backward to crash heavily upon the golden light mansion. The master slowly retracted his hand and addressed Ling Tian with a measured tone. This matter is indeed the fault of the mansion master Yu. I have administered a slight punishment. Please temper your anger, mansion master Ling. As for the situation with Lu Hao, I am fully aware. I respect your decision. But one must not gamble the entirety of the Qing Xian Mansion. Chapter 4, A Thousandfold Return. One Step to Transformation. Upon hearing the master's words, Ling Tian responded in a cool, detached manner. I thank the master for intervening and sparing him for the time being. I shall settle accounts with him later. As for Lu Hao, there is no need for the master to concern himself. He is my disciple, and I shall make my own arrangements. After concluding his words, Ling Tian turned and soared towards the Qing Xian Mansion, with the master following suit. Deep within, the master harbored some trepidation, fearing that Ling Tian might indeed pass the Qing Xian Mansion to Lu Hao. With his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, he was well aware of the circumstances within Lu Hao, and his ability to keep it concealed was already a testament to his consideration for Lu Hao. He trusted that Ling Tian would make the right decision. Moments later, Ling Tian returned to Lu Hao's side and, with a smile, said, Hao, I have found a ground-level root sculpting spirit herb. It is said to assist in resolving your pure spirit body issue. Consume it quickly. As he spoke, Ling Tian slowly retrieved the herb from his storage pouch. The moment the root sculpting spirit herb appeared, Lu Hao felt an invigorating rush. It was indeed worthy of its status as a ground-level spirit herb. However, Lu Hao did not focus on the herb for long, instead turning his gaze toward his master. Observing the battle scars and specks of blood adorning Ling Tian, he felt an indescribable surge of emotion. Having traversed 5 years in this realm, He understood the immense value of the ground-level root sculpting spirit herb in the current context of the Qingxian sect. His master must have endured great hardships during the 5 years spent searching for this medicinal material. Now, upon returning, he found himself embroiled in conflict once again. A wave of sorrow washed over Lu Hao at this thought. He vowed to repay his master's kindness in this lifetime. Take it. Why are you dawdling? Lingtian urged upon noticing Lu Hao's momentary stupor. Coming to his senses, Lu Hao hastily accepted the root sculpting spirit herb and inquired, Master, what is your current cultivation level? Lingtian, slightly taken aback, replied, Why do you ask? I have reached the peak of the core formation stage but have been trapped at this bottleneck for over 30 years, unable to find a path to break through. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's face lit up with joy. He quickly pulled out a jujube from his own pocket and offered it to Lingtian. Master, eat this jujube. I just picked it. It's incredibly sweet. At the moment when the jujube was offered, Lu Hao infused it with a certain measure of the system's power. He had just inquired of the system how he could assist others in breaking through their limits. To which the system replied, as long as a certain amount of system power is infused into any item, consuming that item allows the host to enable others to transcend their bottlenecks without any side effects. Lingtian, with a cheerful demeanor, accepted the jujube from Lu Hao. The master and disciple, one consuming spiritual herbs while the other savored the jujube, were engrossed in their respective actions. After Lu Hao ingested the spiritual herb, he eagerly gazed at his master, but upon receiving no response, he turned his attention to the system. System, why has the cultivation not been returned yet? Lu Hao nearly reached a state of desperation. Hello, host. The return of cultivation occurs only after a successful breakthrough. Do not worry, with the system's assistance. The success rate is 100%. Please be patient. Lu Hao remained intently focused on the system when he suddenly heard its voice. Ding. Host's master has successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage and is about to receive a 10,000-fold return of cultivation. As this is the host's first return of cultivation, please prepare yourself. 1 month later, you may assist your master in breaking through again, earning 10,000 points, which can be used for a lottery. Just as the system finished speaking, an overwhelmingly vast surge of cultivation energy erupted from within Lu Hao like a torrential flood. This powerful energy seemed to face no obstacles or limitations, rapidly filling every corner of Lu Hao's being at an astonishing speed. At that moment, every meridian within Lu Hao expanded to its utmost limit. His cultivation surged uncontrollably like a wild stallion breaking free. 5 layers of qi refinement. 9 layers of qi refinement. 10 layers of qi refinement. Ding. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The speed of the breakthrough showed no signs of slowing. Mid-foundation establishment. Late foundation establishment. Complete foundation establishment. Ding. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the core formation stage. The pace of the breakthroughs slightly diminished. Early, mid, late, and complete stages of core formation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the nascent soul stage. By this time, the breakthroughs began to decelerate. Yet a vast amount of cultivation energy continued to flow into Lu Hao's body. Early, mid, late, and complete stages of the nascent soul. At this juncture, Lu Hao had absorbed the majority of the cultivation energy, and the ascent of his realm began to slow. However, ultimately, ding, congratulations, host, on breaking through to the early stage of the transformation stage. The return of cultivation has now concluded. A leap to the transformation stage. Lu Hao's spirit was wholly immersed in the joy of his breakthrough. Since the onset of this transformation, he felt the beast within his body awakening, as every cell, muscle, and meridian continuously absorbed cultivation energy, undergoing an evolution. Lu Hao felt as if he were floating, as though at any moment he might transcend into immortality. The indescribable sensation of breakthrough surged through his nerves, enveloping him in an intoxicating bliss from which he could not extricate himself. At that moment, he was imbued with an overwhelming force, akin to a tumultuous torrent surging within him. He sensed that with a mere flick of his fist, he could obliterate a mountain. This potent feeling stirred his soul, igniting a fervor within him. At long last, he was no longer a worthless being. In this instant, Lu Hao's consciousness could extend beyond his physical form, and as he probed with all his might, he discovered he could sense the presence of cultivators within 1,000 miles. The power of a transformation stage cultivator was indeed formidable. Lu Hao had finally attained his first measure of cultivation. Turning his gaze back to Lingtian, he was astonished to find that after consuming Lu Hao's jujube, the bottleneck that had long plagued him began to loosen. Initially, it was merely a slight easing, but gradually it intensified. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted in Lingtian's mind, and inexplicably, he broke through. Lingtian's heart swelled with uncontrollable ecstasy. He glanced at Lu Hao, who was smiling contentedly, before directly entering seclusion to consolidate his newfound power. As for Lu Hao, his cultivation was solidly bestowed by the system, requiring no further reinforcement. Amidst his excitement, Lu Hao looked up at his master, who was engrossed in consolidating his own power. He then began to examine his own cultivation, gradually sensing something amiss. This was not how it was supposed to be. System, did you not claim a 10,000-fold return? My master has broken through to the initial stage of Yuan. How is it that after the return, I can only reach the early stage of transformation? Host, you are a waste body. And the system's host must be the unparalleled champion of the same realm. Therefore, the 10,000-fold cultivation of Yuan can only elevate you to this extent. So that's how it is. Lu Hao nodded slightly and inquired, what about this point system? Points are rewards for assisting others in their breakthroughs. The bound individual receives 10,000 points for their breakthrough, while others receive 1 point each. Points can be used for a lottery in the system interface. 1 point allows for 1 draw. A lottery? Then I shall draw once. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a supreme technique of the heavenly grade. The heavenly spirit art. Would you like to comprehend it? What? A supreme technique of the heavenly grade? Chapter 5. A supernaturally extraordinary treasure. The first task. Lu Hao nearly leapt for joy, having spent 5 years in this world. He had perused all the texts in the courtyard and familiarized himself with the fundamental aspects of this realm. Magical artifacts and techniques were broadly categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each of which was further subdivided into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades. In the realm of cultivation, the most prevalent tier was the yellow grade. The vast majority of cultivators would only ever practice yellow grade techniques and wield yellow grade artifacts throughout their lifetimes. Lu Hao had once learned that within the Qing Xian sect, the finest martial arts were merely of the Xian rank. Yet now, with a casual draw, Lu Hao had acquired a Tian rank technique. How could he not be astonished? He was nearly overwhelmed with shock. If word spread that he possessed a Tian rank technique, it would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar throughout the entire northern wilderness. Host, would you like to comprehend this? The system prompted. Comprehend. Lu Hao declared decisively. No sooner had the words left his lips than he felt a new memory of the heavenly spirit technique infiltrate his mind. The intricacies of the technique were imprinted in his consciousness, allowing him to execute it with remarkable finesse, even reversing its operations with effortless ease. Lu Hao mused that perhaps even the technique's creator could not rival the depth of his understanding. Could this technique be intuitively grasped? It seemed he had mastered it without any prior preparation. Greetings, host. Any items obtained through system sign-ins are exclusively yours. Techniques can be directly comprehended. Treasures can be activated instantly, and spirit beasts will recognize you as their master. You may also transfer them to others, but the final authority remains with you. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Lu Hao exclaimed repeatedly. Can I perform a 10-fold draw? Yes. Would you like to proceed with a 10-fold draw? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an imperial-grade treasure, the Tian Yuan Cauldron. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a celestial-grade treasure, the Linglong Pagoda. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Dao-grade supreme technique, the Fire Cloud Record. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-level spiritual treasure, the Tian Yuan Fan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an imperial-level formation, the Extermination Formation. Joyous. Utterly joyous. Lu Hao's eyes glistened with excitement as he entered an infinite lottery mode. In the system space, he organized his newfound treasures into categories. One repository for techniques, another for treasures, and a third for the peculiarities. With such a plethora of artifacts, even if one were to boldly challenge others to guess, it would be inconceivable for anyone to succeed. It was akin to asking someone to estimate the size of a house, only for them to guess the entirety of the Milky Way. Ding ding ding. As Lu Hao listened to the system's notifications, he couldn't help but chuckle, his smile nearly rivaling the sun. From the treasures and techniques he had drawn, Lu Hao discerned a hierarchy. Above Tian rank resided the Ling rank, followed by the Dao rank, and then the celestial and imperial ranks. In the distance, Lingtian opened his eyes to glance at his disciple and chuckled softly. It seemed his disciple was finally ready to cultivate. Lingtian sighed inwardly, continuing to solidify his own cultivation. Lu Hao stretched languidly, noticing his master still engrossed in fortifying his cultivation, and chose not to disturb him. He strolled towards the courtyard, enjoying a leisurely walk back. As he ambled along, he took in the breathtaking scenery of Qing Xian Peak. He had never realized how exquisitely beautiful it truly was. With verdant peaks and the melodious songs of birds amidst fragrant blossoms. This marked the first occasion since Lu Hao arrived in this world that he could fully relax. As a nascent soul cultivator, he was more than capable of overwhelming the entire Qingxian sect. The sect's leader, the Taoist Bai, was merely at the yuaning stage. In his elation, Lu Hao glanced at the system panel. Host, Lu Hao cultivation level. Early transformation stage. Beloved friends. Can bind a partner. 1 can bind disciples. 2 can bind a master. 0. Master Lingtian already bound. Can bind a close friend. 1 cultivated techniques. Heavenly spirit decision. Great perfection. Muscle changing classic. Great perfection. Devil transformation decision. Great perfection. Great celestial creation palm. Great perfection. Sword ascending 9 heavens decision. Great perfection. Click to expand magical treasures. Map of mountains and rivers. Qiankuan cauldron. Celebration clouds of all heavens. Panga flag. Innate 5 directions flag. Mystical yellow Linglong pagoda. Bitter sea. Golden lotus. Click to expand special physique. None points. 0 daily breakthrough attempts. 100 tasks. None. Gazing at the panel, Lu Hao felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. A formidable strength that was indeed terrifying. Mastering thousands of techniques, most of which were of heavenly rank, with a considerable number being celestial-level techniques, and even some imperial-level ones. His magical treasures were so numerous that he could hardly remember them all. Although Lu Hao was presently at the transformation stage, with these magical treasures and techniques, alongside the cultivation level of the foremost individual in the same realm throughout the ages, his combat prowess could not be measured by mere appearances. As he walked for a while, the memories of 5 years of humiliation darkened his previously joyous mood. He was on the verge of storming over to confront his adversaries. Ding! The system has issued a task. Utterly crush the Golden Light Mansion in the provincial examination and secure the first reward, the Eye of Void Breaking, and a millennium's worth of cultivation. To utterly crush the Golden Light Mansion in the provincial examination? This system is rather insightful, isn't it? Lu Hao promptly quelled his urge to charge in. Given this, he decided to wait a little longer. Lu Hao was well aware of the provincial examination. It was, after all, the most significant competition within the Qingxian sect. At that time, the 7 mansions of Qingxian, Qingxian Mansion, Golden Light Mansion, Jade Qi Mansion, Heavenly Demon Mansion, Medicine Mansion, Refining Mansion, and Spirit Array Mansion would all participate. Every decade, the Qingxian sect held a grand resource allocation event, conducted through the provincial examination. Each mansion would dispatch their most formidable cultivators to engage in a series of contests. Ultimately, resources would be allocated proportionally based on their rankings. It could be said that the results of the provincial examination directly determined a mansion's development for the next 10 years. Initially, the Qingxian mansion was the most powerful among the sect's foundations, yet it had since fallen into decline. Only the mansion master remained capable of intimidating the other mansions. However, Master Ling was solely focused on his own cultivation, showing little interest in taking on disciples. And it wasn't until 5 years ago that he accepted Lu Hao as a disciple, and that was as a closed-door disciple. Consequently, more and more disciples gravitated towards other mansions. What could be done? What use is a strong mansion master if they do not guide others? As a result, many talented cultivators would undoubtedly refrain from coming to the Qingxian mansion. Thus, it had consistently ranked at the bottom in the provincial examination for several consecutive sessions. Were it not for Lu Hao, it is likely that they would still be at the bottom. With half a year remaining until the provincial examination, Lu Hao, having received a task from the system, felt no urgency. He could afford to wait, for he now possessed a newfound confidence, unconcerned with the passage of time. Furthermore, with the return of the provincial leader, there was no one left outside Lu Hao's courtyard, granting him a sense of tranquility. Each day, he continued to cultivate vegetables and prepare simple meals, a routine he had grown accustomed to, as he was unable to practice cultivation and needed to occupy himself. As half a year swiftly passed, Lingtian had long since emerged from his seclusion. Upon his release, he was eager to confront Yuzhua. Having advanced to the yuanying stage, he felt no fear. However, he was halted by Lu Hao, who informed his master that he was now capable of cultivating and would handle matters concerning the Jin Guang house himself. Initially skeptical, Lingtian was convinced when Lu Hao demonstrated his ability to form a core. Ultimately, he chose to allow Lu Hao to manage the situation independently. Lu Hao sought not only to exact revenge personally, but also feared that if he did not execute it with sufficient force, the system might not grant him the rewards. This task was one he was determined to complete. Chapter 6. A forceful challenge to the Jin Guang house. The location for this year's provincial examination was set at the martial arts arena of the Jin Guang house, which was now bustling with activity. Aside from Lingtian, the other 6 provincial leaders had gathered. Provincial leader Yu, I see that the disciples of Jin Guang house have made significant progress, with 3 Qi refinement stage disciples reaching the 10th level and 1 achieving full foundation establishment. It appears that the top position in this examination is undoubtedly yours. The speaker was a robust man, bare-chested and rugged in appearance, none other than Gu Shuang, the leader of the weapon refining house. Your praise is unwarranted, for I see that your weapon refining house is quite impressive as well, with each disciple brimming with ambition, making you a formidable contender for the top position. Hearing the compliments directed at him, Yujua's heart soared, though he maintained a facade of humility. Nevertheless, he was filled with confidence. For in terms of both the number and quality of disciples, Jingguang House held a distinct advantage. This time, the first place will certainly belong to Jingguang House. Yuzhua mused internally. The leader of the demon house, Yin Mo, glanced at the vacant spot nearby. I believe that Ling's provincial leader will not be present this time. After all, he has consistently landed at the bottom in previous examinations, and there is little reason for him to come and embarrass himself. However, I have heard that Lingtian took on a new disciple a few years ago. I wonder how that individual is faring now? Provincial leader Yin. You are unaware of recent developments. Lingtian's disciple is said to be a cultivator who is entirely incapable of cultivation, a true farce. Such an embarrassment tarnishes the reputation of all 7 provincial leaders. Is that so? Truly remarkable. Indeed, though I have not seen him myself. Disciples from Jingguang House went to challenge him, yet he remained shut away. If that is not a sign of cowardice, what is? Just wait and see. He will undoubtedly refrain from appearing at this provincial examination. The master of the medicine house, Yao Hongchun, retorted, I beg to differ. Perhaps Lu Hao is truly in seclusion. Yuzhua, upon hearing this, scoffed. How could a mere qi refining cultivator remain in seclusion for 5 years? Impossible. The discussion was not confined to the master. The foundation establishment and qi refining cultivators below were also speculating whether the disciple of the Ling family would make an appearance. Some even set up betting pools, wagering on Lu Hao's attendance at the house trials. However, the overwhelming consensus was that Lu Hao would not show up. Considering he had not revealed himself for over 5 years, did he not realize how the sect's disciples viewed him? If he possessed any true talent, would he remain hidden away? Consequently, most assumed Lu Hao was indeed a failure. Naturally, bets were placed on his absence. At that moment, a distinctive voice broke through the crowd. I wager 100 low-grade spirit stones that senior brother Lu will certainly come. A figure stepped forward, producing a bag of spirit stones, none other than Songjun. He firmly believed that senior brother Lu would appear. Songjun, are you not throwing your spirit stones into the abyss? That's 100 spirit stones. If that waste had any courage, he would have shown himself long ago. Not waited until now. A disciple remarked, I contribute only 10 spirit stones each month. That 100 is an astronomical sum among us. Another chimed in, if I were him, I would withdraw from the sect altogether, granting the opportunity to someone more deserving. Remaining under the master of Ling's tutelage will only tarnish his reputation. Indeed, a person who cowers in the courtyard, too afraid to face others, does not deserve to be the eldest senior brother of Qingxian sect. Such is the nature of humanity. Hearing that Lu Hao, a supposed failure, had been taken as the sole disciple by the master ignited the flames of jealousy. Thus, even those who had never encountered Lu Hao bore a certain malice and bias against him. Few remained clear-headed, as most merely echoed the gossip, embellishing it further while boasting to one another. The majority of people encountered the world not as it truly is. The martial arts arena buzzed with noise as Lu Hao departed from Qingxian sect, strolling leisurely and admiring the scenery. He finally arrived at his destination just before the house trials commenced. They had waited for half a year. What was a little longer? Look, is that Lu Hao? He actually dares to show himself? Wait, he is only at the 7th level of qi refining? Wasn't he said to be a cultivator incapable of progress? Even if he can cultivate, look at the disciples of other masters, not to mention those who have established their foundations. His cultivation is the lowest among the qi refining stage. A failure remains a failure. Senior brother Lu, over here. Songjun spotted Lu Hao approaching and leaped to wave his hand, his face beaming with excitement. He then turned to the betting disciple beside him, saying, 5-to-1 odds. You owe me 500 spirit stones. Don't forget. The betting disciple turned pale, suddenly shouting, You Qingxian sect people are utterly shameless, colluding to deceive me of my spirit stones, and that Lu Hao, what master-s disciple? He is in cahoots with others to swindle me of 500 spirit stones. Shameless. Upon hearing the remarks, those around could not help but acknowledge the validity of the statements. It was universally recognized that one would not stake 100 spirit stones on such a worthless individual. Surely, they must have lost all sense of dignity for the sake of 500 spirit stones. Consequently, a look of disdain quickly spread across the faces of the bystanders, who instinctively shifted their positions, eager to distance themselves from the followers of the Qingxian pavilion. Songjun, feeling aggrieved, felt a flush of indignation rise within him, causing his eyes to redden as he bellowed, You are spouting nonsense. I have never uttered a word to my senior brother. Huh, who would believe that? They jeered in unison. Clearly, this 500 spirit stones are nothing but a collusion. You are pushing us too far. At that moment, Lu Hao happened to walk beside Song Zhan, patting him on the shoulder and stating, "There is no need to waste your breath on them. Let our actions speak for themselves." How pretentious. From a distance, the master of the Golden Light Pavilion observed Lu Hao's arrival. A faint smile gracing his lips as he muttered, "I was concerned you might not show." He then turned to his disciple nearby and whispered a command, which the disciple promptly obeyed. The decade-long pavilion examination was finally about to commence. The various pavilions were to compete through a draw, with points allocated based on wins, losses, and draws. The results of the draw emerged swiftly, and upon glancing at the matchups, Lu Hao was taken aback to find that Qingxian Pavilion was set to face the Spirit Array Pavilion. This was unacceptable. He still had a task to fulfill. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hao rose and walked to the center of the training ground, cupping his fists towards the sect leader and inquiring, "Might I request permission to challenge all the disciples of the Golden Light Pavilion one-on-one? If victorious, would that not secure the first place in the pavilion examination?" Instantly, the previously boisterous training ground fell into an eerie silence, as disbelief reigned among the crowd. Did that worthless individual just utter such words? Ha ha ha, this is rich. He actually believes he can take on all the disciples of our sect. Who does he think he is? A mere 7th layer Qi refining stage cultivator. How utterly laughable. I once thought the master of the Ling Pavilion merely adopted a useless disciple, but it seems I was mistaken. He has taken in a fool as well. The master's reputation may be at stake. Even the sect leader was taken aback by Lu Hao's audacity, his expression shifting to one of anger as he admonished, "Lu Hao, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? This is the pavilion examination. If you intend to disrupt, then return to your Qingxian Pavilion." Chapter 7. A single strike, annihilation. It was evident that the sect leader perceived Lu Hao as nothing more than a troublemaker. "Return at once. The sect leader has spoken. Quickly depart. Do not waste time during the examination." Unbeknownst to them, the senior brother of Qingxian Pavilion was indeed an individual completely oblivious to the situation at hand. On the side of Qingxian Pavilion, witnessing their senior brother's behavior, most felt a deep sense of shame and lowered their heads. Even Song Zhan, who had always been close to Lu Hao, found himself at a loss for words, not due to a lack of faith in Lu Hao, but rather because the proposal was simply too outrageous. One person challenging an entire pavilion? Lu Hao, observing the incredulous expressions surrounding him, boldly declared, "Should anyone prevail over me, I shall willingly resign from my position as the senior brother of Qingxian Pavilion and transfer it to him." As these words left his lips, the entire venue erupted in fervor. Before the crowd could commence their challenges, the sect master bellowed, "Enough! Lu Hao, step down. I hereby declare the revocation of your participation in the examination of the Qingxian sect." His intention was to halt Lu Hao's reckless behavior, while simultaneously preserving the young man's life. "Wait," interrupted the master of the Golden Light sect. "Lu Hao is the senior brother of the Qingxian sect. Once he speaks, his word is binding. We must respect his wishes. Gong Yongqi, you shall challenge this senior brother of the Qingxian sect." "At your command, master." Amidst the throngs of people, a figure began to advance slowly. His countenance remained serene, each step seemingly imbued with an invisible pressure. As he emerged from the crowd, onlookers were captivated by his extraordinary presence. His deep-set eyes radiated authority, now coldly fixed on Lu Hao, who stood not far ahead, revealing a glimmer of mockery. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from this individual. It was unmistakably the cultivation of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. The surrounding crowd was left in stunned disbelief. How could a 10th layer Qi refiner face off against a mere 7th layer? Was this not an egregious display of bullying? Some murmured quietly. Lu Hao brought this upon himself with his insistence on challenging someone from the entire sect. He has no one to blame but himself. The white-clad figure observed Gong Yongqi, now at the 10th layer, with a slight frown, expressing displeasure as he turned to Yuzhua. "Yuzhua, is it not inappropriate to send a 10th layer against the 7th layer? I suggest we let this matter pass. We need not take the brash words of the young ones to heart." "Sectmaster." It was this young man who explicitly declared his intent to challenge the disciples of the Golden Light sect. "My disciple is naturally one of them. Why should he not rise to the challenge? If today he, leveraging his position as the senior brother of the Qingxian sect, is allowed to spout his arrogance without consequence during the examination, what value do the sect's rules hold?" Yuzhua replied with calm determination. Sighing, the sect master recognized Yuzhua's intent to retaliate against Lingtian, showing no regard for the sect master's authority. There was little he could do, for Lu Hao's arrogance was indeed excessive, leaving him feeling powerless. Gong Yongqi approached Lu Hao, his expression dripping with disdain, as if regarding a fool. Previously, I wished to take Lingtian as my master, yet he scarcely glanced in my direction. Today, he accepts you, a mere waste of space. I shall show Lingtian just how poor his judgment truly is. Lu Hao, when we engage, I shall hold nothing back. You may consider your fate sealed. Gong Yongqi's words were laced with malice, a prelude to an orchestrated accident during their duel. As he had been advised by someone from the Golden Light sect to feign a misstep that would ultimately lead to Lu Hao's demise. Lu Hao stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Gong Yongqi, and once again proclaimed with an unyielding spirit, "You are far too weak, insufficient to challenge me. You, and you, all of you, step forward. If any of you can defeat me, you shall be the heirs of Qingxian Manor." He pointed out every individual who had previously insulted him at the gate, intent on resolving the matter in one swift stroke. The arena erupted once more in fervor. He must truly be mad, alas. There is no hope left, utterly hopeless, some murmured. The head instructor stood speechless, as if to say, if you wish to court disaster, then so be it. Yuzhuo regarded Lu Hao as one might observe a corpse, waving his hand to summon all those Lu Hao had called out to ascend the stage. 1 against over 100. Lu Hao regarded the crowd of more than 100 with a calm demeanor. The expressions of Gong Yongqi and the others reflected a mixture of 3 parts anger and 7 parts incredulity. They were incensed. How dare a worthless fool look at us with such disdain? We shall see if you can keep your eyes open for long. Instantly, the energy emanating from their hands intensified. The match commenced. No sooner had the words left the announcer's lips than Gong Yongqi surged forward, his technique reaching its zenith. Thundercloud flash. In that fleeting moment, a bolt of violet gold lightning erupted from Gong Yongqi's hand, resembling a mighty dragon, bearing an overwhelming force as it raced toward Lu Hao. The air crackled with piercing shrieks wherever the lightning passed. All eyes were riveted on the soaring bolt. This was the ultimate move of the advanced yellow tier technique, Thundercloud Decision. Gong Yongqi was ruthless, attacking a practitioner at the 7th level with the strength of one at the 10th. Such a strike was intended to kill. How could he be so arrogant and face such consequences? It could only be said to be self-inflicted. Lu Hao observed the impending attack with a serene expression, entirely unfazed. To him, the lightning moved slower than a crawling snail. He made no effort to strategize. Instead, he merely summoned 1/10,000th of his strength, concentrating it in his right hand, and then slowly swatted it outward. To the other disciples, this appeared no different than madness. Even those at the 10th level of Qi refinement would need to exert their utmost against such a lethal strike. What did he think he was doing with a mere wave? Even Song Zhan, who had always trusted Lu Hao, and several disciples of Qingxian Manor turned pale. They could not help but shout in alarm, "Senior brother Lu, be careful." Lu Hao seemed oblivious to their concerns. He remained motionless until the lightning was nearly upon him, at which point he raised his palm and executed a sweeping motion. Bang! A resounding explosion followed by a crisp clap echoed as Gong Yongqi's attack was dispersed, and Lu Hao's palm landed squarely on his face. In an instant, half of Gong Yongqi's visage appeared as though it had been struck by a mighty hammer, swelling up dramatically. Blood erupted violently, splattering through the air in vivid crimson arcs, cascading down to the ground. His teeth were sent flying by Lu Hao's slap, some even embedding deeply into the earth. Subsequently, he soared backward like a kite severed from its string, hurtling several dozen meters before crashing heavily onto the floor. On the ground, Gong Yongqi lay gasping for breath, his body convulsing, each inhalation a struggle. His once handsome visage was now grotesquely disfigured, evoking both pity and dread in those who beheld him. It was evident that he was beyond salvation. Silence. A profound, death-like silence. Chapter 8. Crushing the arena, mission accomplished. The entire assembly on the stage, including the sect leader and various lords, stood in stunned disbelief. By heaven, can you believe this? A mere 7th layer Qi refinement practitioner has killed a 10th layer one in the grand competition? This is utterly inconceivable. Yet, what followed was even more unfathomable. Having commenced his assault, Lu Hao showed no signs of halting. His movements were akin to a specter, rendering him invisible to the spectators. The only sounds that pierced the air were the sharp cracks of slaps echoing around. With each resounding smack, figures soared into the sky, only to crash down like dumplings. Lu Hao adjusted his strength according to their level of provocation. Those who merely mocked him suffered injuries, while those who insulted him met their demise, much like Gong Yongqi. Before long, only Lu Hao remained on the stage. Wasn't he supposed to be an incapable waste? How was he able to achieve this? Whoever dared to label him as such, stepped forward. "I assure you, I won't kill you," he declared. "I have long asserted that with Lord Ling's discerning eye. How could he possibly accept a mere failure? Yet you still doubt it." Indeed, before Lu Hao even made a move, others called him a waste. Seeing was believing, while hearing was often misleading. The tide of opinion regarding Lu Hao shifted almost instantaneously. Those from Qingxian sect were equally stunned, unable to fathom that their senior brother could be so formidable. It took them a moment to collect themselves before erupting in cheers. Wow, brother Lu Hao is amazing. Lu Hao, our brother. Who would have thought our senior brother was this powerful? Qingxian sect is about to soar. The young scions of Jingguang sect, beware. On the stage, the leader of Jingguang sect stared blankly at the pitiful sight of Gong Yongqi, disbelief etched across his features. His fury surged uncontrollably, compelling him to strike the table in wrath. You heartless little brat. How dare you directly slay numerous disciples of the Golden Light Mansion? Such audacity. If your master has failed to teach you, allow me to take on that role and impart some lessons to you. With that, Yuzhua swiftly soared towards Lu Hao. However, Lu Hao had no intention of merely observing. He surged forward and delivered a devastating strike. Yuzhua, who had just regained his footing, crumpled to the ground, his neck twisting a full 720 degrees. It was evident that he was irrevocably deceased. Silence reigned. An eerie, deathly stillness enveloped the scene. All eyes were transfixed, staring vacantly at the figure clad in white robes, standing calmly at the center, exuding an air of elegance and composure. My heavens! Who was this individual that had been so effortlessly dispatched? The Lord of the Golden Light Mansion. A figure renowned not only within the Qingxian sect, but throughout the entirety of Nansu City. And who was Lu Hao? Merely an obscure character. Insignificant enough that without being taken as a disciple by Lingtian, he would not even have the right to stand there. Yet, this seemingly inconsequential individual had just annihilated a long-established powerhouse with a single strike. It was surreal. Everyone present, including the sect leader and Lingtian, who observed from the shadows, felt as though they were caught in a dream. This was utterly outrageous, beyond comprehension. Disregarding the astonishment surrounding him, Lu Hao turned to the sect leader, his expression serene as he clasped his fists together and inquired, Sect leader, would this be considered securing the top position in the mansion as trials? The sect leader, taken aback, could scarcely process the situation. You've just eliminated the Lord of the Golden Light Mansion, and you dare ask if you are first in the trials? If I were to say you are not, would you then turn your wrath upon me as well? Having encountered individuals with a penchant for bravado, he had never before encountered someone so audacious. After a moment of incredulity, the sect leader composed himself, attempting to recover from the shattering of his worldview, and proclaimed, I hereby declare the victor of this mansion trial to be the Qingxian Mansion. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, the Eye of Shattering Delusions. A millennium of cultivation. The Eye of Shattering Delusions allows the user to perceive the identities and cultivation levels of individuals up to 2 major realms below them, discern whether they are at a bottleneck, and see through any illusions or fog. Lu Hao felt a refreshing sensation in his eyes and turned his gaze towards the crowd. By Daoran, sect leader of Qingxian sect. Early stage of the nascent soul, at a bottleneck. Yao Hongchuan, head of the medicinal division of Qingxian sect, late stage of the golden core, at a bottleneck. Yan Mo, lord of the heavenly demon mansion, perfected golden core, at a bottleneck. Song Zhan, disciple of Qingxian mansion, 5th layer of qi refinement, at a bottleneck. As Lu Hao scrutinized each individual, he paused momentarily upon glancing at a disciple from Yuqi mansion, hastily shifting his gaze away. Mu Siyuan, reincarnated celestial. Currently in the early stage of illusory void, not at a bottleneck. With no time to ponder further, the millennium of cultivation surged into Lu Hao's body, and he began to break through instantaneously. Mid-stage of divine transformation. Late stage of divine transformation. Perfected divine transformation. Congratulations, host, for advancing to the illusory void stage. Early stage of illusory void. Host has advanced to the mid-stage of illusory void. The current cultivation return has concluded. Lu Hao composed himself, his excitement bubbling over as he announced, it's time for the Qingxian manor to return home. Absolutely. Brother Lu, you are simply magnificent. Song Zhan exclaimed loudly, not forgetting to remind the disciple who had opened the session, you owe 500 spirit stones. Don't forget. Upon hearing this, the disciple's face turned ashen. Great. That's 10 stones a month for 50 months. Over 4 years worth of spirit stones, just like that. How am I supposed to survive? Yet, he dared not default. For after witnessing Lu Hao's prowess, he wouldn't have the audacity to evade payment even with 100 lives. After Lu Hao and the Qingxian Manor personnel departed, the examination continued. After all, the rankings had yet to be finalized, although the Jingguang Manor members had already vacated the premises. With the Manor Lord and dozens of others gone, should they not hasten back to prepare for the aftermath? Many pondered silently, feeling disheartened as they left the martial arts arena, some limping behind, injured. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Hao glanced at the system. Host, Lu Hao cultivation level, Mid-stage refining void beloved friends. Can bind partner. 1 can bind disciples. 2 can bind master. 0. Master Lingtian bound. Can bind close friends. 1 cultivation techniques. Heavenly spirit decision. Great perfection. Muscle transformation classic. Great perfection. Demon transformation decision. Great perfection. Great heavenly creation palm. Great perfection. Sword ascending 9 heavens decision. Great perfection. Click to expand. Magical artifacts. Map of mountains and rivers. Qiankuan cauldron. Celestial festivities. Panga banner. Innate 5 directions flag. Heaven and earth mystical tower. Bitter sea. Golden lotus. Click to expand. Special physique. None special ability. I have breaking illusions points. 0 daily breakthrough attempts. 100 tasks. None. What a relief. I've reached the mid-stage of refining void. Lying beneath the tree, Lu Hao recalled the individual he had seen previously and inquired, System, what is the deal with that reincarnated person? Greetings, host. Reincarnation refers to a highly powerful individual who, upon sustaining grave injuries, re-enters the cycle of life before their death, living again. However, reincarnation carries risks. Typically, only those who reach a higher realm can awaken their memories. If they perish before awakening, it signifies the failure of their reincarnation. Chapter 9. Awakening to find a celestial reincarnate at my doorstep. Lu Hao reminisced about the figure he had encountered. Mu Siyuan, a celestial reincarnate. Currently at the early stage of refining void, not yet facing a bottleneck. When Lu Hao first beheld him, he felt a tinge of fear. Considering he had only just entered the transformation of spirit stage, he was uncertain whether the reincarnated individual possessed hidden abilities. What if he were to be struck down by a mere disciple? Who would he turn to for justice then? Thankfully, he had now attained the mid-stage of refining void and should have no reason to fear him. But wait, Lu Hao suddenly jolted with alarm. That person is a celestial reincarnate. What if he possesses some extraordinary secret technique? A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril. Having persevered for 5 years, he could not afford to be careless and lose everything. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Moments ago, I must have appeared rather ostentatious. Surely he has noticed me. What if he approaches me? No, that won't do. The place I reside is merely a formation arranged by my master, lacking in security. I must hasten to strengthen it. Subsequently, the yard echoed with the hurried sounds of metal clashing. After a flurry of activity, Lu Hao clapped his hands, pondering whether it was sufficient. He then stretched lazily and turned back to resume his slumber. It became evident that Lu Hao's intuition was correct. Mu Siyuan had indeed taken note of him. Furthermore, he had awakened the memories of his past life. In his previous existence, Mu Siyuan was a paragon of the upper realm, commanding a vast continent with cultivation that resonated through the ages. Having reached the celestial realm, countless cultivators followed him, and his presence instilled awe throughout the entire upper realm. All practitioners on the continent bowed before him. Those who resisted had long since entered the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, on another continent, a rival emerged, equally extraordinary, harboring ambitions to annex Mu Siyuan's domain, igniting a cataclysmic war between the two realms. That great battle was marked by chaos, with skies darkening and landscapes upheaving. Portions of the continent were submerged. Countless cultivators perished far from their homeland, giving rise to innumerable heroic legends. However, in the end, Mu Siyuan miscalculated, betrayed by his most trusted general, resulting in severe injury and a reluctant choice to reincarnate. Yet, his adversary did not relent. Although reincarnation offered a new beginning, it could not alter the essence of one's soul. Thus began a grand search, spanning from the upper realm to the lower realms and even the northern wilderness. With his memories regained upon breaking through to the void refinement stage, he grew increasingly cautious, refraining from acting recklessly lest his soul's aura be detected. Despite his current prowess in the void refinement stage, facing his former opponent could prove perilous, as a mere breath from them could lead to his demise. Thus, this esteemed paragon, ruler of a continent, found himself coerced into reincarnating as a mere disciple of a minor sect, quietly striving to restore his cultivation. He aspired for the day he could reclaim his rightful place in the upper realm and retrieve all that belonged to him. However, dwelling in such a humble locale, devoid of opportunities, fortune, or rare resources, his recovery was painfully slow. The prospect of returning to his former glory seemed a distant dream, with the greater likelihood being the exhaustion of his lifespan, fading away amidst his grievances. He continually sought every possible means to restore his cultivation. Upon witnessing Lu Hao's actions, Mu Siyuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With his discerning gaze, he immediately recognized that Lu Hao's true strength was at least at the transformation stage. Achieving such cultivation at a young age in the northern wilderness indicated that he must have encountered extraordinary fortune. If he could seize that fortune, would it not expedite his recovery? Furthermore, after claiming the fortune, he could easily recruit Lu Hao as a subordinate. With Lu Hao's cultivation, he could undoubtedly seek greater fortunes in this desolate northern wasteland, thereby accelerating his recovery. As for whether he could subdue Lu Hao, this reincarnated prodigy had little concern. With his void refinement cultivation, combined with the techniques and bloodline from his past life, he was confident that he was invincible within the void refinement stage. Even when facing those in the Great Ascension stage, he believed he could contend for 30,000 rounds. Truly exceptional individuals possess the ability to battle beyond their rank. As for the higher tribulation stage, in this barren land, the likelihood of encountering one was nearly non-existent. On a moonless night, after tending to his garden, Lu Hao retired to bed. Although at his level of cultivation, he had transcended the need for food and sleep. As a model youth of the new era, how could he forsake meals and rest? That would be tantamount to taking his life. A furtive figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. It was Mu Siyuan. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no immediate danger, and noticing the peacefully slumbering Lu Hao. He sighed in relief, recognizing that even if a cultivator in this remote area were to stumble upon fortuitous treasures and ascend to the god transformation stage, their lack of vigilance was alarmingly poor. Such negligence would not allow one to survive long in my era, Mu Siyuan mused, shaking his head. With a determined step, he ventured forth. Boom. A resounding noise echoed in Mu Siyuan's ears, and he quickly glanced around, realizing he had been drawn into an isolated space. Where am I? He shouted in astonishment. This space spanned 100 miles, devoid of any life or spiritual energy. No one could survive in this realm, as they would inevitably perish when the energy dissipated. Mu Siyuan soon grasped this dire reality. Without further hesitation, he flew to the edge of the space, channeling his energy and unleashing a powerful punch. Yet the surrounding space remained utterly unperturbed. Astonishingly, his expelled energy was absorbed by this realm. Another punch was met with the same result. Fear gripped Mu Siyuan. Had that individual come for him? He did not suspect Lu Hao at all. Such a level of artifact must belong to the Tao stage, if not the immortal stage. These were exceedingly rare in the upper realms and utterly impossible in the lower realms. In his panic, Mu Siyuan revealed his full strength. The bloodline of the Underworld Emperor surged forth. Fury unleashed. The celestial immortal technique activated. With all three powers combined, Mu Siyuan's aura skyrocketed to the mid-tier of the Great Ascension stage, and he struck upwards with a tremendous punch. Terrifying. The space trembled violently, on the brink of collapse, as if it would shatter at any moment. Yet, it ultimately stabilized once more. Mu Siyuan was frantic. He could not remain passive in this situation. Break for me. He unleashed a barrage of over 100 punches. At last, with a resounding crash, Mu Siyuan shattered the barrier and beheld the celestial expanse outside. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a formation disk suddenly illuminated the ground beneath him. This disk was also a precious artifact. As it spun, several chains of law surged forth, ensnaring his limbs. Astonishingly, these chains could absorb the power of law from within him. What was this? Release me. Mu Siyuan once again summoned all his strength, yet these chains proved even more tenacious than the previous treasure. For a full half-hour, he exerted tremendous effort before finally shattering the chains. After 2 explosive outbursts, Mu Siyuan felt utterly exhausted, barely able to maintain his balance in the air. Overcome by fatigue, he descended to the ground to rest. Yet, the moment his feet touched the earth, a terrifying force began to draw him down, as if intent on pulling him into the very ground itself. In his heart, Mu Siyuan cursed vehemently. Damn it, not again. But he had no time to ponder the situation further. Instinctively, he crawled desperately towards the courtyard. If someone were to observe from above at that moment, they would see a tattered figure writhing and crawling on the dark ground, seemingly expending every ounce of energy, despite the surrounding emptiness rendering his actions perplexing. In truth, the moment Mu Siyuan stepped into the courtyard, the artifacts laid by Lu Hao were triggered. Lu Hao had taken precautions, setting up over 1,000 arrays and treasures within this courtyard. Anyone with a cultivation level too high would activate them. Given the sheer number of these artifacts, even a celestial being would find it challenging to pass through unscathed. Thus, Mu Siyuan struggled to survive in this place, while Lu Hao slumbered peacefully inside. Finally, after much effort, Mu Siyuan managed to crawl out. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a golden lotus rose up, enveloping him completely. Cursed. Mu Siyuan could not help but exclaim in frustration. At that moment, he had no strength left to resist, realizing he had once again been confined. He resigned himself to his fate, feeling utterly drained. After a while, he discovered that this golden lotus was merely a means of confinement, allowing him to exhale in relief. Reflecting on his previous inhumane experiences, He could not help but feel a surge of sorrow. How could a proud scion of the abyss, a descendant of the bloodline of the underworld emperor, be subjected to such ridicule? Ah, how bitter this is. After a bout of venting his frustrations, Mu Siyuan suddenly deflated, collapsing onto the ground, motionless. In the morning, Lu Hao awoke feeling refreshed and sang a merry tune as he approached the door, ready to embrace the day with a cheerful disposition. Today, the common folk are truly joyful. Upon opening the door, however, Lu Hao was taken aback to find a beggar sprawled at his doorstep. Mu Siyuan, startled awake, gazed at Lu Hao in astonishment, realizing that all the tribulations he had endured the previous night were due to this drowsy youth before him. It was not that individual who located him. Rather, he yearned to retaliate with a swift kick. Unfortunately, he remained ensnared within this golden lotus. Lu Hao gazed at Mu Siyuan, and in the silence, he ruminated, coming to a realization. The other party had undoubtedly contemplated strategies to harm him the previous night, only to find himself ensnared by his own magical array. Fortunately, I exercised caution and was well prepared. Otherwise, how perilous it would have been. At that moment, Mu Siyuan spoke. Young friend, might you release me? You stealthily approached last night with intentions to harm me, and now you seek my mercy? Have you lost your senses? With that, Lu Hao delivered a resounding slap. Mu Siyuan, taken aback, let out a piercing scream. The pain was excruciating. Lu Hao, feeling unsatisfied with just the slap, unleashed a torrent of blows upon him. The cries echoed throughout Qingxian Peak. Let this be a lesson. Never offend those you ought not to. After venting his frustrations, Lu Hao prepared to deliver a final, decisive blow to eliminate any future threats. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. Ding, detected the presence of a reincarnated celestial being near the host. It is advisable for the host to consider taking him as a disciple. Once he returns to his former glory, the host will receive a 10,000-fold return of power. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Hao froze, halting his lethal intent. The system was indeed correct. He was a reincarnated celestial, which meant he might very well regain his celestial status. If I were to accept him as my disciple, then when he breaks through to celestial rank, I would receive an unimaginable surge of power. Would I not then be invincible, soaring above all? My goodness, this is truly a leap to greatness. Chapter 10. Lu Hao takes a disciple, his first apprentice. With this thought in mind, Lu Hao beamed at the trapped Mu Siyuan, as if he were gazing upon a boundless reservoir of cultivation potential. You trespassed into my abode, and administering a beating seems a fair exchange. Mu Siyuan, still dazed from the beating, was rendered speechless. Yet, he had sensed Lu Hao's murderous intent moments prior. Why was he now smiling at him? Could it be that he harbored ulterior motives? However, should you wish for me to spare you, it is contingent upon fulfilling a request of mine. Mu Siyuan's heart sank. But upon hearing a glimmer of hope for survival, he quickly replied, What does my friend desire? I shall grant whatever I possess. What could you possibly offer? Merely worthless trinkets, Lu Hao remarked, his gaze appraising Mu Siyuan. In truth, compared to Lu Hao's current wealth, those items were indeed trivial. With an unusual glint in his eyes, Lu Hao slowly articulated, I want you to become my disciple. At the sound of those words, Mu Siyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. I am a formidable cultivator of the void refinement stage, revered by thousands, a paragon of unparalleled talent, and a descendant of the bloodline of the underworld emperor. How could I endure such indignity? In Mu Siyuan's mind, a mere god transformation cultivator, relying on some artifacts and formations to capture him, could never command his respect. He resolved that, if necessary, he would abandon this body and begin his cultivation anew. In his previous life, Mu Siyuan, a formidable celestial being, naturally possessed certain techniques for creating avatars. Currently, one of his avatars resided in an exceptionally concealed locale. The reason he was reluctant to end his own life stemmed from the arduous nature of cultivation in such a dilapidated place. He did not wish to start from scratch. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Siyuan gritted his teeth and declared, Friend, I am willing to offer you a celestial-level cultivation technique, provided that you grant me mercy. Initially taken aback, Lu Hao questioned whether he had misheard. A technique? Do I even need a technique? Observing Lu Hao's reaction, Mu Siyuan assumed that he had astonished him, thus altering his demeanor. Indeed, if you release me, I shall bestow upon you a celestial-level technique. I can assure you that such a technique is unparalleled, not just in the northern wilderness, but across all other great continents. If you desire this technique, hasten to accept this golden lotus and set me free. I, Mu Siyuan, am a man of my word and shall not renege. Lu Hao fell silent, prompting Mu Siyuan to add, I warn you, the technique resides within my memory. Should you slay me, you shall gain nothing. Lu Hao grasped the situation. It appeared that this individual sought to barter the celestial technique for his freedom. Truthfully, he nearly laughed aloud. Did he seem like someone in need of such a technique? His own techniques could easily serve as kindling. To dissuade Mu Siyuan from his intentions and expedite his acceptance of an apprenticeship, Lu Hao opened the system's spatial compartment and produced a sack brimming with techniques. Is this what you intend to offer me? Lu Hao hurled the sack before Mu Siyuan, and in an instant, the techniques emanated a terrifying aura, with vibrant beams shooting skyward. This spectacle provoked celestial phenomena, though the unparalleled formation within the Qingfeng courtyard forcibly subdued it. Nevertheless, the transformation left Mu Siyuan utterly astonished. The sack contained an overwhelming quantity of techniques, numerous celestial and even imperial level ones. The sheer volume of supreme techniques rendered Mu Siyuan's mind awhirl, plunging him into a state of bewilderment. After a brief pause, he gasped in disbelief and stammered, This, a sack full of exquisite techniques? This is impossible. I have never even heard of such a plethora in my past life. It must be a fabrication, a deceit. This is surely an illusion. Whether it is real or not, you know it well enough. There is no need for me to clarify, Lu Hao retorted coldly. Perhaps you should reconsider? Should you choose to become my disciple, these techniques can be yours to peruse freely, allowing you to select those you wish to cultivate. Lu Hao remained indifferent, having learned all the techniques the moment he acquired them. Meanwhile, Mu Siyuan found himself ensnared in profound conflict, contemplating whether to accept this individual as his mentor. Observing his calligraphy, it is highly likely that he is a concealed, formidable figure. However, his cultivation seems to hover around the level of transformation. Such prowess would not even grant him the privilege of an audience in my past life. Have you made your decision? You have 3 more seconds. If you choose not to become my disciple, then meet your demise. Lu Hao, having extended his sincerity, gradually began to lose his patience. He is a man of spontaneity. If necessary, he would not hesitate to eliminate him and simply seek another disciple. His restraint was solely due to the system's reminder. Otherwise, he would have acted without hesitation. 3, 2. Lu Hao raised his hand, ready to strike. Wait, master. Disciple wishes to pay respects to you. Very well, very well. My obedient disciple, rise. Lu Hao said with a smile, waving his hand to retract the golden lotus, slightly shaking his right hand as a spell shot into Mu Siyuan's body. Mu Siyuan remained completely unaware. Select a few techniques from this repository to cultivate. And here is a heavenly grade magical artifact for your protection. Lu Hao had no concerns about Mu Siyuan reneging. He had already imprinted a mother-child mark within him. Should Mu Siyuan entertain any disloyal thoughts, Lu Hao could extinguish his life in an instant. Thank you, master. Mu Siyuan was overwhelmed with excitement, astonished that the imperial-level techniques he had never even glimpsed in his previous life were now laid before him. He chose 2 imperial-level techniques and gazed at the magical artifact in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. I cannot believe this benevolent master treats me so well. Now, you may withdraw. Remember to cultivate diligently and reach your previous life's level. What? Mu Siyuan exclaimed in shock. Master, you. Lu Hao, puzzled, inquired. What is the matter? Why such astonishment? Regaining his composure, Mu Siyuan replied. Does master know I am a reincarnation? Oh, that is something I naturally know. Lu Hao smiled, his eyes glinting as he gazed at Mu Siyuan. Remember, following me will never lead to your detriment. Yes, master. Mu Siyuan was profoundly astonished. Lu Hao was indeed aware of his reincarnation, a secret he had guarded closely. This seemingly unassuming master was truly unfathomable. Having accepted a disciple, Lu Hao swiftly turned his attention to the system. Host, Lu Hao cultivation level. Mid-stage of transformation, beloved friends. Combined Dao partner. 1. Combined disciples. 2. Combined master. 0. Already bound to master Lingtian. Combined close friends. 1. Cultivated techniques. Heavenly spirit decision, great perfection. Muscle transformation classic, great perfection. Demon transformation decision, great perfection. Great creation palm, great perfection. Sword ruling the 9 heavens decision, great perfection. Click 2. Expand magical artifacts. Map of mountains and rivers. Cauldron of heaven and earth. Celebration clouds of the heavens. Panga banner. Primordial 5 directions flag. Exquisite tower of heaven and earth. Sea of suffering. Golden lotus. Click to expand special physique. None special ability. I have illusions breaking points. 0 daily breakthrough attempts. 100 tasks. None? Why are there no binding options? Did I not just accept a disciple? Greetings, esteemed host. It is essential to cultivate a sufficient level of intimacy before binding, as forcibly acquiring disciples will not allow for such an affiliation with this system, nor will they be eligible for the promised tenfold returns. It is advisable for the host to foster an emotional bond with their apprentice to meet the binding criteria. Alas, how frustrating. Lu Hao could no longer contain his exasperation. After toiling tirelessly to acquire a celestial disciple, he discovered that binding was unattainable. Such a predicament seems to mock the honest and diligent. Initially, Lu Hao intended to utilize him merely as a tool for advancement. However, it appears that the disciple must genuinely acknowledge him as a master from the depths of his heart. Yet, persuading a celestial powerhouse to wholeheartedly submit is indeed a formidable challenge. In his previous life, Mu Siyuan commanded hundreds of celestial beings, and here he was, merely at the void refinement stage. What a dilemma! Nevertheless, he felt no urgency. After all, haste makes waste. Binding would occur in due time, and if it did not, it would not be of great consequence. He had ample time to nurture this relationship slowly. Upon returning to the Yuchi mansion, Mu Siyuan eagerly retrieved the 2 imperial-level manuals, the 9 Heavens Profound Art and the Longevity Sutra. The more he perused these texts, the more astonished he became. These were imperial-level techniques, unparalleled even in his previous life, where the pinnacle of his practice was merely of the celestial tier. He had never even laid eyes upon imperial-level methods. Had he possessed one of these in his past, he would have easily subdued his adversaries, and he would not have found himself in such a dire situation now. The existence of such extraordinary opportunities in a mere minor sect left him in disbelief. Was this providence granting him a chance to reclaim all he had lost? Within the Qingxian mansion stood a colossal tree, possibly thousands of years old, so vast that it would take 10 adults to encircle it completely. Beneath this tree lay a recliner, upon which Lu Hao rested with closed eyes, savoring tranquility. Seasons changed, and Lu Hao had spent 3 more years within the Qingxian mansion. His life during this time had been remarkably monotonous. Each day revolved around eating, farming, sleeping, and tending to a few chickens and ducks. He rarely ventured beyond the confines of the mansion. In Lu Hao's words, having crossed over and received a system, why not indulge in leisure when the opportunity presented itself? Moreover, for 3 consecutive years, the system had not issued any tasks, and with no means to cultivate. Lying idle was his only recourse. The Qingxian mansion of 3 years past bore little resemblance to its current state. The number of disciples had swelled to nearly 50,000, restoring the mansion to its rightful position as the foremost of the 7 sections. Most disciples had joined Qingxian mansion primarily due to Lu Hao's reputation. After all, who could forget the legendary tale of how the eldest disciple of Qingxian mansion had single-handedly vanquished the former leader of the Jingguang mansion? The disciples now regarded Lu Hao with almost reverent awe. Some claimed he was a reincarnated celestial being, while others believed he was sent by the heavens to rejuvenate the Qingxian sect. There were even whispers that Lu Hao himself was a great power, merely experiencing life within the sect. At the outset, those who sought to pay homage to Lu Hao or become his disciples formed an extensive queue. However, Lu Hao showed no interest whatsoever and refused to meet with any of them. Observing this, the crowd gradually dispersed. Such matters held little significance for Lu Hao, who seldom ventured outside. His excursions typically involved procuring ingredients, culinary seasonings, and vegetable seeds. In this world, only cultivators who reached the golden core stage could abstain from food. Thus the realm still offered a plethora of delectable cuisine. Of course, Lu Hao had reaped certain rewards over the past 3 years. Through his persistent attendance and diligence, his collection of treasures had grown exponentially. He possessed an entire repository of celestial-grade techniques, an arsenal of divine weapons, a trove of miraculous elixirs, and a storehouse of rare materials. Yet, these possessions proved futile, as the only individual capable of utilizing them was Mu Siyuan. The others around him were unable to even practice the most rudimentary techniques or wield basic artifacts. And the potency of the elixirs was so intense that consumption would lead to an immediate and fatal explosion of their bodies. Consequently, Lu Hao had no choice but to let them accumulate dust. He dared not display the entirety of his treasure, for a common man is innocent. Yet the possession of beauty invites envy. He was still far from invincibility. Chapter 11. My esteemed master, you are finally ready to break through. Amidst the lush green mountains, where the verdant peaks glistened, clouds as white as snow floated gracefully, soft as cotton candy. Occasionally, flocks of birds darted across the sky, flapping their wings and producing melodious chirps, seemingly expressing their joy and elation to the world. At this moment, Lu Hao lay comfortably beneath a grand tree in his garden, eyes closed, savoring the cool shade. The ancient tree, with its dense foliage, shielded him from the scorching sun, allowing only a few gentle rays of light to filter through the leaves, dappling his form. A gentle breeze wafted by, bringing with it refreshing coolness. All of this rendered Lu Hao particularly content and relaxed. Suddenly, he sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes, a wave of uncontrollable joy illuminating his face. In the next instant, Lu Hao's figure flickered and he vanished without a trace. At Qingxian Mansion, the residence of the Lord, Lingtian had just concluded a period of cultivation. He had finally encountered the bottleneck of the early nascent soul stage, and to his surprise, even a slight advancement within the nascent soul realm proved exceedingly arduous. Lingtian let out a soft sigh and remarked, "Lu Hao, my dear disciple, do hasten to reach the bottleneck. I yearn for progress in my cultivation." Since his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, Lingtian had devoted over 4 years entirely to cultivation, neglecting all affairs of Qingshan Mansion and abstaining from participating in any activities, truly embodying the essence of a cultivation fanatic. Just moments ago, he had encountered the initial bottleneck, prompting him to cease his training and check on the progress of his disciple. Stretching lazily, as Lingtian prepared to rise, he noticed a figure appear at the doorway, cheerfully entering with 2 roasted chickens and 2 gourds of wine. Who else could it be but Lu Hao? "Master, these are the free-range chickens I raised myself. Today, I specially roasted a few to share with you. Additionally, I brought along some wine that I brewed myself for your tasting." Upon catching the delightful aroma of the roasted meat and wine, Lingtian's appetite surged. Indeed, the path of cultivation is both the most fascinating and the most tedious endeavor in the world. After a prolonged period of seclusion, his mouth felt parched. "Ha, Howard, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I was just about to visit you, yet here you are. What a coincidence." "Of course, it is a coincidence. For the past 3 years, I have eagerly awaited your progress. If you do not advance, then my own cultivation has stagnated for 3 years. Lu Hao silently scoffed, then smiled at his master and exclaimed, "Cheers." Lingtian gulped down a hearty swig of wine, tearing into a chicken leg with fervor. Delicious. After consuming a roasted chicken, Lingtian contentedly patted his belly, just about to say something when an inexplicable surge of energy suddenly flooded into his body. The force of this energy violently assaulted the constraints of the early Yuan-ing stage, breaking through the bottleneck he had just perceived in mere moments. Lingtian directly ascended to the mid-Yuan-ing stage. This unexpected breakthrough left Lingtian utterly bewildered, glancing at the chicken bones in his hand and the gourd of wine. He wondered if he had consumed some miraculous elixir. Although he could not fathom it, a breakthrough is ultimately a positive occurrence. After consolidating his newfound strength, he continued to drink with Lu Hao. Just as Lingtian experienced his breakthrough, a wave of energy surged into Lu Hao's body. Though the scale was nowhere near that of the previous 2 times, Lu Hao patiently awaited the results. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the late refining void stage. This time, the 10,000-fold return of cultivation has concluded, granting you 10,000 points. Is that all? Why does the system only offer such a meager amount of cultivation? The cultivation that has already been returned will not be returned again. This return consists of the 10,000-fold cultivation from the early to mid-Yuan-ing stage." "Now I see." Lu Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. He had initially hoped to bask in the fruits of his master's cultivation for a lifetime. But it seemed that was not to be. He would have to devise a way to earn cultivation on his own. Waiting for his master to break through could take an eternity. As for the points, Lu Hao possessed far too many treasures to concern himself with them. "Howard, what's the matter? Drinking?" Lu Hao, momentarily lost in thought during his breakthrough, was roused by his master's voice. "It's nothing, master. I just thought of something delightful. Let's continue drinking." Lu Hao composed himself and took another hearty swig of wine. "Master, do you not feel weary from your relentless cultivation? Shouldn't you allow yourself some respite? How could cultivation be tiring? A cultivator's life is so long. One must continuously cultivate and break through. Only then can one ascend to higher realms and experience the more resplendent and boundless expanses of the universe. During my secluded cultivation, I do not feel loneliness or desolation, but rather an unending fervor and determination. With each session of cultivation, one can truly sense the gradual elevation of their own abilities. The profound joy emanating from the depths of one's heart is something that others may never fully comprehend." Lingtian said with a smile, "However, after taking you as my disciple, I have come to realize that having someone by my side as I grow older is indeed a wonderful thing. For the first half of my life, I was wholly absorbed in cultivation, deeming companions and disciples as inconsequential, for self-cultivation was paramount. It was only upon meeting you that I discovered the simple pleasure of sharing conversations, and enjoying a drink with a disciple is one of life's great delights. Come, let us drink." The 2 of them raised their gourd and downed all the wine in one go, both feeling slightly intoxicated. Typically, cultivators tend to suppress their powers during such merry occasions. Otherwise, with Lu Hao's prowess, he would remain impervious to the effects of alcohol, no matter how much he consumed. Lu Hao shook the empty gourd and retrieved 2 more from his storage bag, handing one to Lingtian. "Master, if you were to attain a high level of cultivation, what would you wish to do?" Lingtian replied, "If I were to achieve great prowess, I would want to explore this world, visiting the most prosperous lands in the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest. I long to experience the bustling vibrancy of those places. and even dream of crossing the demon-slaying sea to reach the distant eastern continent, to behold the breathtaking landscapes of the world, to savor the finest wines, and to indulge in exquisite delicacies. Such experiences would render this life truly worthwhile. As he spoke, Lingtian grew increasingly animated. Listening beside him, Lu Hao felt a twinge of yearning. Having resided in this realm for so long, he realized he had mostly remained within the confines of the sect. With so many places yet to explore, he too desired the opportunity to witness the world's splendor. Would he ever have the chance to experience such grandeur in this lifetime? Time was still on his side, for now. He thought it best to wait within the sect until it flourished. Ha ha, I merely spoke offhandedly. What I present to you now is a treasured vintage I have kept for many years. I underwent great sacrifices to acquire it in the past, and today I share it with my disciple. What joy, what joy! The mentor and disciple continued their banter, drinking until the sun dipped below the horizon. Only then did Lu Hao rise to bid farewell and return to his abode. Before departing, Lu Hao presented his master with an imperial-grade cultivation technique, cautioning him to keep it secret. Imperial grade? What level is that? Lingtian was utterly astonished. Where did this imperial-grade technique come from? Lu Hao, unsure how to explain, could only respond vaguely. It's simply an exceptionally powerful technique. Just practice it. Rest assured, your disciple would never harm you. Very well. I trust you implicitly, Lingtian replied. Shortly thereafter, Lu Hao took his leave. Observing his disciple's departing figure, Lingtian murmured to himself, my disciple is surely extraordinary. To have such a student in my lifetime is truly a fulfillment of my aspirations. Lingtian had long sensed the uniqueness of his disciple, though he remained unaware of the reasons behind his initial inability to cultivate. Nonetheless, whether it was the incident involving the swift demise of the Golden Light Pavilion's master or Lu Hao's consecutive breakthroughs after their meeting, the signs of his disciple's exceptional nature were unmistakable, especially the imperial-level technique bestowed upon him. It became evident to Lingtian that his disciple was indeed extraordinary. After Lu Hao departed, he reflected on his celestial reincarnated disciple and instantaneously arrived at the Yuqi Manor. Master, what brings you here today? Mu Siyuan quickly rose, noticing that Lu Hao's aura had become even more unfathomable. Out of sheer idleness, I thought I would check on your progress in cultivation. Lu Hao activated his broken illusion heavenly eye. Mu Siyuan, a celestial reincarnation, currently at the mid-stage of the refinement void realm, is at a bottleneck. Remarkable. You have managed to advance a minor level in merely 3 years, which is indeed impressive for a reincarnated celestial. After all, the cultivation environment here is far superior to what Mu Siyuan experienced in his previous life. It appeared that he had reached a bottleneck, and Lu Hao resolved to lend him a hand. Since Mu Siyuan had never harbored any sinister thoughts since becoming his disciple, it was only fitting to nurture him, enabling a swift recovery of his past prowess. Without delay, Lu Hao presented Mu Siyuan with a jet-black elixir. Consume this. It will assist you in breaking through. The elixir was infused with an aura potent enough to facilitate a refinement void practitioner's breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Mu Siyuan was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flooding his mind. Such a precious elixir capable of aiding in breakthroughs, especially for someone at the refinement void stage. Did such a thing truly exist in the North Wilderness? Mu Siyuan instinctively felt that Lu Hao was jesting, yet recalling the myriad of treasures within his courtyard, a thought flickered in his mind. What if it were true? With skepticism, Mu Siyuan swallowed the elixir. A surge of power erupted within him, and after a brief moment, he effortlessly shattered the bottleneck, naturally advancing to the late stage of refinement void. Wait, I just broke through? Was that so easy? Mu Siyuan was bewildered, but he quickly regained his composure, clasping his fists in gratitude towards Lu Hao. Thank you, master. Ding. Mu Siyuan has successfully broken through, returning double his cultivation, and gains 1 point. However, as Mu Siyuan had yet to bind himself, this cultivation was disregarded by Lu Hao. Lu Hao waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. Now, demonstrate the imperial-level technique you practiced earlier, and I shall provide guidance. Understood. Mu Siyuan showcased his cultivation technique, while Lu Hao observed with a furrowed brow. Seeing Lu Hao's expression, Mu Siyuan mistakenly believed he was astonished by his rapid progress. Who was he? The inheritor of the bloodline of the Underworld Emperor. A prodigy with unparalleled comprehension of techniques. He was confident that his speed was remarkably swift, considering he was merely at the refinement void realm. Allow me to demonstrate for you. Watch closely. With that, Lu Hao commenced his technique, leaving Mu Siyuan dumbfounded as he witnessed Lu Hao executing the technique with unparalleled fluidity. The flow of his cultivation felt remarkably smooth and natural, devoid of any sense of obstruction, as if this technique had long since merged with his essence, making him akin to its original creator. This was the result of Lu Hao's conscious restraint, were he to unleash his full power. He feared that the Qingxian sect would cease to exist. Thus, he merely showcased the technique's pathway, employing only his qi refining cultivation to propel it. Mu Siyuan immediately discerned that Lu Hao had mastered this technique to an extraordinary level, even when utilizing merely his qi refining cultivation. The power it emanated could severely injure or even kill anyone below the nascent soul stage. Regaining his composure amidst his astonishment, Mu Siyuan hastily committed the technique's pathway and operational nuances to memory. After half an hour of guidance in Mu Siyuan's chamber, Lu Hao took his leave. Once Lu Hao departed, Mu Siyuan, having calmed his tumultuous emotions, suddenly realized that his seemingly unassuming master was quite benevolent towards him. Since his reincarnation, no one had ever shown such concern for his well-being. Thus, Mu Siyuan silently resolved, when I return to my former pinnacle, I shall repay him handsomely. After Lu Hao's departure, he glanced at the system, which still failed to indicate that Mu Siyuan's intimacy level was sufficient. Alas, it was evident that convincing a celestial being to wholeheartedly accept him as a master was indeed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Lu Hao was prepared for a protracted endeavor. Chapter 12. Can Lu Hao truly assist others in breaking through? Ever since Song Zhen acquired the 500 spirit stones won from a bet, he had purchased numerous medicinal pills to aid his cultivation. Consequently, his progress surged, and within merely over 2 years, he reached the 10th layer of qi refining. A commendable achievement by any standard. However, the subsequent year found him ensnared at a bottleneck, unable to advance to the foundation establishment stage. For qi refining cultivators, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage typically requires either exceptional talent and effort or reliance on medicinal pills or rare materials. Naturally, Song Zhen lacked the spirit stones to purchase a foundation establishment pill, which typically cost around 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, beyond his means. Frustrated by his stagnant progress, Song Zhen contemplated seeking guidance from senior brother Lu Hao. After a year of unfruitful endeavors, he resolved to approach Lu Hao for assistance. As usual, Lu Hao was in the vegetable garden, tilling the soil. With a shovel in hand, he was diligently digging when he suddenly heard a knocking at the door. Sensing that it was his junior brother Song, he called out, "Song, please come in." As Song Zhen opened the gate, he was greeted by a scene he could scarcely have imagined. Senior brother Lu was indeed farming. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the expansive vegetable garden filled with a vibrant array of produce, crimson and verdant. In the distance, there were enclosures for chickens and ducks, and nearby, beneath a towering tree, a reclining chair rested beside a cooking stove equipped with pots and utensils. Was this truly his senior brother? He appeared more like a farmer than anything else. Was this what Lu Hao occupied himself with daily? Song Zhen was utterly bewildered. In his imagination, Lu Hao was a fervent cultivator, confined to the courtyard, devoted solely to his practice, much like the master of the Ling family. Regardless of the circumstances, he could never have envisioned Lu Hao leading such a leisurely and carefree existence. "What troubles you, junior brother Song?" Lu Hao inquired, harboring a genuine fondness for this disciple. After all, he had always believed in his capacity to lead the Qingxian sect back to its zenith, steadfast in his conviction. When he first arrived at the Qingxian sect, he was widely regarded as an untalented waste, incapable of cultivating. Brother Lu, actually there's no need to be anxious, junior brother Song. Speak freely. I will assist you in any way I can, Lu Hao reassured him, setting down his shovel and approaching Song Zhen with a gentle demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Song Zhen was deeply touched and ceased to hesitate. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Brother Lu, I wish to seek your guidance on how to break through to the foundation establishment stage." Lu Hao, upon hearing this, thought to himself, what a coincidence. This is precisely my area of expertise. What appeared to be an insurmountable challenge to others was, in fact, a trivial matter for him. Whether motivated by camaraderie or his own cultivation, he felt compelled to assist. It's a minor matter. Show me your cultivation, Lu Hao said, casually retrieving a few jujubes and subtly enhancing them with his system, just enough for a breakthrough at the 10th level of qi refinement. Upon hearing this, Song Zhen immediately began to circulate his energy for cultivation. Lu Hao feigned a glance, casually tapping a few points on him, and then declared, "I have removed the shackles from your body. Return to your practice, and you shall soon achieve your breakthrough." He also handed Song Zhen several jujubes, adding, "Here, eat a few of these, they are quite sweet." Song Zhen, bewildered, wondered if this was truly sufficient for a breakthrough, feeling as though he hadn't sensed anything notable. However, given brother Lu's assurance, he felt disinclined to question it. Accepting the jujubes, he ate one and took his leave. "Do come visit often, junior brother." Lu Hao called after him as he watched Song Zhen exit the courtyard, then resumed his task of loosening the soil. Once outside, Song Zhen hurried back to his dwelling, confident that brother Lu would not deceive him. Without delay, he commenced his cultivation. After the duration of a stick of incense, a tremor coursed through his body, and a look of elation illuminated his features. He had achieved his breakthrough. This, of course, was the result of Lu Hao's orchestration. After Song Jin departed, Lu Hao reclined in the courtyard, lost in thought. Presently, he had only one master capable of a tenfold return, while Mu Siyuan had yet to successfully bind with him. Even if he were to break through, it would still result in a one-fold return. In truth, if Lu Hao desired, it would be relatively easy to bind other disciples, such as Song Jian, by simply proposing to take him as an apprentice. Undoubtedly, the latter would be more than willing, and achieving a bond of intimacy would come easily. However, the greatest obstacle remained. Their innate talents were woefully inadequate. Should he refrain from intervening, attaining the foundational stage would likely remain their utmost limit. However, the system's binding quota is finite, thus it does not permit Lu Hao to bind at will. How might one articulate a request to accrue greater cultivation? Lost in contemplation, Lu Hao was suddenly roused by the system's voice echoing in his mind. Host, to gain more cultivation, you may assist the members of the sect in their breakthroughs. Though the return is modest, the number of disciples is considerable. Lu Hao slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have overlooked that? Yet, such an endeavor requires ample preparation. The news of Song Jian's breakthrough to the foundational stage swiftly circulated within the sect. At merely 19 years of age, achieving such a feat marked him as a prodigy, drawing numerous admirers eager to seek his guidance on cultivation. The youth, however, lacked the steadiness of experience. After a bout of intoxication, a charming junior sister approached him with inquiries regarding cultivation. She was a vision of youthfulness, with sparkling eyes and playful twin ponytails, exuding an undeniable charm. Flushed with embarrassment, Song Jian succumbed to her allure and unwittingly revealed the truth. My breakthrough was thanks to senior brother Lu. When I sought him out that day, it was a mere mention, and the entire Qingxian sect erupted in excitement. A brother capable of aiding others in their breakthroughs. He is not merely a brother, he is akin to a father. Such an opportunity is unheard of. Thus began a steady stream of disciples flocking to Lu Hao for counsel. Initially, he welcomed the attention, perceiving it as a simple gesture to assist his fellow disciples while also seeking some cultivation for himself. As for the previous derision from certain sect members, it was primarily rooted in skepticism, akin to idle gossip after a meal. Those who had truly offended Lu Hao had either met a grim fate or suffered severe consequences. Consequently, he harbored no ill feelings toward the current disciples. After all, he had endured the most arduous 5 years within the sect. Without it, he would have been destitute. Thus, Lu Hao possessed a profound affection for the sect. Most importantly, he discerned his master's deep concern for the sect. During their casual conversations, his master frequently extolled the virtues of the sect, referring to it as his home. Out of respect for his master, Lu Hao felt compelled to assist. Moreover, although the return on their breakthroughs was minimal, every little bit counts, and small contributions can accumulate over time. Ultimately, it required only a few gestures and perhaps a treat, be it sunflower seeds, peanuts, or popcorn. Nothing too burdensome. However, Lu Hao soon found himself regretting this decision. No matter how simple the operation, the sheer volume of people was overwhelming. Initially, before the news had spread, merely a handful, perhaps dozens, would seek him out daily. Yet soon, the throngs approaching Lu Hao swelled to nearly 1,000 each day. It seemed that anyone facing a bottleneck in their cultivation arrived at his doorstep, including disciples who had already perfected their foundational stage. Several disciples from other factions shamelessly queued up as well. Lu Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. If this trend continued, he would spend his days solely assisting others in their breakthroughs, leaving no time for his own leisure. This was simply unacceptable. Thus, a week later, Lu Hao hung a sign by his courtyard that read, "Do not disturb if not present." Upon seeing this sign, the disciples outside could only leave in disappointment. Even if they were offered 10 burdens, they wouldn't dare to intrude upon Lu Hao's abode. Following this incident, Lu Hao re-evaluated the application of his abilities. The system had previously mentioned that he could aid all members of the sect in achieving breakthroughs, and he had attempted to do so. However, he could not possibly continue this way. It was far too cumbersome. Moreover, he needed to be cautious not to overly reveal his abilities. But what could he do? Suddenly, while reclining, Lu Hao smacked his thigh, conjuring a brilliant idea. Elixirs. If he had the cover of elixirs, then assisting others in their breakthroughs would seem entirely natural. Once he reached a certain level of strength, he wouldn't have to worry as much about exposure. Without hesitation, Lu Hao proceeded to the kitchen. Gathering various ingredients and spices, he tossed them all into a pot, and the delightful aroma wafted through the air, tempting him to taste it. After some stirring and cooking, he had his dish ready. Lu Hao then infused the elixirs with different powers from the system, naming them for easy distinction. The smallest was called the chi-breaking pill, which, as the name implies, could help one overcome the bottleneck of the qi refinement stage. Following this were the foundation breaking pill, the core breaking pill, the infant breaking pill, the god breaking pill, the ascension breaking pill, the cataclysm breaking pill, and the void breaking pill, among others. However, within the Qingxin faction, there was no need for such advanced elixirs just yet. With a grin, Lu Hao stepped outside and removed the do not disturb, if not present sign. He then notified all members of the Qingxin sect to convene at the martial arts arena for an important announcement. As soon as the news was released, nearly all disciples rushed to the arena. During this time, Lu Hao had selflessly helped his fellow disciples achieve breakthroughs, which elevated his status among the Qingxin disciples beyond that of the faction leader and the headmaster, making him a deity in their eyes. Now, no one dared to defy Lu Hao's will. Even disciples from other factions were infuriated and filled with regret, lamenting why they hadn't chosen the Qingxin sect. Before long, all members of the sect, except for those who were away and the faction leader, had gathered. Lu Hao walked in slowly, and as soon as he appeared, the disciples erupted in cheers. "Brother Lu, you are my god. Brother Lu, you are so handsome, like a celestial being descending to earth. Brother Lu, I love you." The cacophony of voices filled the air, and Lu Hao cleared his throat, speaking loudly. Silence. Chapter 13. Lu Hao's Extraordinary Elixirs. As soon as Lu Hao spoke, the throng fell silent, all eyes fixed upon him, brimming with anticipation and adoration. Dear disciples of the Qingxin Pavilion, during this period, numerous students have approached me with inquiries regarding cultivation. As the senior brother of Qingxin Pavilion, I naturally feel it is my duty to assist. However, I find myself overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of everyone. In order to meet your expectations, I undertook some research and, by a stroke of fortune, developed a pill that can aid cultivators in breaking through their limits. This pill boasts a success rate of 100%. Upon hearing this proclamation, the once tranquil training ground erupted with excitement. All the cultivators present gasped in astonishment, casting incredulous glances towards Lu Hao. What? A pill that guarantees a breakthrough? Is senior brother Lu truly serious? Could such a miraculous pill exist? Some expressed skepticism, while others, having previously benefited from Lu Hao's guidance, shouted exuberantly. Senior brother Lu is remarkable. Senior brother Lu is truly impressive. Nevertheless, skepticism prevailed among the majority. It was not that they doubted Lu Hao's integrity, but rather that such a claim seemed utterly unfathomable to them. How many cultivators find themselves eternally trapped at a bottleneck? Countless aspiring practitioners embark on perilous journeys, driven by the faintest hope of a breakthrough, willingly facing the dangers and uncertainties that lie ahead. They risk their lives, venturing into treacherous realms deemed hopeless by society, all in pursuit of self-improvement. Yet, even amidst such endeavors, how many truly succeed in transcending their limitations? How many cultivators, lacking the strength or courage, are left to endure subservience, swallowing their pride while enduring oppression, merely to acquire a sliver of resources for advancement? Now, one stands before you claiming to have discovered a pill that can guarantee a breakthrough for cultivators, without any cost. Frankly, had it not been for Lu Hao's recent successes in aiding many to transcend their levels, I fear that scarcely anyone present would have believed such a fantastical notion. Observing the crowd, Lu Hao smiled and calmly announced, "Those of you who have reached a bottleneck may come to my side, limited to 10 individuals." In an instant, hundreds of cultivators surged forward towards Lu Hao, akin to hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Each exerted every ounce of strength, veins bulging as they sprinted with unprecedented speed. Some even sacrificed their life essence to enhance their velocity. In mere moments, 10 disciples stood beside Lu Hao, while those who were slightly slower could only return to their positions, filled with regret and resentment. Skepticism aside, they understood the necessity of seizing such an opportunity. What if it were true? Under Lu Hao's guidance, the 10 individuals unleashed their energies, and indeed, all were found to be at a bottleneck, 7 in the Qi refinement stage and 3 in the foundation establishment stage. Lu Hao produced 10 pills and glanced at Xiao Qi. After speaking, he handed the first pill to the nearest junior disciple. As the pill was consumed, a loud exclamation erupted from the disciple, who then radiated an intense aura of cultivation. In merely the span of half a stick of incense, he broke through. The crowd erupted in astonishment. At that moment, true madness overtook everyone. This pill genuinely had the power to facilitate breakthroughs. What kind of miraculous elixir is this? How could such a divine object exist in this world? However, a few individuals murmured beneath their breath, "It's just one person, merely fortunate." No matter the setting, there are always those who relish opposing the prevailing sentiment. Lu Hao cast a calm glance at those few individuals and proceeded to offer the second pill to another disciple. The result was the same. Upon consumption, half a stick of incense later, that disciple also achieved a breakthrough. Just 2 people, it's pure luck, they remarked. One by one, the 3rd and 4th disciples followed suit. And with each pill consumed, all 10 disciples successfully reached new heights in their cultivation. Those who had been grumbling were left speechless, their mouths agape. They were equally stunned, their minds numbed by the shock, unable to utter a single word. The atmosphere surged with excitement as the crowd chanted Lu Hao's name. Lu Hao, Lu Hao. Their gazes were filled with unparalleled admiration, as if they were beholding a deity. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, if Lu Hao commanded them to perform any feat, they would leap into the fire without hesitation. For in Lu Hao, they saw the hope of transcendence. Their primary concern now was how to obtain Lu Hao's pills. As long as the price wasn't too exorbitant, they would willingly part with everything they owned to acquire them. No one could resist the allure of a guaranteed breakthrough. Ahem, Lu Hao cleared his throat, signaling for silence, and continued, as you have just witnessed, the efficacy of the pills is genuine. As the eldest disciple of Qingxian House, it is only right that I offer some benefits to you all. After a brief pause, he added, I trust you are all eager to know the price of these pills. Therefore, I shall reveal it now. These pills are priceless. Anyone has the chance to obtain them. Boom. Lu Hao's words struck like thunder, shocking every individual present. The air was filled with an exhilarating cacophony. The entire martial arts arena was in a state of fervent excitement. The disciples were utterly elated. Lu Hao, feeling overwhelmed, shouted once more, silence. At last, the arena quieted down. Although the pills had no price, there were specific criteria to fulfill in order to receive them. The first requirement was that the information regarding the pills must remain confidential. Once I discover someone leaking information, I will take matters into my own hands and eliminate them. You are likely aware that the former master of the Golden Light Mansion met his demise at my hands, Lu Hao stated coldly. Although he possessed the ability to provide an unlimited supply of elixirs, Lu Hao understood well that if he were to supply them unconditionally, it would inevitably attract a multitude of ingrates. This was never his intention. Being excessively generous to someone may lead to enmity the moment one falters in their goodwill. As the saying goes, a grain of kindness may lead to a mountain of resentment. As a young person of the new era who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Lu Hao was quite cognizant of this reality. Thus, it was imperative to establish a set of rules. Lu Hao was not genuinely selfless. He essentially viewed the entire Qingxian sect as a source of continuous cultivation for himself. The improvements in the cultivation levels of all members of the sect would directly return to him, resulting in a significant accumulation of power over time. It was on this premise that he ultimately made this decision. Lu Hao conceived a system of points for exchanging elixirs. Everyone could earn points by completing tasks. This would not only engage the disciples in the construction of the Qingxian mansion, enhancing its prosperity, but also serve as motivation for their cultivation. His master would undoubtedly be exceedingly pleased to see this. Chapter 14. Establishing the points hall. The cultivators present paid little heed to Lu Hao's earlier threat. Leaking information? Such foolishness. Who would dare to publicize the existence of such extraordinary elixirs? Their intellect had not sunk to that level. Lu Hao continued, Dear brothers and sisters, from today onwards, I will establish a points hall. You can earn points by completing the following tasks. 1. Participate in various construction tasks within the mansion, such as building pavilions, courtyards, and developing new areas, for which you will receive corresponding breakthrough points. 2. Venture out to seek rare treasures and resources to bring back to the mansion. Different levels of treasures will yield varying amounts of breakthrough points. 3. The higher your cultivation level, the greater the initial breakthrough points you will earn each month. 4. Starting today, the mansion will hold a ranking competition every year, open to all, with points rewards based on final standings. The crowd remained silent, eagerly awaiting Lu Hao's next words. After outlining his envisioned point system, Lu Hao paused before continuing. The elixir that aids in breaking through the qi refinement stage will be named the qi breaking elixir, available for 100 points each. The elixir that assists in breaking through the foundation establishment stage will be called the foundation breaking elixir, available for 1,000 points each. The daily supply is limited to 100 elixirs. Moreover, I must specifically address those who were speaking idly just now. You and the others, you are prohibited from redeeming elixirs for 1 year. I find it utterly irksome when individuals insist on opposing others merely to project an image of superiority. The pallor on several faces was akin to a thunderous shock from a clear sky. The news was devastating. In the span of a year, with the aid of elixirs, one could potentially ascend several minor realms. However, the inability to exchange for such elixirs over the course of a year would inevitably create a vast chasm between them and their peers. Reflecting on this, regret washed over them, and they wished they could slap themselves for their earlier boastfulness. How foolish of you to speak so carelessly, they lamented. Meanwhile, Lu Hao remained indifferent to their reactions. As for the points hall, I shall not have the time to oversee it myself. Songjun, you will take on the role of hall master from now on. Your primary responsibilities will involve accurately recording points and distributing elixirs. Remember, it must be just, fair, and transparent. Upon hearing that Lu Hao entrusted him with such a significant position, Songjun quickly waved his hands in protest. No, senior brother Lu. I've never done anything like this. I'm not capable. Lu Hao, with a smile, reassured him, do not worry, have faith in yourself. You are more than capable. I possess a magical artifact that will aid you in your management. With that, Lu Hao produced a stone tablet. Songjun focused intently on it. The tablet prominently displayed the names of every individual in the Qingxian residence, each followed by the notation, 0 points. This was a rather rudimentary artifact for recording information, arguably the most basic within the system. With this artifact, Songjun's task would merely entail exchanging elixirs based on each person's points. Thank you, senior brother Lu. I will not let you down and will manage the points haul diligently, Songjun expressed, touched. At that moment, countless eyes were filled with envy and jealousy towards Songjun. It was crucial to note that the distribution of elixirs meant he would receive all the elixirs from Lu Hao. Would he ever find himself lacking in elixirs? Not to mention, being trusted by senior brother Lu significantly elevated his standing within the residence and the entire sect. Following this, Lu Hao elaborated on various details for over half an hour before the meeting concluded. The points system and the points hall would officially commence in 3 days. During this interval, Lu Hao completely entrusted the management to Songjun, primarily out of a desire to avoid hassle and exertion. Songjun began by summoning dozens of disciples to assist him, and discussions unfolded at the headquarters. After 3 days and nights of deliberation, they finally compiled a comprehensive points chart. This chart meticulously detailed the points attainable from various events. For instance, it specified how many points could be earned from different grades of rare materials and weapons, as well as how many points damaged items could yield. Songjun meticulously recorded everything on a scroll. When Lu Hao beheld the densely packed explanations and annotations on the scroll, he was taken aback. His original intention was merely to garner more cultivation and points while simultaneously elevating the Qingxian residents and his fellow disciples. To his surprise, Songjun approached the task with such diligence and elegance, which greatly elevated Lu Hao's regard for this junior disciple. It seems that in the future, such responsibilities can be entrusted to Songjun without hesitation. Excellent. Let us proceed according to the plan you have devised. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Song. Lu Hao remarked with a smile. Within this exchange were 10,000 breaking chi pills and 1,000 breaking foundation pills. Please take these to distribute. Come back to me once they are all utilized. Songjun grasped the 2 vials, his hands trembling involuntarily. 10,000 breaking chi pills. It is worth noting that the market only has 50 breakthrough probability foundation pills, which sell for 2,000 spirit stones. The absolute efficacy of these breaking chi pills could easily command 5,000 spirit stones, or even reach 10,000. At a conservative estimate, that amounts to 50 million spirit stones. 50 million spirit stones. Such an extraordinary sum. Even if the entire sect were sold, one could not muster such wealth. Moreover, with an additional 1,000 breaking foundation pills, their value would likely be even greater. In that moment, Songjun felt the immense weight of responsibility bearing down upon his shoulders. For a fleeting instant, he was rendered speechless, even forgetting to express his gratitude. Lu Hao, noticing Songjun's state, understood just how invaluable these pills were to a foundation establishment disciple. To preempt any ill intentions from others, Lu Hao retrieved an imperial-grade protective talisman from his system space and directly infused it into Songjun's body. Should Songjun encounter a life-threatening crisis, the talisman would activate protection. The might of an imperial-grade talisman is beyond the reach of most cultivators within the Qingxian sect and the surrounding factions. None could hope to breach it. Very well, junior brother Song, you may return to your tasks. If anything arises, send me a message. Ah, yes, of course. Songjun, clutching the pills worth a staggering 100 million spirit stones, descended the mountain with trembling steps, utterly unaware that Lu Hao had placed a protective talisman within him. On the inaugural day of the Points Hall's operation, nearly all the disciples within the estate queued eagerly to redeem their points. Those disciples who were stagnating at a bottleneck were willing to part with anything to accumulate enough points for redemption. Every disciple was devising ways to exchange points for the breakthrough pills. The line extended from the mountainside all the way down to the foot of the mountain. After all, no matter how precious the treasures, one's own cultivation remains paramount. Throughout the entire day, the staff of the Points Hall did not rest for a moment, not even for a sip of water. There were simply too many. Until closing time, Songjun glanced back at the line and still saw no end in sight. A rough estimate suggested nearly 10,000 people. Sighing, Songjun reflected that this task was indeed no small feat, Yet with senior brother Lu's profound trust in him, he could not afford to disappoint. As for the limit of 100 pills for exchange, Songjin felt that even 1,000 would not suffice. No one would ever complain about having too many pills. They would eventually prove useful. The following day unfolded in a similar manner. The exchange permissions for elixirs were swiftly depleted as soon as they opened, leaving only the option to trade items for points thereafter. For an entire week, the queue in front of the points hall remained unbroken. Many individuals, unable to secure their turn during the day, opted to sleep on the ground at night, refusing to leave. This persistence resulted in a collective unwillingness to depart. For if one did, they would have to start queuing from the base of the mountain once again the following day, rendering any hope of exchanging points and elixirs a distant dream. As those outside braved the harsh elements, the registrars within could no longer endure the strain. After 7 grueling days of continuous high-pressure operation, Songjin and the staff of the points hall found themselves utterly exhausted. The daytime was consumed by registration tasks, while the evenings were spent organizing. They scarcely had time to cultivate, let alone eat. Even with his foundation-building physique, Songjin was beginning to feel the toll, and the other refining staff were faring even worse. This was truly an inhumane workload. In desperation, Songjin sought out Lu Hao once more. Chapter 15. The Profound Changes at Qingxian Manor. Lu Hao opened the door to find his junior brother Song, looking utterly haggard, devoid of his usual vitality. Concerned, Lu Hao inquired, "Song, what troubles you?" With a tone of grievance, Songjin replied, "Senior brother Lu, to be candid, the workload at the points hall is overwhelming. Our entire staff is struggling to cope. We have been working tirelessly for a full week now. We simply cannot endure any longer." Lu Hao extended his consciousness and observed the long line of thousands waiting outside. He fell silent, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for his role as the hands-off manager. System. Is there a more efficient method to expedite the points tally? Greetings, host. Have you forgotten the multitude of mechanical puppets residing in your warehouse? Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? How foolish of me. Lu Hao smacked his forehead and subsequently retrieved a collection of puppets. As they touched the ground, they transformed into the likenesses of cultivators, seemingly unremarkable and devoid of any cultivation level. The puppets all knelt on one knee and addressed Lu Hao, "We greet our master." Lu Hao examined the several puppets now resembling cultivators and checked their cultivation levels. To his astonishment, the system had indeed produced extraordinary beings. The lowest among them was at the core formation stage, while the highest had even reached the transformation stage. It was worth noting that core formation was already a formidable strength within a sect, as seen in Qingxian's sect, where, apart from the master, all other manor heads were merely at the core formation stage. Should one reach the transformation stage, they could ascend to a position of a supreme elder in some major sects of the northern wilderness. From this day forth, you shall heed the arrangements of junior brother Songjin, Lu Hao instructed, gesturing towards Songjin. "Yes, master." The assembly of cultivators responded in unison. "However, I must bestow upon you a name. What shall it be? Let us call you Lu E, Lu Air, and so forth, in accordance with your cultivation levels." "Thank you, master, for the names." "All right, Lu E, please take them along. Remember to follow the arrangements of senior brother Songjin. Without my orders, do not act." Lu Hao instructed after making the arrangements, directing his words towards Songjin. "These are mechanical puppets. You may assign them to manage the points hall, which should alleviate any inconvenience." "Thank you, brother Lu," Songjin replied with delight, leading a group towards the points pavilion. Entirely unaware of the capabilities of the puppets he was guiding, a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lu Hao continued to reside in his modest courtyard, tending to his vegetables and raising chickens and ducks, occasionally indulging in drinks with his master. Since the establishment of the points hall, few had sought his counsel. However, Songjin frequently visited during his leisure, primarily to report on the status of the points hall. Lu Hao welcomed this tranquility. In contrast, the Qingxian mansion underwent a remarkable transformation in just 1 year. Firstly, there was a significant change in cultivation levels. Most disciples who had been on the verge of breakthrough achieved it within a month. Some particularly talented disciples, endowed with abundant resources, even accomplished 2 to 3 breakthroughs. The number of newly ascended foundational cultivators astonishingly exceeded 700. Such occurrences were previously unimaginable. Now, even disregarding Lu Hao's influence, the other 6 mansions could not contend with Qingxian Mansion alone. Secondly, the disciples exhibited a notable shift in their spirit. Previously, many individuals of mediocre talent would never hope to break through to the foundational level. The consensus in this world acknowledged the daunting cost for those lacking talent to overcome their bottlenecks. Comparisons had shown that the price for an ordinary cultivator to achieve a breakthrough was tenfold that required by a gifted individual. The world was replete with cultivators, and talent was abundant. Consequently, most sects selectively provided resources to their most gifted disciples, while ordinary cultivators were left to fulfill their duties within the sect, devoid of any hope for advancement. But now, this unwritten rule had been shattered. The emergence of the Breaking Chi pill and the Breaking Foundation pill had ignited the fighting spirit within every individual. The future for ordinary cultivators was no longer shrouded in darkness. They too had a chance. A brilliant tomorrow awaited them. As long as they exerted sufficient effort, they would eventually amass enough points to exchange for Lu Hao's elixirs. Once hope ignited within a person, boundless motivation would follow. Thus, throughout this year, the entire Qingxian mansion became a hive of activity. A bustling scene unfolded before the eyes. Some individuals, content to play it safe, opted for the most secure methods to acquire points, focusing on the construction of the sect. The area designated by Qingxian Mansion encompassed mountains within a 100-mile radius, with only the main peak having been adequately developed prior to this. With the implementation of the points policy, the surrounding peaks are gradually being developed. Tens of thousands of cultivators are engaged in the construction of the Qingxian Mansion, resulting in a doubling of its territory within a year. Nonetheless, the pace of development remains a mere 10 to 12%. Even some cliffs and precipices that were previously deemed inaccessible are now being utilized. The magnitude of these changes astonished even Lu Hao. A portion of the cultivators felt that the rate of earning points through sect construction was too slow, prompting individuals or teams to venture deep into the Qingxian mountain range in search of precious natural treasures to exchange for substantial points. However, the depths are rife with spiritual beasts and wild creatures, where a moment's carelessness could lead to the loss of life. In summary, the entire community of cultivators at Qingxian Mansion has erupted with an immense drive to strive for success. Conversations have shifted from trivial gossip to inquiries about points earned. How many points did you earn today? Where did you acquire so many points? Brother, I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. Could you lend me some points? Rest assured, I will repay you once I break through. Senior brother, I'm afraid we are not suited for each other. You would only hinder my pace in earning points. Feelings will only affect my progress in accumulating points. Subsequently, the points hall made slight adjustments, allowing points to be exchanged not only for elixirs, but also for treasures. Points have evidently become the hard currency within Qingxian Mansion, even more coveted than spirit stones. Meanwhile, as Qingxian Mansion thrived with vigor and ambition, the leaders of the other 6 mansions, including the sect master, found themselves increasingly restless. In the sect master's hall, 7 cultivators gathered, comprising the sect master and the 6 mansion leaders, all wearing expressions of concern. Recently, dissatisfaction among their ranks had escalated. As they watched the disciples of Qingxian Mansion continuously break through, the morale was on the brink of collapse. Had the disciples of Qingxian Mansion not already reached saturation and ceased accepting new members, it was feared that all would flock to Qingxian Mansion. The sect master, Yu Qi, was the first to speak. Lu Hao has distributed such rare elixirs to his disciples and established a points hall, significantly boosting the development of his mansion. It appears that Qingxian Mansion now stands alone at the forefront. Master, we must devise a strategy, or our 6 mansions will soon face dissolution. We cannot dishonor our ancestral heritage, pondered Lu Hongzhe, the leader of Golden Light Mansion, as he clasped his fists in respect to the sect master. Indeed, master. Qingxian Mansion is, after all, part of our Qingxian sect. How can we allow such disparity in treatment? I believe the master should exert pressure on Lu Hao to compel him to surrender the elixir formulas. Such treasures ought to be safeguarded by the sect, suggested a voice from the assembly. However, Yao Hongchen voiced his dissent. This course of action is ill-advised. It is said that Lu Hao developed those formulas himself. The sect's demands may not yield compliance. Lu Hongzhe scoffed in response. Lu Hao, as a member of the sect, had no choice but to obey the command of the sect leader. There was no rule within the sect that required members to surrender treasures. This was a special circumstance. If he did not relinquish the alchemical formula, were we to simply watch as the remaining 6 estates perished? Hearing Lu Hongzhe's increasingly arrogant remarks, Yao Hongchen grew weary of the argument and quietly remarked, perhaps the lord of the Lu estate has forgotten the fate of the previous estate leader. Chapter 16, Lu Xiaoyu. About your elixir. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongzhe's expression shifted, and he replied defensively, what if his cultivation is high? That does not mean I must engage in combat with him. Does high cultivation grant one the liberty to act as they please? Moreover, how can we stand idly by as the 6 estates face destruction? Enough. Just as Yao Hongchen prepared to retort, the voice of the sect leader echoed, prompting an immediate silence. The opinion of the lord of the Lu estate is unacceptable. Leader. Lu Hongzhe was about to voice his protest when the sect leader shot him a piercing glare. Though Lu Hao is a member of our Qingxian sect, that which he has created rightfully belongs to him. we cannot seize it by force. Otherwise, we would be no better than bandits or thieves. The only viable solution is to find a way to persuade Lu Hao to willingly distribute the elixir within the entire sect. Let's hear your suggestions. Does anyone have a viable plan? After delivering his address, the sect leader surveyed the assembly. I do have a proposal that may prove effective, said Shiji, the head of the Spirit Array estate, in a deep voice. What proposal? Please share it with us. The crowd leaned in with anticipation. Shiji glanced at the sect leader and continued. Is there not a treasure left behind by our first ancestor within the sect? We might consider offering it to Lu Hao for his use. Surely, in light of such a treasure, he would agree. I vehemently disagree. Lu Hongzhi slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming angrily, that item is the treasure of our sect. It has been safeguarded by the sect leader throughout the generations. How can it be given to a disciple? In my opinion, we should simply offer him some treasures. He ought to be sensible enough to relinquish the alchemical formula. Lord of the Lu estate, you seem to have lost your senses. That formula is of immense value. Do you possess anything worthy for trade? Shiji immediately countered. If this drags on, the disciples within the estate will soon become uncontrollable. I find the proposal of the Lord of the Shi estate to be feasible. Yin Mo interjected. I concur. I have no objections either. As several others expressed their agreement, the sect leader ultimately resolved to exchange the sect's treasured item for Lu Hao's alchemical formula. He then retrieved from his storage ring the relic left by the first ancestor, a supreme-grade spiritual treasure, the Phoenix Feather Sword. As the Phoenix Feather Sword was revealed, a wave of heat washed over the assembly, infused with pulsations of spiritual energy, distorting the very air around the blade, creating an ethereal sensation. The crowd could not help but exclaim in awe, their eyes glistening with fervent desire for such a precious artifact, especially the sect leader. Although this treasure is not particularly suitable for his cultivation technique, he is still reluctant to part with it even if he intends to give it away. Moments later, the sect leader arrived at the courtyard where Lu Hao resided. He initially contemplated entering directly, but hesitated and chose to knock instead. After the provincial examination years ago, the sect leader had long been aware of Lu Hao's profound capabilities and understood that this was not the moment for pretensions. At that moment, Lu Hao was reclining under a tree, taking a nap. Hearing someone knock, he stretched lazily and said, "Please come in." The door swung open, and a figure entered, kindly featured. With white hair and beard, it was the sect leader, Bai Dao Ren. Upon seeing the sect leader personally come to visit, Lu Hao quickly rose to welcome him. As a nominal disciple of the Qingxian sect, Lu Hao naturally felt obliged to show respect to the sect leader. He was also grateful for the sanctuary the sect had provided. Had he not encountered his master, who brought him to the Qingxian mansion, Lu Hao might have still been wandering aimlessly, perhaps even perishing from hunger in the wilderness before activating his system. Thus, despite his cultivation far surpassing that of the sect leader, Lu Hao harbored deep respect for him. Sect leader, what brings you to my humble courtyard today? Lu Hao asked with a cheerful demeanor, unaware that the sect leader was taken aback upon seeing the courtyard filled with fruits, vegetables, and poultry. Clearly, the sect leader had not anticipated that Lu Hao had cultivated such a bountiful assortment in his yard. Was he not supposed to be devoted to his cultivation? How then had his prowess advanced so rapidly? Regaining his composure, the sect leader remarked, "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely came to see our sect's most outstanding disciple." Lu Hao, clearly skeptical, replied, "If you have matters to discuss, please speak freely. It is no trouble. I am more than willing to assist in any way I can." Seeing Lu Hao's earnestness brought joy to the sect leader's heart, prompting him to state his true purpose. "Lu Hao, indeed I have an important matter to discuss with you. I am aware that the Qingxian mansion has recently begun distributing a pill that guarantees 100% breakthrough. This has caused quite a stir among the other 6 mansions. If they do not take measures soon, they may very well face disintegration. Thus, I wish to seek a formula for this pill." "A formula?" Lu Hao furrowed his brow. Where would he acquire such a formula? Noticing Lu Hao's frown, the sect leader quickly added, "The sect would not take your formula without compensation. Before coming, we agreed to exchange it for the treasured wind feather sword." As he spoke, he produced the precious item, his face a mask of reluctance. Lu Hao, recognizing the sect leader's hesitation, replied, "Sect leader, I have no need for this sword. You may take it back." The sect leader's heart sank at this response, for in his view, Lu Hao evidently did not wish to make the exchange. Who would refuse a supreme treasure of the Xian grade? Indeed, Lu Hao truly did not require it. His treasures had amassed to the point of resembling a mountain, with even the least of them possessing celestial quality. "Master, this formula is of utmost significance. I cannot relinquish it," Lu Hao declared. It was a jest. Where would he even acquire such a formula? The master sighed, realizing that this matter was likely to remain unattainable. The future of the 6 houses appeared to be fraught with uncertainty. Just as the master was ready to concede, Lu Hao added, "However, I can supply elixirs for the entire sect. How about this? Let us allocate half of the daily quota from Qingxian House to distribute among the other 6 houses. Each of the remaining 6 houses would be limited to redeeming 60 elixirs daily, with each house receiving 10. Jingguang House would reduce its share by 3, while our Qingxian House would be lowered to 40. What do you think, master?" Naturally, the other houses would still redeem their shares in the form of points. The master was utterly astonished by Lu Hao's proposal and, upon hearing it, was taken aback, quickly replying, "Yes, yes, that is most agreeable. On behalf of all the disciples of Qingxian sect, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. With you among us, our sect shall surely thrive." The master, filled with excitement, returned the sword to Lu Hao, this time sincerely. Yet, Lu Hao once again declined. "Master, I truly do not need it. Keep it for yourself, as it would benefit your cultivation." At the same time, Lu Hao produced a breaking infant pill and 6 breaking gold pills, handing them to the master. "This is to assist you in your breakthrough, and these are for the other 6 house leaders. Please pass them on for me. Should you encounter any further obstacles, do not hesitate to seek me out. Inform the newly appointed leader of Jingguang House to be cautious." "Very well." The master, upon hearing these words, trembled with excitement. "These elixirs can assist in my breakthrough? Is there truly such a miraculous substance in this world?" The master exclaimed, incredulous. "Indeed, master. You shall know for yourself once you return and try them." "Excellent, excellent. In that case, I once again express my gratitude, young friend Lu." "Master, you are too kind. It is merely my duty. I have yet to express my thanks for the sect's nurturing." Subsequently, Lu Hao and the master conversed for a while in the courtyard. After the master departed, Lu Hao sighed. "I am indeed too benevolent, a young man who knows gratitude and repays kindness." Having said this, Lu Hao continued his stroll back to the base of the tree for an afternoon rest. Chapter 17. Elder Hong's Revelation, the Leak of Elixir Information. In the Master S Hall, the remaining 6 house leaders awaited the Master S return, their expressions tinged with anxiety. They were at a loss as to what to do should Lu Hao refuse. They were on the brink of losing control over their disciples. As they eagerly awaited, a figure hastily flew into the hall. It was the white-robed man. Yao Hongchun was the first to inquire, "Master, what happened? Did Lu Hao agree to hand over the formula?" "He did not agree to relinquish the formula," the master replied slowly, glancing at the 6 individuals. Upon hearing this, the impatient Lu Hongzhi slammed the table and exclaimed angrily that Lu Hao shows no respect for the master. He is utterly ungrateful. In my view, we should proceed together and compel him to reveal the formula for the elixir. "Master Lu, do not be hasty. I have yet to finish my words. You ought to temper that fiery temper of yours." Is there something further to convey?" The 6 individuals once again turned their gazes towards the sect leader. Although Lu Hao opposed disclosing the formula, he assured us that he would provide 60 elixirs daily for our 6 houses at no charge. They may be procured from his Qingxian sect. Jingguang sect has merely 7. He also mentioned that you should be cautious. Upon this statement, the sect leader cast a glance at Lu Hongzhi. Lu Hongzhi's expression suddenly shifted, an inexplicable sense of dread taking root in his heart. Could he possibly be aware of my disparaging remarks behind his back? The sect leader paused to clear his throat and continued, "Moreover, he has even declined the Fengyu sword from our sect." At this declaration, joy surged within the 6 attendees. "Splendid, splendid. With this, our Qingxian sect truly has a promising future. Lu Hao is indeed a grateful and commendable individual. Alas, that old fox, Lingtian, not only possesses strength superior to ours, but also has an uncanny eye for selecting disciples. Thinking of my own inept apprentices, alas." Lu Hongzhi's countenance also darkened, clearly taken aback by Lu Hao's selfless generosity. Yet, confronted with such a devoted disciple, he felt a twinge of shame. The sect leader, observing the elation of the crowd, chuckled. "Besides this matter, there is another grand piece of news." Upon hearing this, everyone inquired eagerly, "What further good news is there?" The sect leader produced the 7 elixirs that Lu Hao had gifted him, 1 large and 6 small. As the elixirs were revealed, they emanated an enticing aroma, causing the onlookers to fixate upon them, unable to suppress their salivation. Could it be that these are Lu Hao's elixirs? Indeed. But these are not for the disciples to exchange. They are elixirs that can aid us in breaking through our limits. What? Lu Hao's elixirs can assist us in breaking through. Is this truly so? To be honest, I cannot ascertain their authenticity, but it will be evident upon experimentation. Thus, the sect leader retained the larger elixir, distributing the remaining 6 among the others. All 7 consumed the elixirs simultaneously. Instantly, a powerful surge of vital energy coursed through them, and they remarkably all experienced breakthroughs. Splendid. I have finally advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. I never imagined I would witness such a breakthrough in my lifetime. I have finally attained the completion of the core formation. The group could hardly contain their joy, for the sect belongs to all, and their cultivation is their own. The sect leader addressed them once more. Lu Hao has informed me that whenever we reach a bottleneck, we may seek him out for breakthrough elixirs. The six masters could only sigh. Lu Hao is truly extraordinary. Could he possibly be a reincarnated great being? Such a remarkable feat. Even my sect's treasured possessions seem insignificant in comparison. Undoubtedly, it must possess great significance. However, this is not our concern. Let us focus on our own affairs. The sect master concluded, casting a glance at the Lord of the Golden Light Manor. It is indeed the sect master. Previously, I harbored resentment towards him for his excessive measures, having slain our manor's leader and numerous disciples. Now, witnessing his conduct, I realize I have judged him too harshly. The Lord of the Golden Light Manor remarked, as Lu Hao assisted him in overcoming his previous leaderess' death. He too had laid to rest his grievances. The 7 individuals deliberated for a while longer before returning to their respective manors. From that day forth, the other 6 manors established a points hall, adopting a model entirely based on the Cultivation manor. Consequently, each manor head personally sought counsel from Song Zhan, leaving him somewhat astonished by the attention. As for the elixirs, the manor heads directly obtained them from Song Zhan, who acquired them from Lu Hao. Under the influence of Lu Hao's extraordinary elixirs, the entire sect underwent a profound transformation, especially the 6 manors, where only 10 exchange slots were available daily, causing a frenzied rush for a single elixir, with some individuals queuing for months just for one. Upon learning this, Lu Hao raised the elixir quota for the 6 manors to 15, while the Cultivation manor was increased to 25. After all, following the distribution over the past month, most individuals had already broken through. To reach the next threshold, it would typically require several years of arduous cultivation for the average person. Lu Hao believed the optimal solution was to increase the number of breakthroughs through the system. However, the system had yet to release any tasks, leaving Lu Hao in a quandary. In South Sioux City, at the Hong family estate, within a secret chamber, an individual was reporting information. This individual was a disciple of the Cultivation sect, presently informing the Hong family about the distribution of the breaking chi and breaking foundation elixirs. The other person present was Hong Liang, one of the elders of the Hong family. Upon hearing the disciple's report, Hong Liang furrowed his brow. Nonsense. How could such miraculous elixirs exist, especially provided free of charge? You must be fabricating this, he retorted. If such an elixir were real, it would fetch at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones in the market. Would you truly give it away? Preposterous. Upon sensing Elder Hong's disbelief, the disciple quickly knelt, fervently swearing and bowing. Elder Hong, what I have spoken is the absolute truth. Not a single word is false. If you do not believe me, you may investigate for yourself. Seeing the individual's earnestness, Hong Liang pondered. He did not appear to be lying. In that case, have you acquired this elixir? The disciple replied, I have previously exchanged for 2 elixirs, Elder. Look, this is the elixir, he hastily stated, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face. Oh, is this the item in question? If true, you would have rendered a great service to the Hong family. This treasure shall be bestowed upon you. As he spoke, a sword flew from Hong Liang's hand, soaring towards the disciple. Upon seeing the flying sword, the disciple was struck with overwhelming excitement, realizing it was a high-grade yellow-tier treasure. Hastily, he bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Elder. You may withdraw now. Your task is complete. From now on, cultivate diligently within the Hong family and strive to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yes. After speaking, Hong Liang toyed with the elixir in his hand, which indeed emitted an alluring fragrance. Yet, could this elixir truly possess such remarkable effects? Being a cautious individual, Hong Liang harbored suspicions that it might be a trap. Call Hong Quanan to see me, he commanded. Shortly thereafter, Hong Quanan entered the secret chamber. Disciple pays respects to master. May I ask why you summoned me here? Honor? I have heard that you have recently achieved the pinnacle of chi refinement? Yes, master. Perfect timing. I have just acquired an elixir said to assist in your breakthrough. Give it a try. Hong Quanan, filled with joy, immediately complied. Thank you, master. He swallowed the elixir, and suddenly, a powerful wave erupted around him, gradually coursing into his body. As he absorbed this force, the bottleneck within him began to dissolve at an astonishing rate. In less than a minute, he broke through to the foundation establishment stage. This revelation left the elders of the Hong family utterly astonished. The claims made earlier were indeed true. Such a miraculous elixir truly existed in this world. Witnessing the elixir's extraordinary efficacy, Hong Liang could no longer contain himself and promptly consumed another one. He awaited a breakthrough with eager anticipation, yet after a while, he sensed something amiss. Upon careful examination, He realized that while a new surge of energy had entered his body, aiding him in alleviating part of his bottleneck, it was insufficient for a breakthrough. However, if he were at the foundation establishment stage, that surge of energy should have enabled him to advance. Could it be that my cultivation is too advanced for the elixir to support? Yet, if I were to consume 10 elixirs simultaneously, it would seem sufficient for my breakthrough. Considering the previous effect, as these thoughts raced through his mind, Hong Liang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, such a treasure from the humble Qingxian sect. Truly, I am favored by the heavens. It appears it is time to pay a visit to the family head. With that, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy and burst through the door. Observing his aura, one would note he had attained the pinnacle of core formation in the Qingxian sect. Before Lu Hao's arrival, the pinnacle of core formation was already regarded as the second strongest within the sect. However, within the Hong family, a pinnacle core formation individual was merely an ordinary elder. Chapter 18. A distinguished elder of the Hong family, yet he seizes a disciple's elixir? The Hong family is the foremost clan in Nanshu City, governing the majority of its cultivators and resources, and undoubtedly reigning as the overlord of Nanshu City. It is rumored that the family head, Hong Tian, has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, just a step away from entering the god transformation stage. Thus, in all of Nanshu City, no one dares to offend the Hong family. Those who have dared to cross them have long since met their demise without a grave. At this moment, a family assembly was taking place in the grand hall of the Hong family. The assembly comprised 11 individuals, the family head and 10 elders. Hong Liang, the 8th elder of the Hong family, was presently elucidating the matter of the Qingxian sect's elixirs to the clan leader and other elders. Upon his conclusion, the 6th elder could not restrain himself and inquired, Elder 8, where did you acquire this information? Is it credible? I have never heard of such a miraculous elixir. Let alone that it is provided free of charge by the Qingxian sect. This seems rather implausible. Indeed, Elder 8, such matters are of great significance and cannot be spoken of lightly. How could the Qingxian sect possess such capabilities? Perceiving the skepticism surrounding his revelation, Hong Liang proceeded to share the account of how his disciple had consumed the elixir and achieved a breakthrough. Oh, your disciple Hong Quanan has reached the foundation establishment stage? The clan leader inquired. Precisely, he broke through immediately upon consuming the elixir. The clan leader's brow furrowed upon hearing Elder 8's words, and he remarked, if this is the case, we cannot afford to ignore it. If such a precious elixir truly exists, it ought to be utilized by our Hong family. A mere sect like Qingxian should not be entitled to it. Elder 8, it is your task to investigate the veracity of this claim at the Qingxian sect. Should it indeed be true, compel the Qingxian sect to hand over the formula. I doubt they will dare to refuse. Understood, clan leader. But the sect's master is at the nascent soul stage, and I fear, Hong Tian interrupted Hong Liang's words, do not fret. Take this magical artifact with you on your journey. To Hong Liang's astonishment, it was the clan leader's mid-level Xian-tier artifact, the Shadow Veil. Its sole function was to conceal one's presence. Even a fully realized golden core cultivator would find it impossible to detect him while he possessed this treasure. Thank you, clan leader. I shall set out to investigate the Qingxian sect at once. Very well, I await your favorable news. Thus, Hong Liang soared towards the Qingxian sect, his hands eagerly exploring the Shadow Veil, utterly enamored by the artifact. He longed to claim it for himself. Yet the thought of the clan leader's unfathomable strength quelled such desires. After 2 hours, Hong Liang arrived near the Qingxian sect. The method of utilizing the Shadow Veil was straightforward. One merely had to infuse their vital energy into it, and it would automatically generate a shield to obscure one's presence. Under circumstances of negligible cultivation disparity, detection would be exceedingly difficult. Once he activated the Shadow Veil, he entered the sect. Upon stepping inside, Hong Liang was struck by the transformation of the Qingxian sect. A vibrant aura suffused the air, and every disciple he encountered seemed imbued with boundless hope, exuding vitality and vigor. Such an atmosphere was something he had never witnessed among the disciples of the Hong family. If a sect possessed such an ambience, it would be challenging to prevent its flourishing. In just a few short years away, how had the Qingxian sect undergone such a remarkable metamorphosis? Hong Liang mused with furrowed brows. The burgeoning strength of the sect surely signified troubling news for the Hong family, as it would significantly undermine their dominance in Nanshu City. It is time to impose some constraints on the Qingxian sect, for it appears that the annual tribute of 1 million spirit stones is far too effortless for them. Once I return, I shall propose to the clan leader to elevate it to 2 million. I am curious to see how the Qingxian sect will continue to flourish under such circumstances. Hong Liang continued to stealthily navigate within the Qingxian sect, feeling utterly relaxed, oblivious to the fact that his presence had already been sensed by several elderly individuals in the points hall the moment he entered. However, Due to Lu Hao's directive forbidding them from acting impulsively, they chose to disregard him. As for Lu Hao, a formidable master of the void refinement stage, he was acutely aware of every movement within the sect. What is this? Why are so many disciples congregating here? What are they doing? The Points Hall? I do not recall this place during my last visit. As Hong Liang strolled, he stumbled upon the Points Hall, observing numerous disciples gathered there. This sight piqued his curiosity, prompting him to hasten over to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Points Hall was distributing elixirs. Moreover, these were identical to the elixirs he had previously acquired. Hong Liang's eyes widened with greed. Not long ago, he had consumed one elixir, though it did not lead to a breakthrough. He was convinced that if he ingested 10 elixirs simultaneously, he would undoubtedly overcome his bottleneck and ascend to the nascent soul stage. And what did he see now? A throng of Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples were actually receiving elixirs. This was an utter waste. The moment Hong Liang laid eyes on the elixirs, the aura of a perfected golden core erupted from him. He charged forward to seize the elixirs. With a swift motion, 6 elixirs were snatched away by Hong Liang. Gazing at the 6 elixirs in his hand, he turned his avaricious gaze toward the elder distributing them. Hand over the remaining elixirs. Otherwise, I shall be unrestrained, Hong Liang declared, his eyes fixed intently on the elder. The elder, however, merely glanced at the front-facing individual and continued to sit there, unmoved. This elder was Lu San, a practitioner at the initial stage of the transformation stage. Yet, he was bound to obey Lu Hao's command and refrained from intervening. Observing the lack of response, Hong Liang's greed surged uncontrollably. He was impatient to acquire more elixirs. Thus, he unleashed a powerful punch. Old fool. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Hong Liang concentrated all his strength into a single, forceful punch. A tremendous crash reverberated, accompanied by a piercing scream. The cacophony was caused by Hong Liang's fist colliding with Lu San. The scream, however, emanated from Hong Liang himself. Although Lu San could not retaliate, his physical form was genuinely that of a transformation stage practitioner. Consequently, when Hong Liang's full-force punch struck Lu San, he felt as if he had slammed his fist against solid iron. His hand shattered instantly, and his entire arm suffered a catastrophic fracture. Thus, Hong Liang emitted a heart-rending scream that echoed through the air. This commotion immediately disturbed Lingtian, who was in a secluded state of meditation. Lingtian, sensing the arrival of Hong Liang, pondered, Hong Liang, what brings him to my Qingxuangu? Puzzled, he swiftly descended from the mountaintop to stand beside Hong Liang. In a cold tone, he inquired, Elder Hong of the Hong family, may I ask the purpose of your visit to my Qingxuangu? As he spoke, Lingtian was already channeling his internal energy, prepared to act at a moment's notice. At that moment, Hong Liang was enduring the excruciating agony of a shattered right hand. Despite Lingtian's presence, he failed to discern that Lingtian had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. With righteous fury, he bellowed, Lingtian, your audacity knows no bounds. I merely came to pay a visit to your Qingxuanzong, yet you dare to strike me with such malice. Lingtian's gaze sharpened with intensity. How audacious this man was to speak so insolently within the confines of Qingxuanzong. Fueled by rage, he swiftly approached Hong Liang, his eyes cold as ice, harboring a hint of murderous intent. From Hong Liang's perspective, he could only see a figure rushing toward him, and in the blink of an eye, the individual was upon him. Lingtian raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending Hong Liang flying once more, landing several dozen meters away. A scream pierced the air above Qingxuanzong once again. After enduring 2 consecutive strikes, Hong Liang's inner fury was quelled, and he regained his composure, cautiously assessing Lingtian's cultivation level. To his astonishment, Lingtian was a formidable cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 19. Lu Hao. He is indeed a transformation god. Hong Liang was utterly astounded. Just a few years prior, Lingtian had been a golden core cultivator, and he never imagined that he had now broken through to the nascent soul. It is well known that transcending significant realms in cultivation is an arduous endeavor, a truth he was all too familiar with. The transition from golden core to nascent soul is particularly challenging, with the most formidable hurdle being the transformation of the core into a nascent soul. To achieve this milestone, one must possess a profound internal foundation capable of supporting the emergence of the nascent soul. Additionally, an abundance of external resources is required post-transformation to facilitate the swift birth of the nascent soul. Without sufficient resources, failure to transform could lead to catastrophic consequences. He had been stuck at the peak of the golden core stage for over 20 years, with no certainty of a breakthrough in sight. Currently, the fastest among the Hong family to ascend from golden core to nascent soul was their patriarch, Hong Tian, who accomplished this feat in a mere 11 years. Without extraordinary fortune or serendipity, the golden core stage was often the ultimate destination for the vast majority of cultivators. The success rate for breakthroughs was dismally low, with only 1 in 100 achieving it. He could never have imagined that within the seemingly unremarkable Qing Xuan zone, there existed another nascent soul cultivator aside from the sect leader, Bai Dao Ren. Where could he have obtained the resources for such a breakthrough? Before Hong Liang could fully regain his composure, Lingtian was already standing before him. You have actually broken through to the nascent soul. Were you not stalled at a bottleneck for 30 years? How is it possible for you to still achieve a breakthrough? Words of astonishment escaped the lips of this elder from the Hong family. Lingtian, unperturbed by his astonishment, fixed his gaze upon him with an intensity brimming with hostility. In a low voice, he remarked, "You, a mere elder of the Hong family, dare to disregard honor and shame by stealthily infiltrating my Qingxian sect? Do you truly think so little of us? If you desire war, then let it come. I am eager to witness whether you can withstand the scrutiny of other factions." Lingtian's temperament had always been rather peculiar. Having lost his parents in his youth, he immersed himself in the pursuit of cultivation for many years, harboring no attachments. The sect was his deepest concern, and in his heart, the Qingxian sect held paramount importance. Since joining, he had lived here, and the location of the sect was his home. The members of Qingxian sect were akin to his family. Nothing could surpass the sect's significance in his heart, not even his own cultivation or life itself. When someone brazenly proclaimed their intent to bring harm to the Qingxian sect, it was akin to striking a nerve. Lingtian's fury surged instantaneously. That kick had been a tangible affront. Had he not been an elder of the Hong family, and had he not harbored some concern over potential retribution from them, Lingtian would have already dealt a lethal blow. Hong Liang, gazing into Lingtian's eyes, sensed a palpable intent to kill and involuntarily shuddered. Lingtian, "No, Master Ling. That was merely a moment of rashness on my part, a foolish boast. Please, show mercy and spare me." Hong Liang quickly pleaded, disregarding his own injuries, for he understood the gravity of his situation in foreign territory. If he were to perish here, even if the Hong family subsequently raised the Qingxian sect, it would bear no significance for him. In this vast world, what could be more important than one's own life? A gentleman avenges, but it is never too late. Hong Liang thought to himself. Once I clarify matters with the clan leader and return with my kin, even if we cannot obliterate the legacy of the Qingxian sect, we shall certainly compel them to pay a heavy price. Upon witnessing Hong Liang's demeanor, Lingtian also regained his composure, though a headache soon followed. After all, this individual was the 8th elder of the Hong family, not one to be easily swayed by mercy. If he were to let him return, the Qingxian sect would likely face the wrath of the Hong family. Conversely, should he take his life, it would irrevocably cement a bitter enmity between the two factions. Lingtian was acutely aware that, although he had recently advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm and the Qingxian sect's strength had surged, the patriarch of the Hong family had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Could they truly withstand the might of the Hong family? As he pondered, his brow furrowed tightly. Hong Liang, perceiving the shift in the atmosphere, realized that Lingtian was hesitating. It seemed that he was still apprehensive of the elder's status. A cold smile crept into Hong Liang's heart, though his face displayed no such emotion. He quickly clasped his hands and added, "Master Ling, rest assured. If you spare me today, I vow not to disclose this incident to anyone, not even the clan leader." Upon hearing this, Lingtian sighed inwardly. What choice did he truly have? Was he truly to consider the act of killing this man? The Qingxian sect is currently experiencing a promising trajectory, bolstered by the presence of Lu Hao. If it continues to develop clandestinely for another decade, at that time, the insignificant Hong family will undoubtedly find themselves powerless against the Qingxian sect. Contemplating this, he could only choose to trust that Hong Liang would honor his commitment and let him depart. "I hope you can keep your promise. Otherwise, it would be quite easy for me to bring down a foundation-building stage companion before I depart this world," Lingtian threatened, then released his grip. Upon noticing that his adversary was not pursuing the earlier matter, Hong Liang immediately focused his energy, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, and fled at full speed towards Nansa City. "My master has permitted your departure, but I have not." A calm voice interjected just as Hong Liang believed himself to be safe. In an instant, it felt as though all other sounds in the world had vanished. Even the gentle breeze seemed to have ceased. A faint yet palpable pressure enveloped him, rendering his fleeing form motionless. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, a striking young man clad in white robes, gazing at Hong Liang with indifference. This person was none other than Lu Hao. The moment Hong Liang met Lu Hao's gaze, it felt as if a heavy hammer struck his very soul, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood and teeter on the brink of mental collapse. The surrounding air appeared to solidify, making even the act of breathing an arduous task. What shocked him the most was Lu Hao's mode of arrival, teleportation. This is teleportation. No, it's impossible. How could there be someone capable of teleportation within such a modest sect? This is beyond belief. I must be trapped in an illusion. Hong Liang's heart roared silently. The appearance of Lu Hao's teleportation filled him with dread, rendering his face pale as he regretted his decision to venture into this sect immensely. For in this world, only those who have reached the transformation stage can wield such power, as only their bodies can withstand the immense pressure generated by tearing through space. A nascent soul practitioner could never endure the stress of teleportation. They would be crushed to dust by the overwhelming forces of space. Lu Hao stepped toward the elder of the Hong family, who remained suspended in midair, and spoke with a calm demeanor. You are the 8th elder of the Hong family. Are you not? You came uninvited to my Qingxian sect, attempting to seize my elixirs and harm my disciples. To let you leave so easily would be a disservice to myself. With that, Lu Hao's gaze fell upon Hong Liang, instantly discerning the man's true nature. Hong Liang, the 8th elder of the Hong family, was at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, teetering on the edge of a breakthrough. The Hong family, is it? Lu Hao mused. I hope you do not misjudge the situation and bring misfortune upon yourselves. Lu Hao was not well acquainted with the specifics of the Hong family's circumstances. He merely knew that they were the foremost family in Nansu City, an unequivocal hegemon in the region. But what of it? Although Lu Hao typically occupied himself with tending to his garden and indulging in leisurely pursuits, he had little regard for the affairs beyond his courtyard. However, he had long regarded the Qingxian sect as his home, his very foundation in this realm of cultivation. Should anyone dare to disrupt this sanctuary, he could not remain indifferent. Lu Hao's calm words resonated in Hong Liang's ears, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He discerned the intent to kill within that unassuming statement, an intent emanating from a formidable deity of transformation. In the South Sioux City, if a deity of transformation sought to eliminate someone, no one could safeguard the intended victim. Chapter 20. Hong Liang enters Qingxian, the Hong clan assembly. With a resounding thud, Lu Hao retracted his oppressive aura, sending Hong Liang crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, senior, I acknowledge my mistake. I was foolishly captivated, deserving of death 1,000 times over. I beseech you, senior, to show mercy and spare my life. I should not have coveted this elixir, and I shall return it to you. 6 in total. Senior, I implore you to be lenient. With that, Hong Liang raised both hands in supplication, slapping his cheeks with fervor. The sound of his strikes echoed continuously, his face swelling grotesquely. Lu Hao, taken aback, noted the man's fervent desire to survive. Before his arrival, he had observed the surroundings. Despite Hong Liang's attempt to seize the elixir, he had not harmed anyone. Enough. Cease your actions, Lu Hao stated with indifference. Trembling, Hong Liang complied, falling to his knees before Lu Hao, presenting the elixir in his hands. Lu Hao cast a brief glance at the kneeling figure before turning his gaze to his visibly shaken master, cupping his hands in greeting. Master. It has been some time since we last met. Lingtian, equally astounded, had always known his disciple was extraordinary. Yet, he could never have anticipated that his student was, in fact, a deity of transformation. It was common knowledge that there had been no news of such beings in South Sioux City for centuries. According to legend, the last appearance of a deity of transformation in the area was 500 years ago. My disciple, you have concealed your prowess remarkably well. Your cultivation at the stage of transformation is truly astonishing. Haha, master, please forgive me. I prefer a life of tranquility and modesty, shunning the limelight. Indeed, indeed. The wisest decision I have ever made in my life was to take you as my disciple. In the future, do not disdain my humble abilities. Rather, allow me to bask in your brilliance. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao paused, his expression shifting as he spoke slowly. Master, once a disciple, always a son. The greatest fortune of my life has been to take you as my mentor. In my days of hardship, cast adrift in the wilderness, you took me in as your disciple and brought me back to Qingxian sect. When I was unable to cultivate, you tirelessly searched for 5 years to find spiritual herbs for me. You even risked grave injury to confront the Jingguang mansion on my behalf. Your kindness is immeasurable to me. This debt of gratitude shall forever remain etched in my heart, unyielding through the ages. Lingtian burst into hearty laughter, his mid-yuan ing aura radiating with undeniable force, shaking the very fabric of the world around him as he expressed the tumultuous emotions within his heart. Lu Hao turned his gaze towards Hong Liang and remarked, Master, I believe it would be unwise to allow this individual from the Hong family to return. If we permit him to go back, he will undoubtedly report to the patriarch of the Hong family, thereby instigating unnecessary troubles. It would be far better to eliminate him. Lingtian, having no objection, had previously refrained from acting out of concern for offending the Hong family and bringing calamity upon the Qingxian sect. However, now that he was aware his disciple had attained the strength of the transformation stage, the trifling Hong family no longer held any significance for him. The elder of the Hong family, who knelt motionless on the ground, felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom upon hearing the words of the young man before him. He quickly cried out, "Senior, I truly understand my mistakes. I implore you to spare my life. I am willing to join the Qingxian sect and serve it faithfully, even to the extent of toiling like a beast. I swear my undying loyalty to the Qingxian sect. Please grant me the opportunity to redeem myself." Hong Liang prostrated himself on the ground, persistently begging for mercy. Lu Hao regarded him thoughtfully. Considering the recent expansion of the sect and the potential hazards posed by low-level disciples in treacherous areas, the fact that Hong Liang had achieved the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage could indeed be of use. If he could maintain a modicum of obedience, perhaps, in light of his newfound awareness, Lu Hao might contemplate sparing his life. "Very well, this is your own assertion. Should you deviate in the slightest, you shall be aware of the consequences," Lu Hao declared, casually marking Hong Liang with a maternal seal. This seal would determine his life and death from this moment onward, and he hoped the elder would heed his warning. "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed senior. Thank you for your mercy." Hong Liang repeatedly bowed in gratitude. "Master, I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. I am not adept at managing such affairs, and there are vegetables in my courtyard that require watering. Once I have completed my tasks, I would be pleased to share a few drinks with you. I shall take my leave for now." "Very well. I shall handle this individual. You may go," Lu Hao replied. With that, he executed a spatial shift and returned to his own courtyard. Were anyone to witness Lu Hao's ability to teleport such a vast distance, they would undoubtedly be astonished. This feat was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary transformation stage practitioner. Typically, even the most accomplished transformation stage experts could only teleport within a radius of approximately 100 miles. Beyond that, even their bodies could not withstand the strain of space. The distance from the Points Hall to Lu Hao's courtyard was a staggering 300 miles. After Lu Hao departed, Hong Liang remained kneeling on the ground, alongside Lingtian, who was filled with contemplation. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this time, Hong Liang's performance could not merely be described as positive. It was exceedingly enthusiastic. His mastery of the foundation establishment stage allowed him to work tirelessly, without rest. As he himself proclaimed, he was akin to a brick, ready to be moved wherever needed. The other disciples of the Qingxian sect, who were already highly driven, were left astonished by his relentless work ethic. "Who is this newcomer? I've never seen him before. He is truly exceptional," exclaimed one disciple. "Damn, I thought I was working hard enough. But it seems there are still those more skilled than I. I must learn from him. If the newcomers are this dedicated, I, as a senior brother, cannot afford to lag behind." Since joining the Qingxian sect, Hong Liang has been assigned the status of an outer disciple at the foundation establishment stage by Lingtian. He is expressly forbidden from revealing his complete mastery at the golden core stage before the other disciples, and has been allocated the most arduous and challenging work assignments. However, since becoming a member of the Qingxian sect, Hong Liang has been genuinely astonished. Given his innate talent, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage seemed to be his ultimate limit, and the prospect of breaking through to the nascent soul stage appeared extremely bleak. Yet, within the Qingxian sect, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The daily, complimentary exchange of breaking foundation pills has been utterly tantalizing for him. After all, he had previously felt that 10 of such pills could aid him in transcending the golden core stage. Thus, he toiled relentlessly, striving to demonstrate his newfound diligence to the venerable figure of the transformation god, hoping for an opportunity to exchange for the elixirs. It must be noted that Lu Hao occasionally kept an eye on this elder from the Hong family, given his considerable cultivation level, concerned he might act irrationally. However, he observed Hong Liang working diligently day in and day out. He deemed the man's performance since joining the sect commendable, and one day he conveyed through voice transmission, "Your recent performance has been commendable. Continue your efforts. As long as your heart remains with the Qingxian sect, the sect shall not neglect you, regardless of other matters." It was merely a matter of painting a rosy picture for the time being. Consequently, Hong Liang intensified his efforts, dreaming of one day breaking through to the nascent soul stage and achieving a lifespan of 1,000 years. Working tirelessly within the Qingxian sect, the temptation of a breakthrough has significantly improved his patience. Yet, not everyone was able to remain calm. In the grand hall of the Hong family, another family meeting was underway. This time, a notable absence was felt. The seat of the 8th elder was conspicuously empty. The patriarch noted that the 8th elder had been sent to the Qingxian sect to investigate matters concerning the elixirs for a month now, and there had been no word from him, nor any response to voice transmissions. Could something have gone awry? You are being overly cautious, remarked the third elder. The eighth elder possesses a treasure bestowed by the patriarch and is at the peak of the golden core stage. Even if the sect master of Qingxian were to intervene, he would manage to escape. Moreover, as a member of the Hong family, the Qingxian sect would hardly dare to act against him. The seventh elder chimed in. While the reasoning was sound, a month without news was indeed peculiar. In my opinion, it would be wise to send another elder to ascertain what has transpired, suggested the third elder. You are correct. Waiting indefinitely is not prudent. We should dispatch someone to investigate, the patriarch responded, raising his hand and slowly stating. This matter is minor. If so, seventh elder, you are at the nascent soul stage. So you shall go and inquire about the whereabouts of the eighth elder and the circumstances of the Qingxian sect. Understood, patriarch. The patriarch continued. Let us set this matter aside for now. Today's family meeting concerns a matter of even greater importance. Taking a deep breath, the patriarch's expression turned grave as he addressed the assembly. In a year's time, it will be time to present our tributes to the Tianjin sect once again. What do you all believe would be an appropriate amount to offer this time? Upon finishing his statement, he surveyed the gathering, noticing the atmosphere had grown rather somber. At the mention of the Tianjin sect, the countenances of all the elders darkened. The Heavenly Sword sect is one of the three great sects of Northern Wilderness, standing alongside the Chinin Tower and the Fengluo Valley, collectively dominating the region. Under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword sect, 5 major cities, namely the southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central cities, are governed, with Nansu City being one of them. Its power is unparalleled. So much so that the Hong family remains oblivious to the true extent of the Heavenly Sword sect's might. However, whispers of rumors suggest the presence of cultivators in the void refinement stage within the sect. In the eyes of the sect, the Hong family is merely a somewhat larger clan, lacking any substantial means to contend with the Heavenly Sword sect. Chapter 21. The Hong family takes action to collect resources. Nansu City, where the Hong family resides, lies squarely within the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword sect. Every decade, the sect demands tribute from the Hong family, ostensibly as a fee for the privilege of operating on their territory, though in truth, it is akin to extortion. Each tribute payment represents a significant financial drain for the Hong family. A decade ago, when the Hong family failed to meet the sect's expectations in their tribute, the sect's enforcers brutally murdered the envoy sent to deliver the offerings, subsequently issuing a ludicrously inflated tribute list. They even threatened that if the Hong family did not comply, they would not hesitate to change the surname of the first family of Nansu City. Upon hearing this news, the Hong family was incensed, their patriarch lamenting alone in the ancestral home throughout the night, crying out to their forebears. Yet, regardless of their outrage, the bitter truth remained. They could only acquiesce, too fearful to resist. The enormity of that tribute left the Hong family reeling for 3 entire years before they could recover, a testament to the profound oppression they endured at the hands of the Heavenly Sword sect. The Hong family could only swallow their grievances, knowing their strength paled in comparison, and that they were on the territory of their oppressor. Observing the silence of the gathered members, the patriarch shook his head in resignation. I have here a list of tributes. Let us review it, and if there are no objections, we shall proceed accordingly. With that, Patriarch Hong Tian presented the list for all to see. What? Patriarch, we possess only a single 9-leaf blood soul flower, for which we expended tremendous effort to acquire, and some even perished in the process. Are you truly intending to surrender it to the Heavenly Sword sect? Absolutely not. I oppose this. Moreover, there is a spirit mirror. This is a top-tier Xiangray treasure, and our family possesses only 2 of such caliber. How can we part with 1 for that Heavenly Sword sect? And 10 infant refinement pills, as well as 100 golden light pills. This is tantamount to demanding our lives. Alas, if we comply with this list, our family will be gravely weakened, perhaps not recovering for another decade. At that point, whether Nansu City will still bear the Hong name remains uncertain. This Heavenly Sword sect is utterly intolerable. What do they take us for? Mere servants? With such coercion, can we even hope to survive? Indeed. A chorus of elders erupted, each voicing their vehement dissatisfaction. Hong Tian gazed at the chaotic great hall, his feelings of frustration intensifying. Did he wish to relinquish these offerings? Certainly not. Was he unaware of the value of these tributes? Of course he was aware. However, just yesterday, the envoy from the Sword of Heaven sect had personally visited him, presenting the list of offerings and instructing him to submit according to this list. Claiming that the sect was preparing for war, they asserted that after this submission, no further offerings would be required, urging his cooperation, threatening that otherwise the Sword of Heaven sect would not hesitate to alter the name of Nansu City. Hong Tian found himself at a loss. His family was still in a phase of development, How could they possibly contend with the Sword of Heaven sect? Besides, even if he refused, what would that accomplish? They simply preferred not to confront him directly. Did he expect a formidable being of the divine transformation stage to come and reason with him? Silence. Hong Tian bellowed, casting a sweeping gaze around the hall, and spoke solemnly. Do you think I desire to hand these over? These are the most treasured possessions of the Hong family. If it were not absolutely necessary, would I ever relinquish them to the Sword of Heaven sect? Yet, the envoy from the sect visited me yesterday, and this list of tributes was provided by them, threatening annihilation of the Hong family should we refuse. What choice do I have? What can the Hong family do? We have no authority to refuse. If we do not submit, can we safeguard these resources? Naive. To the Sword of Heaven sect. The mere Hong family could be obliterated with a mere flick of their wrist. We have no alternatives. The Grand Elder sighed in response, his eyes filled with both anger and helplessness. Patriarch, we understand your sentiments, yet the resources demanded by the Sword of Heaven sect this time are exceedingly vast. If we comply, the Hong family will be unable to maintain its position as the paramount family. Should submission be absolutely necessary, I propose a suggestion. Oh, what suggestion do you have? Pray, share it with us. The second elder interjected directly. We should levy substantial resources from all the families and sects within Nansu City. This move could replenish some of the Hong family's depletions, while simultaneously weakening these subordinate factions, thus ensuring that they cannot threaten our standing as the foremost family in Nansu City. This strategy is indeed commendable, Hong Tian responded. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. He rose, commanding, Elders, heed my order. There is no time to lose. Tomorrow, the entire Hong family shall mobilize to collect resources from the other factions within Nansu City, commencing with those of lesser strength. Should anyone dare to resist, they shall be dealt with accordingly. Prepare yourselves. Understood. As the Hong family strategized their resource collection, the members of the Qingxian sect remained fervently engrossed in their cultivation and the construction of their sect, entirely oblivious to the impending arrival of the Hong family. The following day, at the gates of the Hong family, 5 elders gathered, led by none other than the Grand Elder, Hong Zijing. A consummate master at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he stood as one of the strongest in Nansu City, adorned in a golden robe, his hair bound by a golden crown, and a purple gold sword, the high-grade mystic treasure, the spirit-slaying sword, at his waist, emanating an aura of unparalleled dominance. Under the command of the clan leader, we are to gather resources from the prominent families and sects in South Sioux City. The 7th elder has already proceeded to the Qingxian sect in the east of the city. We will split into 5 groups. 2nd elder, you shall head to the Zhang family in South Sioux. 3rd elder, you will go to the Jiang family in South Sioux. The Grand Elder paused momentarily before continuing. 4th elder, proceed to the Baoyuan sect in the north of the city. 5th elder, you are to visit the Liuqi sect in the south. As for the formidable Xindao sect also in the south, I shall personally make the journey there. Understood. The 4 responded in unison before swiftly taking flight in their respective directions. Onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily taken aback. What could have prompted the Hong family to mobilize 5 elders? It appeared that significant events were imminent in South Sioux City, within the grand hall of the Zhang family. The 2nd elder of the Hong family, Hong Li, occupied the highest seat, while the family head Zhang Qixio and various elders of the Zhang family sat below. Upon seeing the visitor, Zhang Qixio's brows furrowed in concern. He was uncertain of the reason behind the Hong family's delegation. Yet the gravity of the situation suggested it was likely unfavorable. Ah, Elder Hong, it is indeed an honor for my Zhang family to receive you. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Zhang Qixio inquired, attempting to maintain an amiable facade. Elder Zhang, I will be forthright. Recently, envoys from the Tianjin sect visited my Hong family and demanded a substantial amount of resources. My family cannot bear this burden alone. Thus, my purpose here is quite simple. I bring a list of materials required by the Tianjin sect. You need only to prepare these items and deliver them to my Hong family, the 2nd elder stated. Casting a brief glance at the assembled members of the Zhang family, noting their grim expressions, he added, this is a request from the Tianjin sect. My Hong family is merely complying with orders. I hope you all understand the gravity of the situation and avoid placing us in a difficult position. Without waiting for a response from the Zhang family, he radiated a powerful aura characteristic of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Instantly, the atmosphere in the Zhang family hall grew tense. Upon hearing this, the family head's countenance darkened significantly, as if water could drip from it. It was evident to all that the Hong family was leveraging the Tianjin sect's authority to extract resources from the Zhang family. Zhang Qixio was aware of the Hong family's obligations to the Tianjin sect. However, the Tianjin sect had also rendered considerable assistance to the Hong family. providing them with cultivation techniques, insights, and opportunities for their disciples to study at the sect. The abundance of nascent soul practitioners in the Hong family owed much to the Tianjin sect's support, particularly during the Hong family's bid to secure their position as the foremost family in South Sioux City. Without the Tianjin sect's backing, how could the Hong family have maintained their supremacy? Previously, when the Tianjin sect extended its favors, the Zhang family had received none of the benefits. Now, however, it seemed the Tianjin sect required resources, and the burden fell upon the Zhang family to share in this demand. What kind of reasoning was this? As these thoughts consumed him, Zhang Qishou felt his anger surging uncontrollably. The Hong family was being exceedingly unreasonable. Chapter 22 Old 8. What are you doing here? In the grand hall of the Zhang family, the atmosphere was palpably tense. The second elder of the Hong family sat calmly, observing the assembly below, his expression betraying no emotion, as though he anticipated the Zhang family's acquiescence. In the face of absolute power, how could the humble Zhang family hope to stir the waters? The patriarch of the Zhang clan was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, with only one nascent soul cultivator among them. It is likely they would recognize the gravity of their situation. The members of the Zhang family sat in silence below, none daring to speak. After a while, Zhang Qishou slowly emerged from his anger and frustration. Were he a solitary individual, he would never endure such humiliation and allow the Hong family to bully him. However, as the leader of the Zhang family, the cornerstone of his clan, he could not let his momentary bravado lead the Zhang family into irreparable ruin. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qishou surveyed the elders around him, realizing they were all waiting for him to speak. Since this is the request of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Zhang family shall comply, he said, a reluctant expression crossing his face. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Patriarch Zhang is a straightforward man, which I admire. Now, hasten to prepare. I shall await you here, the second elder of the Hong family said with a smile, rising from his seat. Lin Yi, proceed with the preparations as per the list. After speaking, Zhang Qishou snorted in anger, sweeping his sleeve as he departed, knowing this was the only way to express his dissatisfaction. The other elders of the Zhang family followed him out of the grand hall, seething with anger, yet feeling helpless. The eldest elder hurried to catch up with the patriarch. Speaking in a grave tone, Patriarch, the Hong family is truly overstepping their bounds. They have long covertly obstructed our clan's expansion and development, and now they seek to extort our resources under some pretense. This is utterly tyrannical. How can the Zhang family endure this? Xing Yuan. We may lack the strength to contend with them, and if we push them too far, the consequences could be dire. However, if our Zhang family manages to grow stronger in the future, I shall ensure the Hong family pays dearly for their transgressions. If Lin Yi can break through to the nascent soul stage, or if I can advance to the later stage, the situation will improve considerably, the eldest elder remarked. Upon hearing this, the patriarch sighed deeply. I have been stuck at this mid-stage bottleneck for over 10 years. Breaking through is no easy feat without a significant opportunity. I can only rely on time to grind away at it. The Hong family's resource requisition is indeed. The patriarch of the Zhang family and Master Lu Hao were inseparable friends in their youth, embarking on a journey of cultivation together. They traversed numerous trials and tribulations, providing mutual support and assistance, ultimately growing to a point where they could trust one another with their lives, truly brothers in arms. Both are well acquainted with each other's temperaments. Lingtian is impulsive, and Zhang Qishou fears that he may act rashly. Thus, to avert an immediate conflict between Lingtian and the Hong family, Zhang Qishou felt compelled to send a discreet message to advise him. At this moment, aside from the Zhang family, other factions had also received the Hong family's ultimatum. As anticipated, every faction chose to yield their resources, unwilling to face the wrath of the Hong family, except for the Qingxian sect. The seventh elder of the Hong family, Hong Chong, is naturally cautious, and the prolonged silence from Hong Liang over the course of a month suggests something amiss. The inability of a perfected golden core individual to communicate could indicate the personal involvement of the sect leader. Although his own cultivation is merely at the early stage of the nascent soul, he recognizes that the sect leader may not be able to directly challenge him. Yet, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. One cannot underestimate the possibility of the opponent possessing artifacts capable of subduing him. It is prudent to remain cautious and gather information before formulating any plans. While other elders had completed their tasks and were preparing to return to their clan with the gathered resources, the seventh elder continued to stealthily navigate within the Qingxian sect. As Hong Chong proceeded, he observed the disciples around him, noticing their hurried pace, as if they were competing for something. Curious, he muttered to himself, unable to resist probing with his divine sense. What? This disciple appears quite young, yet is already at the foundation establishment stage? When did the Qingxian sect acquire such promising talents? What? another at the foundation establishment stage. These 3 individuals are also at that stage, and judging by the fluctuations of their vital energy, they likely possess the strength of those in the late foundation establishment. What is happening here? How can such a small sect as Qingxian have so many at the foundation establishment stage? My heavens! There is even one at the initial stage of golden core. What sort of place is this? A golden core cultivator so young would be considered a prodigy even within the Hong family. Just as Hong Chang was scrutinizing the golden core disciple, the latter seemed to sense something amiss. The young golden core disciple furrowed his brow and glanced around, yet detected nothing unusual. Odd. Why do I feel as though someone is watching me? Never mind. I must focus on earning points. I cannot afford to waste time. Zhao Yu, stay strong. The disciple silently encouraged himself and hastened deeper into the sect, intent on seeking the precious materials to exchange for points. At that moment, Hong Chang felt a chill run down his spine, his face awash with disbelief. In the entirety of South Sioux City, during the foundational period, one could indeed consider oneself a formidable presence. Those who have attained the golden core stage could effortlessly ascend to the status of elders within a faction. Yet, no disciple from any sect has managed to reach the golden core stage thus far. However, the attire of that nascent golden core disciple clearly indicates that he holds no significant position. How could this be? Could it be that the elixir spoken of by the 8th elder truly exists? Does the Qingxian sect possess a potion that guarantees a breakthrough? No. Upon probing that golden core disciple, it was evident he had sensed my presence. To be prudent, I should seek out the 8th elder first. Hong Chang retrieved the treasured artifact bestowed upon him by the clan leader, which could locate members of the Hong family bloodline. Why is the 8th elder situated deep within the wild forest? What on earth is he doing there? Without further contemplation, Hong Chang hurriedly made his way there. Boom, boom, boom. A series of tremendous sounds reverberated from the depths of the wild forest, where a figure was laboriously clearing the land. Dust swirled around, sending the birds and beasts within a 10-kilometer radius into a frenzy. Cough, cough, cough. The figure was evidently choked by the dust and coughed a few times. This individual was none other than Hong Liang, the 8th elder of the Hong family, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. The sight before Hong Chang left him utterly astounded for 8 centuries. He could hardly fathom that the 8th elder was toiling away within the Qingxian sect, and judging by his demeanor, he appeared to be quite content, working diligently without a hint of coercion. Instead, he bore an expression of selfless dedication. After the initial shock, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within Hong Chang. His Hong family was the foremost clan in South Sioux City, and Hong Liang was an elder within the family. His status was undeniably esteemed. With such a noble standing, any faction or sect in South Sioux City ought to treat him with the utmost respect. Yet now, this illustrious elder of the Hong family was reduced to performing menial labor in a minor sect. Regardless of any reasons or circumstances, there could be no justification for such an action. This was no longer merely a personal matter. It was a matter of the entire Hong family's dignity. Hong Liang's actions undoubtedly tarnished the family's reputation. Should outsiders become aware of this situation, the Hong family would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among other cultivators. If Hong Liang could disregard his own honor, the Hong family still had its pride to uphold. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Hong Chang could no longer contain the flames of his fury. He bellowed, "8th elder, what are you doing?" Hong Liang, who had been diligently working, suddenly heard a familiar voice and momentarily froze in place. His face first lit up with joy, only to swiftly transform into concern and anxiety as he halted his spell and turned around hastily. "7th brother? Is that you? Humph. How dare you call me that? Ha ha. It really is you. How wonderful. You have no idea how much I've missed you all." As he spoke, Hong Liang flew directly to Hong Chang, intending to pat him on the shoulder. Observing this, Hong Chang took a step back, his gaze icy as he regarded him with disdain. Huang Liang was momentarily taken aback by Lao Chi's piercing gaze, suddenly reminded of his newfound identity as a disciple of the Qingxian sect, prompting him to halt his actions. "Lao Ba, you had better provide me with an explanation." "Lao Chi, do not rush me. I am merely left with no choice." "Allow me to explain in detail," he replied. Thus, the 2 elders of the Huang family began their discourse deep within the desolate forest. Huang Liang recounted the entire sequence of events to Huang Chang, how he arrived at the Qingxian sect, the discovery of the medicinal pills, the incident of being sent flying by Lingtian's kick, and ultimately his intentions of remaining at the sect, sharing everything in earnest. Huang Chang's expression transitioned from cold detachment to curiosity, then shock, and finally morphed into sheer horror. Upon learning that a god transformation expert resided within the Qingxian sect, he could not help but exclaim, "What? A god transformation expert? Lao Ba, are you truly speaking the truth? Does this humble Qingxian sect genuinely harbor such power?" This matter seems to harbor deeper implications. Indeed, it is absolutely true, Lao Chi. That person appeared in an instant. And just their oppressive aura rendered me immobile. It must be a god transformation expert. I tell you, the pills that aid cultivators in breaking through might very well have been crafted by that individual. Do not even think about pursuing those pills further, should you act carelessly. The Huang family may face grave misfortune. Haha, Huang Liang, it appears you possess some awareness of your situation. Just as Huang Liang and Huang Chong were engrossed in their discussion, a soft, ethereal voice resonated from behind them. Both men instantly stiffened, sensing that they were being scrutinized by a formidable presence. While Huang Liang had already experienced the terror of a god transformation expert, Huang Chong felt as though the very air around him was being siphoned away, leaving him with a suffocating sensation. His breaths became erratic, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Even the flow of his internal energy sluggish, as if it were molasses. His heart surged tumultuously, as he realized that such a reaction could only stem from a god transformation expert. Could it be true that a god transformation expert truly exists within the Qingxian sect? How is this possible? Such a being would never descend upon a mere sect like this. They dismissed the notion that the Qingxian sect had cultivated this expert themselves. Even throughout the entirety of Northern Wilderness State, god transformation experts were exceedingly rare. The resources required to nurture one such individual were astronomical. Even if the Qingxian sect were to allocate all its resources to a single person, it would be impossible to forge a god transformation expert. Thus, both men concluded that this individual must have arrived from elsewhere, drawn to the Qingxian sect for reasons unbeknownst to them. Regardless of their internal musings, both men slowly turned around. Before them stood an exceptionally handsome youth, appearing remarkably youthful, clad in a flowing white robe. At that moment, he emanated waves of formidable pressure while gazing at them with a detached demeanor. Elder Hong of the Hong family, what brings you stealthily to the territory of my Qingxian sect? First, it was the 8th elder, and now the 7th elder. Are you not yet finished? With that, Lu Hao directed a formidable aura towards Hong Chong, who, caught off guard, knelt on the ground. Forbear, he stammered. Beside him, Hong Liang was eager to explain on Hong Chang's behalf. Lu Hao coldly interjected, I am inquiring of him, not you. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Hong Liang could only retreat, casting a glance at Hong Chong, urging him silently. Understanding the subtle cues from Hong Liang, Hong Chong realized that any attempt at concealment might provoke the formidable presence before him. Taking a deep breath, he recounted the entire sequence of events to Lu Hao. In truth, from the moment Hong Chong stepped into Qingxian sect, he had unwittingly been exposed to Lu Hao's divine perception, believing himself to be well hidden. Had he not refrained from any outrageous actions, Lu Hao would not have granted him the opportunity to speak. The divine perception of a late-stage void refinement expert is immensely powerful. A mere fraction is sufficient to probe the entirety of Qingxian sect. For a whole incense stick's duration, Hong Chong divulged everything, from the Tianjian sect to the Hong family, detailing the resource collection efforts to Lu Hao. Lu Hao listened silently throughout. So it appears you intend to requisition resources from my Qingxian sect? I am curious, how much does your Hong family wish for us to submit? Lu Hao remarked with a hint of a smile. And no, we wouldn't dare. Had we known a forebear was present in Qingxian sect, we would never have ventured here. We implore you to show mercy and spare us, Hong Chong hastily replied. You shall remain here as a disciple alongside Hong Liang in Qingxian sect. Do not entertain any ill thoughts, or else. Lu Hao's voice trailed off, his pressure intensifying. And no, forebear, rest assured, I shall diligently cultivate the land. That is excellent, Lu Hao acknowledged, casting a glance at the 2 Hong family elders, simultaneously placing a mark of subordination upon the 7th elder. The Hong family dares to seek resources from my Qingxian sect? It seems I must pay a personal visit. With a flash, Lu Hao vanished. After his departure, the 2 elders finally exhaled in relief. Hong Chong gradually emerged from the shadow of Lu Hao, turning to Hong Liang and inquired, 8th brother, do you truly intend to remain here indefinitely? 7th brother, let me tell you, this forebear does not relish bloodshed. My earlier diligence was motivated by his promise that if I performed well, not only could previous matters be forgiven, but I could also exchange for that precious foundational pill. Do you realize that 10 of those pills could aid me in breaking through to the nascent soul stage? The nascent soul stage. Let us not speak further. We could enjoy 1,000 years of carefree living together. That is the fundamental reason for my staying. Hong Chang's words stirred a flicker of desire within him. Yet doubt still clouded his mind. After a long hesitation, he finally spoke, but I am already at the nascent soul stage. Could that pill still be of use to someone at my level? The elixir capable of assisting the Yuan Ing in transcending is indeed a priceless treasure. Can that esteemed elder truly bestow it upon me? Previously, did I not mention that Lingtian, the master of the Qingxian sect, has already reached the mid-stage of yuaning. It is likely the handiwork of this venerable elder. Alas, old seventh, cease your musings and focus on your tasks. We do not wish to incur the ire of that esteemed elder. Ah, yes, of course. Boom, boom. In the depths of this desolate forest, familiar thunderous sounds and billowing clouds of dust erupted once more, but now two figures emerged instead of one. Chapter 24. What? The Qingxian sect possesses 6 yuan in cultivators, as Hong Liang and Hong Chong diligently worked the land. The other 4 elders had already returned to the Hong family hall. Upon seeing the elders return, the clan leader beamed with joy, stroking his modest beard and proclaiming, "Elders, judging by your expressions, I presume your tasks were accomplished with great success? Indeed, no one in South Sioux City would dare to slight our Hong family. Upon my arrival at the Zhang household, I took the seat of honor, and those from the Zhang family dared not utter a word. Ha ha ha. How could they possibly muster the courage to refuse? The new Dao sect possesses some strength, yet after exchanging a few blows with their leader, they conceded to relinquish resources. Humph. They brought upon themselves the consequences of their arrogance. I dare say that old scoundrel will be bedridden for quite some time." Excellent, excellent. We appreciate the hard work of all the elders. The atmosphere was lively as everyone chimed in. Wait, where's old seventh? The Qingxian sect should be relatively nearby. He may have been delayed by some matters. It is of no concern. I shall send him a message to inquire about the situation. Good. We shall celebrate once old seventh and old eighth return together. Little did the casually conversing members of the gathering know that their elder was toiling away within the Qingxian sect. As for the transmission, Lu Hao had already confiscated the communication artifacts from Hong Liang and Hong Chong. Time gradually flowed by, and 3 hours swiftly passed. The Hong family members began to sense something amiss. This is unusual. Under normal circumstances, even if they had not returned, they should have at least sent word by now. Now old seventh is as unreachable as old eighth. I fear they may have encountered trouble, the clan leader declared. But in this South Sioux City, who would dare provoke our Hong family? If memory serves, the Qingxian sect has only their master at the mid-stage of yuaning, while the other sect leaders are merely at the golden core stage. Regardless, it is best to personally investigate the Qingxian sect to discern their true nature. Very well. I shall trouble the elders to make another trip. Hong Tian clasped his hands in respect towards the elders. At the gates of the Qingxian sect, 4 figures appeared in unison, their expressions calm, yet their speed remarkable, exuding powerful waves of yuan qi. It was none other than the 4 elders of the Hong family. 4 formidable yuan ing cultivators. As soon as they reached the entrance of the Qingxian sect, they immediately radiated their yuan ing cultivation levels. The 4 nascent soul cultivators. This assembly is nothing short of extravagant. It is no exaggeration to assert that within the confines of South Sioux City, they could easily dominate all. The master of the Qingxian sect, come forth to meet us. Elder Wu of the Hong family bellowed, his voice, bolstered by vital energy, rapidly reverberating throughout the entire Qingxian sect. In a secluded chamber, the master of the Qingxian sect, engrossed in meditation, was roused by the sound. His place of cultivation was situated far from the entrance, and his spiritual sense could not yet reach that far. However, it was evident that someone had come to trouble the Qingxian sect. Who could it be? The Hong family? With little time for contemplation, he swiftly gathered his energy and soared out of the chamber toward the entrance of the sect. Meanwhile, Lingtian continued his silent cultivation, but was also alerted by the commotion at the sect's entrance. Humph. The Hong family is exceedingly overbearing. Do they truly believe that the Qingxian sect remains the same weak sect they once bullied? With that thought, he too hastened to the entrance, exuding an aura of barely concealed murderous intent. Not only the master and Lingtian, but the other 6 sect leaders were also awakened by the disturbance, emerging from their meditative states to rush over. The 2 small teams stationed at the gate were not as fortunate. Their highest cultivation level barely reached the foundation establishment stage. Under the pressure of the 4 nascent soul cultivators, their faces turned pale, and they stood frozen in fear, their bodies trembling under the weight of the oppressive aura. They dared not voice a question nor move from their positions, terrified of inciting the individuals before them. In the depths of the wild forest, the 7th and 8th elders were laboring diligently when they abruptly halted their tasks. 7th, did I just hear the voice of the 5th? It indeed sounded like the 5th. But what could he be doing at the Qingxian sect? The 2 exchanged worried glances. This is bad. They must be coming for us. I left the Hong family nearly a day ago. They must have finished gathering resources from other places. Seeing that I had not returned, the 5th must have come personally. And who knows, he might have brought other clan members. Oh no, oh no. The Qingxian sect is not the same as before. It harbors a transformation stage expert. If a conflict arises, the Hong family will be doomed. 7th, we must flee. If we delay, it will be too late. We must intervene before they make a move. After a brief exchange, both were drenched in cold sweat. The Hong family was their home, and they were unwilling to see it harmed. Their concern for the Hong family offending that mysterious powerhouse was palpable. However, the distance from the depths of the forest to the entrance would require some time. After Elder Wu of the Hong family finished his shout, the four waited for a moment. Suddenly, their expressions sharpened. Here they come. The master of the sect was seen soaring swiftly from the sect, and before he even arrived, a calm voice resonated through the air. Oh, what a splendid day it is today, allowing the four esteemed elders of the Hong family to grace our Qingxian sect with their presence. Indeed, Qingxian sect shines with newfound brilliance. Although the words of the sect leader are courteous, one can still discern a hint of ire within them. The grand elder of the Hong family, Hong Zijin, cast a cold gaze upon the sect leader of Qingxian. This wretched old man has unexpectedly advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Old Bai, I have come today for two matters. First, to requisition a portion of your sect's resources for tribute to the Tianjian sect. Second, ever since our 7th and 8th elders arrived at your Qingxian sect, they have been untraceable, and I hope you can provide us with an explanation. Is the Hong family not being excessively domineering? To seek resources from my Qingxian sect under such pretexts. If this were the previous Qingxian sect, we would have had no choice but to comply, but now, a voice interjected, revealing itself to be Lingtian S. He had followed the sect leader and upon arrival, unleashed his full cultivation. A wave of mid-nascent soul energy radiating outward. Mid-nascent soul, how is this possible? Shock coursed through the minds of the four Hong family elders simultaneously. Just a few years ago, Lingtian was at the peak of the core formation stage. Even if he had encountered fortuitous circumstances to break through to the nascent soul realm in these past 2 years, it should not have been to the mid-stage. One must understand that as one progresses in cultivation, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. The resources required to advance from early to mid-nascent soul are at least several dozen times that needed for a breakthrough from core formation. What treasures has Lingtian come upon? As this thought crossed their minds, greed began to stir within them. Should the opportunity arise, they would seize that fortune for themselves. Yet, they were still too hasty in their astonishment. Shortly after Lingtian revealed his power, 6 more figures arrived in succession. They were none other than the leaders of the other 6 peaks. Lu Hongzhe, the leader of the Golden Light Peak. Lu Liming, the leader of the Jade Qiji Peak. Yan Mo, the leader of the Sky Demon Peak. Yao Hongchun, the leader of the Medicine Peak. Gu Shuang, the leader of the Refining Peak. And Qi Ji, the leader of the Spirit Array Peak. Upon their arrival, they said little and immediately unleashed their own cultivation. Early nascent soul. Early nascent soul. Peak core formation. Early nascent soul. Peak core formation. Early nascent soul. Astonishingly, there were 4 at the early nascent soul stage and 2 at the peak of core formation. Chapter 25, Chaos. The 4 elders of the Hong family were genuinely terrified now. Their hearts felt as if struck by celestial thunder, unable to calm for a long while. They had never anticipated that the Qingxian sect had concealed such depth. 6 nascent soul cultivators, 2 of whom were at the mid-stage. What on earth has transpired within the Qingxian sect? Such earth-shattering changes in just a few short years. The grand elder of the Hong family, witnessing this formidable display, was filled with a murderous intent. The Qingxian sect must not be allowed to continue its expansion unchecked. If this persists, my Hong family's position as the dominant power may be in jeopardy. Fortunately, they have not yet attained the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage. For now, they do not pose a threat to me, but that may change in the future. As Hong Zijin pondered this, he communicated telepathically with the other 3 elders. Follow my lead, and once the battle commences, do not hold back. Today, we must incapacitate several Yuan-ing members of the Qingxian sect. Resolute in his decision, the grand elder of the Hong family ceased his concealment and unleashed the full force of his inner energy. A tremendous surge of energy emanated from him, prompting the other 3 elders to reveal their own might. In an instant, the aura of the 4 members of the Hong family overwhelmed that of the Qingxian sect. 2 were in the mid-Yuan-ing stage, 1 was in the late stage, and the grand elder of the Hong family had achieved the consummate level of Yuan-ing. Upon sensing the strength of the 4 adversaries, the expressions of the Qingxian sect members darkened. It seemed that the Hong family's power had significantly escalated during this period. The last information obtained by the Qingxian sect indicated that the grand elder was still in the late Yuan-ing stage, while the 3rd elder remained in the mid-stage. Now, both had evidently broken through. The quietly growing forces were not limited to the Qingxian sect alone, maintaining the aura of the consummate Yuan-ing stage. Hong Zijin cast a calm gaze toward the white-clad Taoist and spoke slowly. Taoist Bai, it appears that your Qingxian sect has been thriving recently, likely due to some great fortune. Given this, the resources we previously requisitioned from you shall be rendered null and void. The Tianjin sect is currently preparing for battle, and the more resources we acquire, the better. Therefore, the resources that your Qingxian sect must submit today shall be quintupled. I trust that your esteemed sect possesses ample resources, and this should not pose a significant burden. No sooner had these words escaped his lips than Lingtian could no longer contain himself. Quintupled resources would nearly deplete the Qingxian sect. Nonsense. Does your Hong family believe that my Qingxian sect is as easily bullied as before? That is absolutely out of the question. Should you wish to fight, I, Lingtian, shall match you blow for blow. It was laughable, had Lingtian been inclined to soften his stance before. Now the Qingxian sect boasted a total of 6 Yuaning cultivators. His disciple, Lu Hao, was a legendary Huanshan master. Would he still cower before the Hong family? At Lingtian's proclamation, Hong Zijin's eyes darkened ominously. In a fit of rage, he chuckled darkly. It has been far too long since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. It seems that my absence from the battlefield has allowed some in Nansu City to forget my name. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hong Zijin made his move. With a swift gesture, he charged toward both the leader of the Qingxian sect and Lingtian, clearly intending to take on 2 adversaries at once. The other 3 elders of the Hong family followed suit, with the second elder directly confronting Yao Hongshan and Gushuang, while the remaining 2 elders each engaged a Yuan-ing stage faction leader. As for the 2 perfected Golden Core faction leaders, they refrained from joining the fray, instead standing guard to prevent the surrounding disciples from being harmed by the ensuing chaos. In the presence of a multitude of Yuaning cultivators, they found themselves utterly powerless to intervene in the fray. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of resounding explosions reverberated from the heavens, accompanied by formidable waves of primordial energy. The atmosphere above Qingxian sect was in complete upheaval, tumultuous and agitated. Even many disciples who had retreated over 10 miles away wore ashen faces, shaken by the overwhelming intensity of the chaos. Such a tremendous commotion had undoubtedly drawn the attention of other factions in the vicinity. As the indisputable overlord of Nansu City, every action of the Hong family was scrutinized by countless pairs of eyes. In truth, long before the 4 elders of the Hong family set forth, all factions, great and small, within Nansu City were already aware of their movements. At this moment, a vast assembly of onlookers had gathered to witness the unfolding battle. Among them were members of the Zhang family, as well as those from the Bao Yuan sect, the New Dao sect, and even several lesser factions and rogue cultivators. All were transfixed, their gaze fixed upon the celestial battlefield. The ferocity of the collisions was staggering, and the mere remnants of their force instilled a deep sense of dread. It was unimaginable to envision the scenes playing out at the heart of the conflict. Like the Hong family, none anticipated the Qingxian sect's astonishing advancement within such a brief span of years, nor could they fathom the extent of the Hong family's newfound strength. The Hong family boasted 2 fully realized Yuan-ing experts and 7 formidable Yuan-ing practitioners. Such terror was undeniable. Indeed, the Hong family remained formidable. Despite the Qingxian sect's evident might, it seemed unlikely they could withstand the onslaught for much longer. Indeed, observe how the elder of the Hong family single-handedly engaged in a fierce contest against the head of the Qingxian sect and the mid-Yuan-ing lord, showcasing immense prowess. Alas, the Qingxian sect had acted too rashly. If granted a few more decades, perhaps they could have contended with the Hong family on equal footing. But as it stands, they were still lacking in strength. Indeed, were I the leader of the Qingxian sect, I would feign weakness to deceive the enemy, biding my time to cultivate and grow. Perhaps the most anxious of all were those from the Zhang family, with Zhang Qixiu, the family patriarch, even concealing his presence to arrive at the scene personally. The Zhang family had always maintained a close rapport with the Qingxian sect, and they had indeed devised plans to jointly confront the Hong family. Now, witnessing the Qingxian sect's impatience and their decision to brazenly confront the Hong family, the patriarch felt utterly helpless. He had clearly communicated with Lingtian, so why was the latter still acting with such impulsiveness? Alas, Ling, I hope you possess the means to contend with the Hong family. Though he felt a profound sense of confusion within, he quietly channeled his primordial energy, preparing to intervene should the Qingxian sect truly falter. He could not remain a passive observer. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the Yuqi manor, Mu Siyuan was likewise awakened by the commotion. Today, the Qingxian sect was bustling with activity. It was quite amusing to witness these young Yuan-ing cultivators engaging in battle. However, he merely observed in silence, harboring no inclination to intervene. Amidst the tumult, he pondered why his master, Lu Hao, remained silent. Was he merely seeking to stir up excitement? Perhaps this was a deliberate act on his master's part. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, observing from the shadows. Should a life-threatening crisis arise, he would undoubtedly intervene. After all, It was only reasonable to lend assistance to the sect of his master. A covert strike would pose no risk of exposure, as those in the nascent soul stage would be utterly oblivious to the identity of the assailant. As whispers circulated among the onlookers, the battle above intensified. 4 distinct battlegrounds existed, with the most fervent clash occurring in the arena of Lingtian. Both sides unleashed their full might, sparing no effort, and each combatant bore visible wounds. Chapter 26. Figures amidst the collision. With a resounding crash, Hong Zijin managed to push back the white-clad figure and Lingtian, panting slightly from exertion. It's been countless years since I've experienced such exhilaration. White-clad, Lingtian, you are worthy of my blade. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, an advanced mystical artifact known as the spirit-slaying sword. As he held the blade aloft, energy coalesced around it, and in an instant, the sword shimmered with a radiant light, emitting a melodious hum. The blade, akin to a violet lightning bolt, radiated an overwhelming aura of pressure. Hong Zijin's expression grew increasingly grave. Prepare to receive my strike. Breakthrough sword technique. As his words fell, the once tranquil sky seemed to rend asunder, unleashing a dazzling crimson-purple sword energy that surged forth with relentless force, captivating the attention of all present. With each passing moment, the momentum of the sword energy escalated, suffusing the atmosphere with an oppressive weight that left spectators gasping for breath. As the energy approached its zenith, it poised to descend upon the 2 adversaries with catastrophic intent. The white-clad figure and Lingtian, sensing the impending threat of death emanating from the sword light, wore expressions of grave concern. Hong Zijin sought their demise. They dared not hesitate, channeling their internal energies to unleash their most formidable techniques. Of course, the technique imparted by Lu Hao to Lingtian must remain concealed. It was far too profound to be revealed at this juncture. Heavenly Thunder Technique. Heavenly Gang Divine Palm. Both warriors concentrated, channeling their energies into their respective techniques, their spirits surging ever higher. All eyes were riveted upon the trio suspended in the air, fixated on the impending cataclysmic collision. Everyone understood that this clash would be nothing short of earth-shattering. Just as both sides prepared to unleash their full might, a voice filled with urgency rang out. Elder, cease your actions. Do not continue this battle. The anxious cry, imbued with the essence of the nascent soul stage, resonated from afar. The 3 combatants, poised for confrontation, registered the voice with confusion, yet the tension of the moment left them little room for distraction. However, the onlookers turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. 2 figures were seen straining to arrive with all their might. Elder Hong Chong, the 7th elder of the Hong family, and Elder Hong Liang, the 8th elder. Both had unleashed every ounce of their cultivation, risking severe injury to reach the scene before it was too late. As they beheld the Grand Elder in the distance executing the heaven-splitting sword technique, beads of sweat adorned their brows, their hearts racing with anxiety. They were acutely aware that the Qingxian sect possessed a formidable god transformation expert, although they could not fathom why he had yet to intervene. Who could guarantee that he would remain passive in the future? Thus, in a desperate attempt to halt the Grand Elder, the 7th elder resorted to employing secret techniques, shouting fervently, hoping to cease the impending confrontation. However, it became evident that their pleas fell on deaf ears. A resplendent sword light, piercing and transcendent, suddenly descended upon the sect leader and Lingtian, while simultaneously, the Taoist unleashed a torrent of lightning, racing towards the sword light at breakneck speed. A colossal hand, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, followed closely behind. The brilliant sword light streaked across the sky like a shooting star, intertwining with the thunderous lightning, as if the most dazzling radiance of heaven and earth converged in that moment. Subsequently, the overwhelming might of the hand joined the fray, surging forth like a tidal wave. With all 3 forces entwined in a fierce struggle, each striving to obliterate the other completely, the sword light flickered unpredictably, its fierce aura threatening to rend the void. The thunder clapped resonantly, bolts of lightning cleaving the heavens, brimming with cataclysmic power, while the force of the hand was so immense it bore down like Mount Tai, causing the earth to tremble. They counterbalanced each other, none able to gain the upper hand easily, plunging this breathtaking contest into a stalemate, with no clear victor in sight. The surrounding space seemed to warp and contort under the clash of these 3 formidable powers, the air compressing sharply, producing a series of explosive sounds. The spectators held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the suffocating battlefield, fearful of missing a single moment. After a prolonged silence, the compressed space and vital energy erupted with a thunderous roar. A blinding orb of light burst forth, followed by a resounding crash that echoed across the heavens. In an instant, it felt as though the sun had dimmed and the world had fallen silent. Everyone instinctively held their breath. as if an invisible force had seized their throats, rendering them breathless. Cough, cough, cough. A faint cough resonated as the luminous orb dissipated, revealing a figure gradually re-emerging into the spectator's view. It was none other than Elder Hong Zijin, the Grand Elder of the Hong family. Astonishingly, he bore injuries from the recent clash. Indeed, judging by his condition, the wounds appeared to be quite severe. It was utterly unexpected that the Qingxian sect possessed such strength, capable of injuring this venerable powerhouse. What of the two adversaries across from him? I fear their situation is grim. If the Grand Elder is gravely wounded, they likely teeter on the brink of death. I share your sentiments. I believe that the Qingxian sect may indeed hold the upper hand, considering it is 2 against 1, with one of them being the sect leader, whose strength cannot be underestimated. The appearance of Hong Zijin stirred a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Whispers began to circulate among the observing cultivators, all speculating on the ultimate outcome of the clash. At this moment, the 7th and 8th elders of the Hong family were utterly despondent. It was all over. The brilliance gradually faded away, and all gazes, including that of Hong Zijin, were fixated on the sect leader and Lingtian. However, the anticipated scene of mutual destruction did not unfold. Instead, a young figure clad in white robes stood nonchalantly before the sect leader and Lingtian, hands behind his back, seemingly unaffected by the massive explosion that had just occurred. Who was this individual? How could he remain unscathed amidst such devastation? What level of cultivation did he possess? Could it be that this young man was a transformation stage adept? Only a practitioner of such caliber could effortlessly withstand an attack of that magnitude. Yet, how could it be possible for the Qingxian sect to have a transformation stage expert? That notion was utterly far-fetched. But if this young man was not a transformation stage adept, how had he achieved such a feat? In that moment, countless questions swirled in the minds of all present, yet they dared not voice them. The one most profoundly shocked was undoubtedly the Grand Elder. How could this be? It defied all logic. He was acutely aware that his attack had been his utmost effort. No one in the nascent soul stage could have emerged unscathed. The answer was glaringly evident. Yet he found himself continuously denying it within. He was reluctant to accept that the realm he had long yearned for had been attained by someone so youthful. The other nascent soul cultivators, witnessing the monumental commotion, also withdrew, parting ways. Under the attentive gazes of all, Lu Hao slowly turned, revealing a smile, and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Master, sect leader, I apologize for my tardiness. Please do not hold it against me." Chapter 27. A single strike, reduced to ashes. Throughout the entire battle, it had been under Lu Hao's control. With Lu Hao's oversight, the members of the Qingxian sect were kept remarkably safe. His initial reluctance to intervene stemmed from a desire to utilize this opportunity to hone the skills of the various sect leaders and the sect leader himself. They had yet to experience combat after breaking through with the system, and their grasp of their own power was still incomplete, which could pose a detriment to their future cultivation. Furthermore, he sought to discern the true intentions of the 7th and 8th elders of the Hong family. If they harbored ulterior motives, he would not hesitate to act decisively. The reason for his intervention now was due to the overwhelming force of Hong Zijin's assault. Should he refrain from stepping in, the sect leader risked sustaining grave injuries, a scenario he simply could not allow to transpire. "Lu Hao, how could you?" The white-clad figure expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Have you truly reached the realm of transformation?" With a smile, the esteemed leader, Lu Hao, replied with a knowing glint in his eye. As for Lingtian, he had long been privy to the truth, and thus felt no surprise. His audacity to confront the Hong family was bolstered by Lu Hao's presence. The leader cast a discerning glance at the unperturbed Lingtian, whose astuteness was evident. Instantly comprehending the situation, Lingtian must have been aware of Lu Hao's true prowess all along. He could not suppress a scornful glance at the latter, inwardly grumbling, "Oh, you sly old fox, keeping such monumental news from me. You had me quaking in my boots when I accompanied you in battle just moments ago." Lingtian, with a fleeting glance at the leader's inexplicable gaze, could only offer an awkward smile. "You can't blame me. I merely learned of it a tad earlier than you did. If blame is to be placed, it rests on my disciple for being so unassuming." Meanwhile, as Lu Hao exchanged glances with the leader and his master, across from them, Hong Zijin's expression transformed from disbelief to sheer terror. Lu Hao had honed in on his aura and was now gazing at him, a subtle yet palpable killing intent lurking beneath his calm demeanor. "Those who dare to strike against my master shall find themselves utterly obliterated." In that moment, Hong Zijin felt as though he were ensnared in an abyss of darkness, devoid of light, sound, or air. Only the oppressive blackness surrounded him, and within it, he sensed a piercing, bone-chilling gaze fixated upon him. Instantly, a wave of icy dread surged through his limbs, gradually enveloping his entire being. He instinctively took a step back, trembling uncontrollably, stammering, The transformation realm. How is this possible? Before Hong Zijin could finish his sentence, Lu Hao raised his hand and struck with a swift motion. A golden shadow flickered and descended heavily upon him. There were no screams of agony, no struggles. The moment the golden light passed through him, Hong Zijin was unable to emit even a cry of despair before he was annihilated. In the blink of an eye, his corporeal form dissolved into nothingness, vanishing from existence. There was no unnecessary commotion. In a mere snap, the fully realized nascent soul was reduced to ashes. Such was the might of a void refinement master. To a nascent soul cultivator in his presence, he was but a slightly more robust insect. In stark contrast, Lu Hao, clad in flowing white robes gently swayed by the breeze, slowly withdrew his hand, standing with an air of nonchalance. He appeared as though extinguishing Hong Zijin was akin to squashing a mere bug, utterly unfazed by the act. This scene rendered all present speechless, the silence so profound that a falling needle could be heard. From the unaligned, foundation-building cultivators to the elders and patriarchs of various esteemed families, all were wide-eyed and entranced by this astonishing spectacle. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. He truly is a transformation realm master. This is beyond belief. The Qingxian sect was destined to soar to new heights. The skies over Nansu City were about to change. How did he cultivate to such an exalted state at such a young age? Could it be that he began his cultivation journey from the moment of his birth? Even Lingtian was taken aback, as he was well aware that his disciple was a formidable nascent soul practitioner. Despite having mentally prepared himself, witnessing someone who had just been his equal in combat with the sect leader being effortlessly vanquished by Lu Hao induced an involuntary sense of stark contrast within him. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, the other three elders of the Hong family felt as if they had plunged into an ice cavern. Once exuding an imposing presence, they now trembled with fear, their bodies hovering precariously in the air. Faced with such a vast disparity in cultivation, they harbored not a shred of rebellious thought. Their only recourse was to plead for mercy, hoping fervently that Lu Hao would grant them a chance at survival. Esteemed senior, we of the Hong family have previously offended the Qingxian sect, and it was our ignorance that led to this misunderstanding. We are willing to offer compensation. Might you spare us this time? I swear that the Hong family will never again show any disrespect towards the Qingxian sect, implored the second elder of the Hong family, forcing down his trepidation as he bowed respectfully to Lu Hao. The remaining two echoed in unison, esteemed senior. We acknowledge our mistakes and earnestly hope for your clemency. However, Lu Hao remained largely unmoved by their pleas. The Hong family had come uninvited to the gates of the Qingxian sect, forcibly seizing a substantial amount of resources, and had shown no restraint in their confrontations with the leaders of the sect. Such actions could not be easily forgiven by Lu Hao. Observing Lu Hao's indifferent demeanor, the elder brothers 7 and 8 felt their spirits plummet. They were desperate to prevent further loss of their kin. Thus, Elder 8 mustered his courage and said, esteemed senior, could you spare their lives? From this day forth, they shall abide by the commands of the Qingxian sect. He gestured urgently to the other three elders. The three immediately understood and hastily proclaimed, we are willing to serve the Qingxian sect. Witnessing this turn of events, Lu Hao found himself momentarily at a loss. He then sent a mental inquiry to the sect leader. Sect leader, these individuals claim they will henceforth obey the orders of the Qingxian sect. Should we spare them? The sect leader paused, clearly taken aback by Lu Hao's deference in granting him the decision-making power. After a moment's contemplation, he replied slowly, the members of the Hong family have repeatedly caused trouble for the Qingxian sect. They have just attempted to forcibly demand vast resources and acted aggressively, without provocation. If we let them go now, it may invite contempt upon our sect. Upon receiving the sect leader's response, Lu Hao turned and cast a cool glance at the three elders. With a swift motion of his hand, he declared, bang. The three elders were struck as if by lightning, rapidly hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground, creating 3 deep craters. Observing their state, it was evident they were drawing their last breaths, their lives hanging by a thread. Since the sect leader had spoken, there would be no mercy granted. As for the fate of the others, Lu Hao turned his gaze towards elders 7 and 8. Having spared your lives, do not dare to interfere with the decisions of my sect. Otherwise, you shall reunite in the afterlife. The two, suppressing their sorrow, respectfully replied, yes, esteemed senior. We are grateful for your mercy. Might we be permitted to assist in retrieving their remains? Upon uttering these words, they swiftly flew to the edge of the pit, collecting the 3 into their storage bags. Once this matter was settled, Lu Hao disregarded the onlookers among the nearby cultivators and vanished from their sight in an instant. The Hong family had persistently troubled the Qingxian sect, and Lu Hao naturally considered assimilating the entire Hong family or simply annihilating them. To avoid further complications, he resolved to confront the patriarch of the Hong family personally. Chapter 28. I offer you two choices. As Lu Hao departed, a commotion erupted among the people surrounding the Qingxian sect. Each individual hurriedly took to the air, expressing their congratulations. Elder Bai, your Qingxian sect is indeed profound. Not only 6 nascent souls, but you even have a hidden transformation stage expert. Indeed, this is quite inconsiderate. You should have informed me of such a formidable presence within the sect, so I could prepare some congratulatory gifts. Absolutely. The emergence of a transformation stage expert within the sect is a monumental event for all of Nansu City. At the upcoming 5 Cities Conference, we shall finally rise above the bottom ranks. Cheers and words of congratulations resonated from all directions. Some perceptive individuals even presented gifts outright. The members of the Qingxian sect, unaccustomed to such treatment, could only smile foolishly and scramble to respond. Not at all. It is solely due to my disciple's own efforts. Attaining the transformation stage is not something the sect can facilitate, or else would I still be at the nascent soul level. Indeed, the sect merely provides a better platform for cultivation. Ultimately, the achievements depend on their own endeavors. While everyone was busy congratulating the sect leader, Zhang Qixio approached Lingtian, smiling as he regarded him. Ling, my friend, you have changed. With such significant news, how could you keep it from me? I was worried you might suffer at the hands of the Hong family, and even sent you a message to caution you. What a needless concern that turned out to be. However, I believe I heard that person refer to you as master. Is he your disciple? Lingtian, hearing the hint of grievance in Zhang's tone, shook his head with a chuckle. Ah, brother Zhang, to be honest, my disciple is rather low-key and prefers to avoid the spotlight. As his master, I cannot force him. He then cast a proud glance at Zhang Qixio. Sensing Lingtian's pride, Zhang Qixio could not help but tease. You old rascal, you're so full of yourself. Come, let us go drink. Agreed. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. At that very moment, the patriarch of the Hong family awaited the return of the elders in the grand hall. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, panic-stricken and filled with terror, stumbling and collapsing onto the floor of the hall. Upon witnessing this, Hong Tian's expression darkened. What a disgraceful display of panic. The man rose unsteadily, trembling as he spoke. Patriarch, patriarch. Several elders, several elders. Slow down, what's the hurry? The soul tablets of the elders have shattered. What did you say? Hong Tian seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Patriarch. It is absolutely true. I am the guardian of the soul tablet hall. Just moments ago, the soul tablets of several elders who had gone to Qingxian sect suddenly exploded. With this confirmation, Hong Tian was instantly engulfed in fury. The aura of his perfected nascent soul erupted violently, creating a fierce gust of wind that sent the messenger flying several dozen meters away. His expression was exceedingly grim, his gaze filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Who dares to kill the elders of the Hong clan? Who has the audacity to slay my Hong clan's elders? Regardless of who it is, I, Hong Tian, vow that I shall reduce you to ashes, ensuring you never attain rebirth. Oh, is that so? A voice slowly emerged, and a young man clad in white appeared before the Hong clan's grand hall. This newcomer was, of course, Lu Hao. He stepped forward, leisurely making his way into the grand hall of the Hong clan, filled with rage over the death of his elder. Hong Tian was further incensed to see a young man daring to intrude upon his domain. He could not help but shout angrily. Who are you to trespass into the grand hall of my Hong clan? Are you tired of living? Are you the patriarch of the Hong clan? Hong Tian did not respond. He was already in a fit of rage and charged toward Lu Hao, unleashing a punch. With a thunderous roar, he concentrated all his strength into his right fist and then struck out with great force. This punch carried the might of a thunderclap, seemingly tearing the very fabric of space. The overwhelming power of the blow formed a visible shockwave in the air, hurtling directly toward Lu Hao. Faced with such a swift attack, Lu Hao merely smiled slightly and raised his right hand, casually delivering a light clap. Yet, this seemingly simple action concealed boundless intricacies and mysteries. When his palm met Hong Tian's fist, a resounding crash echoed, and a tremendous backlash erupted instantaneously. Lu Hao remained unscathed, but Hong Tian was sent reeling as if struck by an ancient beast, propelled backwards like a cannonball. He staggered for several dozen paces before barely regaining his balance. His right hand twitching uncontrollably, his face pale as a sheet, and his heart filled with terror. In a state of disbelief, Hong Tian gasped, "This is impossible. Who are you? How can you be so powerful? Are you a transformation god expert?" Though he had not used his full strength, he had unleashed at least 70 to 80% of his power. On his home turf, no one could withstand such a blow without consequence. Yet, the youthful figure before him had effortlessly absorbed his strike. The only explanation was that he was indeed a transformation god expert. As the possibility dawned upon him, a wave of uncontrollable fear surged within Hong Tian. Could it be a member of the Tianjin sect? Why would I ever intend to withhold resources? No, just moments ago, he inquired if I was the head of the Hong family. Why would someone from the Tianjin sect ask such a question? If not from the Tianjin sect, who else could so effortlessly withstand my punch? Are you the head of the Hong family? Lu Hao asked once more. Yes, I am Hong Tian, the head of the Hong family, he replied, clearly lacking the arrogance he had exhibited upon first meeting Lu Hao. Your strength is quite formidable upon our initial encounter. You surpassed even the grand elder of the Hong family. What? Hong Tian queried, daring to ask about the fate of several elders. Piecing together the news of their deaths and the words of the young man before him, he surmised that this youth had indeed slain Hong Zijin. Yet, he couldn't help but inquire further. I annihilated them for openly attacking my master, Lu Hao stated nonchalantly, already seated in the chair that rightfully belonged to Hong Tian. Receiving Lu Hao's confirmation, Hong Tian's heart sank. What had Hong Zijin and the elders done to provoke a being of such power? Now, the consequences threatened not only him, but the entire Hong family. A failure that could ruin everything. Hong Tian inwardly cursed himself. Seated in the position of the Hong family's patriarch, Lu Hao looked down at Hong Tian and said coolly, Hong Tian, I present you with two choices. The first option is to submit to my Qingxian sect. You will remain the head of the Hong family, and I will not harm your kin for the time being. Should you demonstrate commendable conduct in the future, I can offer your family even greater privileges. The second option is for me to lead the Qingxian sect in annihilating your family. Having spoken, Lu Hao fell silent, patiently awaiting Hong Tian's response. He was confident that Hong Tian would make the right choice. Chapter 29. The submission of the Hong family, the celebration of the Zhang family. As Lu Hao's indifferent voice echoed in the air, Hong Tian felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body, collapsing onto the cold ground like a deflated balloon. His eyes were vacant and lifeless, fixed on Lu Hao ahead of him, while thoughts in his mind surged like tumultuous waves at sea, continuously roaring and crashing against his nerves. Hong Tian sat there, motionless. Yet internally he was engulfed in a fierce battle of conflicting emotions, leaving him in unbearable torment and indecision. Should he choose to submit to the Qingxian sect, the foundation of the Hong family, built over centuries, would be obliterated under his stewardship. How could he face the ancestors of the Hong family? He would become a pariah? Conversely, should he refuse to submit, this young man would likely not spare the Hong family, leading to a far grimmer fate. In truth, Hong Tian knew what he ought to do. The power disparity made resistance futile. Yet, he struggled to accept this reality. How could it be that the dominance of the Hong family was to be forfeited on his watch? He had been compelling himself to accept reality, though it was evident that he required a modicum of time. Lu Hao had also granted Hong Tian ample time, as he had little else to attend to. Subduing the Hong family was merely a matter of convenience. However, the Hong family had been persistently troubling the Qingxian sect during this period, which caused him some irritation. After a period of adjustment, Hong Tian finally embraced this reality, rising to clasp his fists and declare, Senior, my Hong family is willing to submit to the Qingxian sect. Hong Tian uttered these words with gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao displayed a satisfied smile. Acknowledging Hong Tian's discernment, he replied, Haha, clan leader Hong, your choice is indeed sagacious. From this day forth, we shall be as one family. I am Lu Hao, a disciple of the Qingxian sect and the master of Qingxian Mansion, Lingtian. Lu Hao introduced himself and effortlessly infused a stream of vital energy into Hong Tian's body, witnessing his injuries heal instantaneously. This revelation left Hong Tian momentarily astounded. This youth was a member of the Qingxian sect? When had the sect grown so formidable? Moreover, he was not even the headmaster. Hong Tian found himself perplexed. Shaking his head, he set aside these thoughts and turned to Lu Hao, clasping his fists again. Thank you, Lord Lu Hao. I have an ungracious request, if I may. Feel free to speak, Lu Hao gestured. My Hong family has resided here for generations. After submitting to the Qingxian sect, may we continue to live in this place? After all, it is our ancestral land and the home where the Hong family has lived since childhood, and we have developed a deep affection for it. Should the Qingxian sect have any directives, the Hong family shall comply. That is a trivial matter. Should you wish to remain here, you are welcome to do so. I shall not interfere in your family's affairs. Thank you, my lord. Lu Hao pondered for a moment before continuing. However, there is another matter. The Qingxian sect is currently expanding its territory and is somewhat short-staffed. Please send some personnel to assist us, with remuneration equivalent to that of my fellow disciples. And they may also exchange for elixirs. Understood. I shall return to the sect now. You may handle the matters concerning the Hong family. With that, Lu Hao turned and departed, feeling quite fatigued from the lengthy outing and yearning for rest. As the clan leader watched Lu Hao's retreating figure, a sense of confusion enveloped him, leaving him uncertain about the future of the Hong family. Alas, we can only take one step at a time, Hong Tian sighed. At that moment, he was unaware that joining the Qingxian sect would undoubtedly be the wisest decision of his life. The following day, Hong Tian personally announced in Nansu City that the Hong family would submit to the Qingxian sect, venerating it as their superior sect. The news spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy throughout the city, as it had come as a complete surprise to all. After all, only a few had witnessed the fierce battle at the gates of the Qingxian sect, and a mere day was insufficient for the word to permeate all of Nansu City. The various factions had witnessed great battles in the past, yet none anticipated that the Qingxian sect would so swiftly assimilate the entirety of the Hong family. Within the new Dao sect, the patriarch, Wu Guanghe, alongside the esteemed elders, congregated with somber expressions, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Wu Guanghe spoke first. Alas, the Hong family has now declared allegiance to the Qingxian sect. In Nansu City, the absence of the Hong family has given rise to a Qingxian sect far mightier. How shall we navigate our position within this shifting landscape? An elder responded, Patriarch. The Qingxian sect appears to harbor little ambition. For a century, they have refrained from aggressive expansion, focusing instead on the steady development of their own territory. I believe their ascendance will be more beneficial than that of the Hong family. Fifth elder, your perspective is misguided, interjected the first elder. The Qingxian sect's previous restraint may have stemmed from their lack of strength. They could not even provoke our new Dao sect. Now, having gained prominence, and with formidable spiritual entities anchored within their ranks, it is precarious to assume they will remain so docile. The first elder's words resonated with truth. A powerful faction inevitably seeks to expand, as exemplified by the Hong family's fate, which the Qingxian sect has forcefully absorbed. Wu Guanghe, absorbing the elder's discourse, remarked, I believe we should proactively cultivate a favorable relationship with the Qingxian sect, at the very least to safeguard the legacy of our new Dao sect for centuries to come. If we were to mirror the Hong family's demise, I would surely feel unworthy before our ancestors. The second elder, after reflecting on the patriarch's words, proposed, Your reasoning is sound, Patriarch. Let us proceed to extend our congratulations to the Qingxian sect on their acquisition of the Hong family, and seize this opportunity to present them with generous gifts, thereby fostering goodwill. Very well, let it be so. Let us now select appropriate congratulatory presents from the clan treasury. At that moment, across Nansu City, various sects and families engaged in discussions regarding the Qingxian sect, the future dynamics of the city, and their own relations with the sect. They all feared repeating the fate of the Hong family. Consequently, nearly every sect and family prepared substantial gifts, eager to convey their goodwill to the Qingxian sect. Save for one exception, the Zhang family. At this juncture, the Zhang family was enveloped in an overwhelmingly festive atmosphere. Everywhere one looked, the residence was adorned with vibrant decorations. Multicolored lanterns hung high, twinkling like stars and illuminating the entire estate. Whether the esteemed elders or the novice disciples of Qi cultivation, all were imbued with an infectious joy, their faces aglow with excitement. Laughter echoed as they conversed, while others busied themselves arranging every detail of the estate with meticulous care. The uncontainable thrill radiated from their every action and expression, leaving no doubt of their elation. Chapter 30. The Five Cities Conference, the Tianyuan Secret Realm. The source of the Zhang family's jubilance was a momentous announcement. Lingtian, representing the Qingxian sect's Qingxian manor, had forged an alliance with the Zhang family. The Zhang family emerged as the first to forge an alliance with the Qingxian sect following its rise to prominence. Although they allied with only one of the seven houses, it is well understood that the Qingxian sect owes its current stature primarily to the Qingxian house. With a mid-Yuan period house master, thousands of foundation-building disciples, and hundreds of golden core cultivators, the Qingxian house boasts formidable strength. Most importantly, the eldest senior brother of the Qingxian house, disciple of Master Ling, Lu Hao, stands as the sole transformation god expert in Nansu City. His mere presence carries more weight than the entire Qingxian sect. Thus, the Zhang family's alliance with the Qingxian house essentially signifies an alliance with the Qingxian sect, perhaps even a more advantageous one. What enabled the Zhang family to ally with the Qingxian house? The primary reason lies in the deep bond of friendship between Zhang Qixiu, the head of the Zhang family, and Lingtian, the master of the Qingxian house, forged during their youth. Initially, Zhang Qixiu hoped to have his clan benefit from the Qingxian house as prestige by sending some disciples for cultivation, with the aspiration that Lu Hao might offer them guidance when available. The intention was to establish a hierarchical relationship akin to that of the Hong family and the Heavenly Sword sect. Seizing the opportunity during a drinking session, he broached this idea with Lingtian. However, Lingtian is a person of profound loyalty and righteousness. How could he possibly regard the Zhang family as a subordinate faction? Upon hearing Zhang Qixio's intentions, he promptly declined and remarked, "Brother Zhang, this matter is out of the question. Would it not invite ridicule upon you if it were to be known?" After contemplating for a moment, Lingtian continued, "Instead, I propose that I represent the Qingxian house in forming an alliance with you, allowing members of the Zhang family to cultivate at my Qingxian house." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qixio saw no reason to refuse and readily agreed. After their meeting, Zhang Qixio hurried back to the Zhang family residence to announce the news, which sent waves of excitement through the entire clan at the prospect of allying with the Qingxian house. However, Zhang Qixio stressed the importance of humility, stating that the Qingxian house was granting him a favor by allying with his family. They should not presume to consider themselves true equals, as the Zhang family's strength was inadequate. He warned that while cultivating at the Qingxian house, they must not carry over any of their familial shortcomings. Should he learn of anyone provoking those from the Qingxian house, they would face the family's disciplinary measures. The news of the Hong family's submission to the Qingxian sect not only stirred significant excitement throughout Nanzi City, but also reverberated beyond its borders, causing quite a stir. Within the dominion of the Heavenly Sword sect, there are 5 major cities, each overseeing a portion of territory: Dongying City to the east, Shiguan City to the west, Bailing City to the north, and the strongest among them, Zhongyi City, located centrally. Historically, Nansu City has consistently ranked at the bottom of the 5 cities in strength, finishing last in every iteration of the 5 cities conference. However, everything has changed now. The Hong family has pledged allegiance to the Qingxian sect, resulting in a significant upheaval of power within the entire Nansuching. This shift also introduces numerous instabilities for the upcoming 5 cities conference 6 months hence. The 5 cities conference is the grandest event held within the jurisdiction of the Tianjian sect, convened once every decade. During this event, cultivators from the 5 cities will exert every effort to vie for rankings, as the final standings will determine the rewards each city receives. The prize for the 5 cities conference is the opportunity to enter the Tianyuan secret realm, nestled at the heart of the domain governed by the Tianjian sect. The Tianyuan secret realm resembles a radiant pearl obscured within the depths of mist, emanating an enchanting yet unfathomable aura. This secret realm opens its gates but once every decade and is accessible only to those at the core formation stage and below. Anyone at the nascent soul stage attempting to force entry would face annihilation by the realm itself. Legend has it that this secret realm was created at the moment of ascension of a formidable being whose power struck fear across the world. In their final moments, this unparalleled powerhouse sealed away a lifetime's collection of rare treasures and divine weapons within the realm. Thus, the treasures within the Tianyuan secret realm are truly abundant. Over countless years, individuals have unearthed rare materials such as the Millennium Ginseng, celestial leaves, flame demon crystals, and phoenix fairy vines. There are even tales of extraordinary individuals who have discovered ancient elixirs and celestial-grade artifacts within. It can be said that the realm is filled with unparalleled treasures, each capable of inciting fervor and competition among all. Nonetheless, acquiring these treasures is no simple feat. One must pass the trials set by the fallen powerhouse. Despite this, the opening of the secret realm every decade remains the most anticipated event among cultivators in the 5 cities. However, the number of entry slots is limited to only 1,200. Thus arises the necessity of the 5 cities conference, intended to facilitate the equitable distribution of these coveted slots. The top-ranking city will receive 400 slots, the second will gain 300, the third will acquire 200, the fourth will obtain 100, and the fifth will be allotted merely 50 slots. The Tianjian sect distributes these slots according to the conference standings, while the remaining 150 slots are allocated among the major cities for free agents to compete for, with sect members barred from participation. Those who secure the tokens will be granted entry into the secret realm when it opens, allowing them the chance to seize treasures. There was once a free agent who acquired the legacy of a sword immortal within the realm and received a celestial-grade spirit sword. This event sent ripples throughout the entire northern wilderness. Upon emerging from the realm, that free agent was promptly accepted as a disciple of the Tianjian sect's leader. It is said that he has since risen to become one of the elders of the Tianjian sect, possessing at least the cultivation level of the transformation stage. Thus, the Tianyuan secret realm is a place that drives all cultivators to madness. The opportunity to enter the secret realm has naturally become the object of fierce competition among all. Each opening signifies the impending arrival of tumult and bloodshed. The Xinglua sect, one of the 3 major sects of Bailing City alongside the Yuxiao Xianzong and the Zhuli sect, finds its leader, Xing Qingling, pacing restlessly, visibly agitated. Observing the sect leader's demeanor, the deputy sect master inquires, What troubles your mind, sect master? What else could it be? Replies Xing Qingling. The Hong family of Nansi City recently declared allegiance to the Qingxian sect, and I am deeply troubled by this development. Nansi City had previously ranked last in the conference, and now with the emergence of the Qingxian sect, are we not destined to be at the bottom of the rankings ourselves? Bailing City is already in a state of weakness, with the entire populace pinning their hopes on entering the secret realm for a chance at fortune. If the slots are seized by Nansi City, what shall we do? Such concerns are indeed shared among other sections. As for the other cities, they exhibit little interest in the Qingxian sect, for their strength far surpasses that of Nansi City. Thus, they remain unconcerned about their rankings being affected by Nansu. After all, even among the powerful, the prowess of the Huaxing experts is not exclusive to Nansi City alone.